Yo, Reform, welcome indeed. Still just saying up, Jude. How was the rest of your evening? The pups are doing well. Hey, fighter. Welcome in, sir. Hope you're well. Yeah, they're doing very well. We got in about 30 minutes ago. Off the hills. Nice crisp morning. I'm still just setting up things here. Cause, yeah, I fucking can't remember how to do this, guys. I hope you're both well. Need to make some sneak though. Ooh. Was good. Struggle with the PTU all night. Got some decent runs in. Scout to the river. Oh yeah, I still need to do the river, but again, I'm gonna wait till more stable patch. I got it. I'm gonna jump in the PTU after a video today, this morning. Check out, but I heard it's still pretty unstable. Hey, TV. Good morning to you, sir. It does what's left of my heart. Good to see you back at TheDarkLaw. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that. You like the back cam? Yeah, it's good. Got my wee disco going. Basically, my bed area, because obviously I have like a really small house. Everyone knows, well, anyone that knows me, basically I sold a big house in the capital of Scotland where I used to run my dog business, and I moved up into the Highlands, very rural, and got basically a shoebox. And that's how I could afford the big fancy rig and all that stuff because, well, that's pretty much my hobby. But my room is actually the living room stroke dining room, and my bedroom is over there. So I just basically got like a curtain that hangs just to pull it across, just so you don't see my bed. The dogs also can go in there.
Someone has gifted a Class 2 access pass.
Shit! Thank you very much, Reformed. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you very much. And Fire Phoenix, thank you very much for the 7-month support, dude. I appreciate that. So yeah, I just thought like the dogs can go over there, and because I went to a car boot sale and got some fucking RGB lights, I can actually shut the light down and make it dark for them whilst I'm streaming. So it just sort of helps with those kind of things. And yeah. It kind of like, instead of like a starting scene, you get to see me doing shit. I'm still working before we start away. I'm not in a quick rush. I need to make a sneak up, and then we'll get into it, guys. No timer, any of that shit. By the way, if you missed yesterday, this here is yesterday's code for the giveaway, !April. There will be another code like this on the end screen. So every day you will get the following day, or the past day code at the start, and then you'll get the new code at the start of the show. That's how we're doing the code system. It means that I don't need to remember it too much and stuff. Space Marine, good day to you. Missed yesterday's comeback, but I'll watch. Well, we're here for 30 days, dude. Every day, 30 days. You know, and then we'll see how things go. But yeah, we're going to be watching a Noobifier video right at the start. And yeah, then we'll get into the PTU and test out. Alright, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Well, you'll see me pouring around. Alright? No more Flashdance and Top Gun? Oh no, you always get that on this channel. Yeah!
Credits received. Thank you for your monetary
Yeah, we
support.
do, Diablo, but fuck it, you know? I'm a partner on both platforms. I can do what the fuck I want. Thank you very much, Reform, for the donut, dude. You didn't need to do that. Super appreciated. One more minute, guys. Woo! Alright, let's get her on. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in. Sorry, that took a little bit longer than I expected. But we are here. We are here. Thank you again, Reformed, for the dono and the sub. The follows coming in as well, guys. It is Saturday, the 2nd of April, 2022. We are live on Twitch. Not YouTube, but Twitch. And yeah. We got a new PTU patch, which apparently is still pretty crazy and unstable and whoo, spicy. But I'm gonna check it out anyway, because obviously I would like to see this new boost thing, atmosphere. If we can just at least fly around, maybe get somebody in party kind of stuff. Not really go through the crazy testing of things. I don't think we need to do that too much. Because obviously they're going to patch it and do all these other things and jazz. But yes, welcome in, guys, sorry. Do you like the start screen? The rear cam looking super cool, I have to agree. It's a good way of doing it, eh? It's a good way of doing it. You know who I stole that from? Nerd Show and Tell. I was like, you know what? He had one of the best starting up screens. Not just, just like a video or an image or I'm starting up. Just let people see that you're fucking starting up, It's I don't need to have a timer or anything like that. It's just basically, hey guys, this is me setting up the stream and getting into things and all that jazz. So yeah, I really like it and stuff like that, and most likely we'll probably see more of it. Red Lear does it as well. He doesn't do the starting up screen like that though. I just think it's just really good. And again, because I've got like the lights above me, I went to a car boot sale and got like the shittest RGB phone lights. I would love to have like the Hue ones, which you can connect to the stream or something like that. But these ones, they only work on a shitty app, and it just allows a little, like a little disco vibe kind of thing. Villet, welcome in. Konoko Quicks, welcome. Commander Legion. Yes, back on Twitch. It's amazing. It's amazing. Space Marine, good day to you. 2V as well. As much as I love to stay and irritate, it's nearly 2:30 a.m. Yeah, go back to sleep, you monkey. But yeah, much love, dude. Thank you very much for being here. Fire Phoenix, welcome in, sir, as well. Dabble. Anyone else I miss? Luthor as well. Hey, with only 4 planets, does this game have enough content for hundreds of hours of gameplay? If I was just to follow the tasks, including mining and cargo. For the honeymoon period, Luthor, yeah. Oh yeah,
Twitch
easily.
Prime sub received. Generous and clever.
Tacky. Thank you very much for the 9 months, dude. 0 cents to you. Fire, Wired Bug, I appreciate you. Welcome in. Thank you very much. Mighty Raf, good morning, dude. How you doing, you beautiful bastard, you? Welcome in. Yeah, Luthor, it does, right? So there's a honeymoon period with any video game, right? It depends on how much you want to put in the time, all that jazz. You know what I mean? You can get 100 hours out of any game if you enjoy it. Now, I would say to you, you are
Captain,
going to...
someone has gifted a Class 2 Access Pass.
Fuck's sake, Reformed. Just let me finish! It's a brand new person that can be playing Star Citizen. You're interrupting me! Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Mighty Raph. Mighty Raph, thank you very much for the 13-month support. Cheers, dude. Right, anyway, stop it. So yeah, you can get plenty of hours. Now, if you're going to get into it, obviously you're going to use SC, !SC-ref and use my referral code. I think it actually works on this channel. I have no idea. If not, it'll pop up
Resubscription
anyway.
received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Thank you, Konako, for the 7 months. Thank you. Vez, welcome in. 07s to you. Can I please finish? Please. Please. But you gotta understand that it's full of bugs. So for 45 quid, or $45, whatever you're gonna spend, obviously you're gonna get your package. You're going to basically have that sort of honeymoon period, and then you're going to start getting irritated with the bugs. It's still in a developing game. It's kind of at the stage where you should never be playing it kind of developing game. You know what I mean? So it's each to your own. If you can handle bugs, you'll get hours out of it. No joke, even with the bugs and stuff like that, I probably get easily 1,000 hours a year out of this game. More, probably, because obviously I stream it quite a bit. So you know what I mean?
Resubscription received. Thank you for
Hey,
renewing your
Legion, thank
Class
you very
2
much for the 10
access.
months. Glad to have you back in Twitch, mate. Looking forward to your stream. Well, I'm here for 30 days straight. Obviously, not like every single hour straight. I could do bedtime streams. I do have a camera above my bed. That's for another show, though. Sounds like I need to buy it. Again, dude, it's all down to your mentality. And I don't say that as like against you kind of way. Like, if you can look through the bugs, there's unlimited gameplay. Unlimited gameplay. But the bugs will affect you. I've literally come back from taking 60 days off not playing the game. And I've been here since 2012. One of the OG backers. But it gets to you. It gets to your soul. And people like content creators here, Reform, Vapus, Mighty Raph, Fire Phoenix, we all know it gets to your soul. Because you really want this game to succeed and be amazing, and it will be. But it's not like an Assassin's Creed that has like 14 studios behind it and they can pump it out every second year. You know what I mean? It just doesn't have that team behind it. So you have to take it to the face, you know? Simple as that. And it's a hard thing to do, you know? But taking breaks, I would highly suggest you do. The moment that the game gets annoying, take a break. Come back. Every 3 months they pump out a patch. The patches are not really that good most of the time. Well, they haven't been the past year. However, this patch that's coming out for 3.17 comes with some major desync fixes for flight. It brings out some really nice quality of life, refueling, so you can not only do mining, cargo running, combat, pirating, but there's not really that much pirating. You can do ganking, which is just simply kill people for the fun of it. You've got Arena Commander, you've got the race mode, which is, again, not that good. The FPS mode, which is not that good. You've got open world FPSing, which is not that good. It's also got a bit of desync to it, but again, massive open world games server, 50 people, you know, it's going to get better and better as time goes on. Then obviously the new mechanic this patch is being able to refuel people's ships. So like, if you know, like you got a big C-70 or whatever it is flying around and you got a wee fighter, it comes behind, it refuels, it's got the wee nozzle out, you know, you get ships. It's how baby ships are made, you know. Twitch Primes are free too, guys. Use them here. Exactly. Use all your Primes. I need lots of money. Lots of money. So yeah, again, !SC-ref will give you my referral code. If you use it, obviously it gives a kickback to me. You get some in-game credits, and well, you get to be on my list, and my list is the fucking best. So there you go. If not, if you've already got an account, doesn't matter about it. Can't wait for the desynced fixes. Well, we're gonna check them out later in a bit. I've got a Noobifier video that's coming out, or was out, about the new concept. What's it called? The Expanse. The Expanse. Remember, guys, at the start of the show, there is a code, and that was yesterday's code. And at the end of the show, there is a code for today's show. And it will be where today's code will be in tomorrow's start video and stuff like that. The reason I'm doing this is I'm not typing them in chat. It means that if somebody doesn't have the time to watch the whole VOD, or be here at the start and stuff, you can quickly come back to the VODs. They're open to anyone. You don't have to be a subscriber to see them. And just quickly look for it. I'll quickly show you today's one just again, which is here. You can see it's right there, right here, there. That's yesterday's code, and there will be a same sort of code for the giveaway at the end of the show. Completely different code. All that jazz. And yeah. We're gonna do it this way. It's much easier because I've got 30 days of codes to pump out. I literally can't remember to type them in a chat or refresh a command, but it means that at the start of scene I can see it and just quickly update it. Exclamation mark April. We have 4 weeks of giveaways to give away courtesy of CIG. This week is for a Cutlass Steel LTI package. The full works. It's the full game. All you would need is an account, and it's worth like $250 or something like that. It's free to do. Follow the channel. Get involved. Want extra points? Use the code. Simple as that. I've already shown you the code. Just go and put that in now. That's 25 entries. Follow me on Twitter, social medias. Subscribe to the channel. Pay to win. It's not really, actually, funnily enough. But yeah, pay to win for extra codes because we have 4 weeks of different giveaways, which means that if you subscribe now, that means you have entry to all 4 giveaways for those extra codes. 25 might be the make or break. Plus, you'll keep me from going broke. So I appreciate the love. Chill out, you know. But next week we've got amazing stuff with Toby Gaming. Are basically doing Star Citizen giveaway system where the more you watch my channel next week, and other content creators who are part of the same team will be gives you entries to another giveaway system. There's so much going on. So again, as the title says, exclamation mark TOBII will give you the Toby stuff for next week, which is 13 days, and I'm going to be planning to do 130 hours stream, obviously with breaks, sleeping. But I plan to do 130 hours to give you guys 130 tokens. No other content creator will do this for you. Only me. Because they're all fucking unathletic pigeons. And they've probably got social lives and real things to do. But nonetheless, they're unathletic pigeons. And I will do it for you guys to make sure you get 130 guaranteed tokens into their giveaway to get like a Toby 5 tracker I use on the channel, have been for a year. If you want to know more, check out the advert. Okay, that one doesn't actually activate the micro. I'll need to remember that. I need to change that actually. Yes, I will sort that one out. Remember, actually I'll probably do it just now. Anyway, yeah, so basically next week That starts. So don't use my code this week because they're adding 50% off starting next week. So you can get a total of 20% off a Tobii tracker for 13 days. But also you could win one. You could win one. So you could literally like go throughout the whole week. Crank up those hours. You know what I mean? Crank up those hours. Alright, I need to redo this. Yeah, so I'm going to... What does this do? Yeah, give me a sec to quickly change this up. This got 9 actions. Right. Ooh, okay, so these are half. Right. There. Copy that. Paste that. Paste that. Paste that. This is going to be... Yeah, I'm going to just quickly sort that so I don't have this issue again. This is enter M, I think it is. Yeah, it's enter M. Change this. So that would be to... Ooh. Wrong scene. Yeah, sorry, let me just quickly make sure this is all good. All good. So that would be to intermission 2. And then this will be to intermission 3. And then this will be to intermission M. That makes it a lot easier. So at the start of next week, I don't have those issues. Bonus. Bonus. Right, so edit profile. Done. Replace. Cushy. Awesome. So that kind of like covers that area anyway. Right, so we've got a Noobifier video. Noobifier video. I'll quickly just like move over here. It's so much simpler. So this is about the Expanse.
So the Expanse. For the first time in many years, not just another cash grab. This one's important. Hello YouTubers, this is Noobifier. This video is being published on the 1st of April, 2022.
Cool.
That doesn't mean it's a joke. And it's important to say that because some of these videos were made popular for a couple years. Yesterday, CIG teased a new single cruise ship called the Expanse. It takes a bunch to get me excited about anything.
I have to say one thing, right? I am not a fan of like the industrial kind of work in the game. I'm more security, assassination, hitman, kind of jazz, you know what I mean? I don't really want to do fleet fights. I would just rather murk somebody for a decent amount of money. I have to say this part of the ship looks so clean. Hey, Crosslifter, welcome in, Chief. Hope you're well. This looks so good as like a big ship kind of cockpit, you know, and especially for Misk, which is, you know, they're more kind of like the glass moves out here, but this is so sweet, really clean. I mean, it's not a ship I would buy, but they are getting so much better at the design of the ships and all these things.
Especially yet another ship, but this one is different. I'm going to focus heavily on why this ship might be the most important.
It just looks really industrial, aliens kind of vibe to it. They're doing so well.
Hopefully an interesting topic to get the discussion going. These do take some time to research, so if you like it and got something out of it, please share with others, as that really helps a lot. Let's begin. The mining career is going to be the main driving force behind the universe's economy, and it makes sense then that CIG used mining first. Chris promised that mining would require skill. It would be easy to do, but to keep your dollars per hour high, you need to plan and be good. Patch 3.2 was the first iteration of mining through the prospector.
Shit, we had mining since 3.2. Holy crap, I thought it was a lot later.
basic, but that release presented a mechanic and game loop that's pretty close to what we still have today. There was said to be no aspects of the mining gameplay that will allow a player to simply press a button and move on.
So
the
shit.
document Mining in Star Citizen from February 2015 laid out a set of specific jobs that would offer a team of friends interesting and profitable gameplay. Mining will require the right equipment, ships, and a team of skilled friends performing codependent jobs. So why then do I say that the Expanse is the most important new ship? It really has to do with the Orion. The RSI Orion, a chunky moneymaker, was first concepted the 20th of February 2015. It and the design notes that released the next day on the 21st laid out a very bright future for the detailed and meaningful gameplay. It's a stupid name. I'm going to take time now to ask why Expanse. An Expanse is an area of some...
Before we even listen to Nubify, I don't know why it's called the Expanse, personally. Expanse would be like a name for something like you were going to use the Explorer or something like that. You know what I mean? I just don't think a mining ship should have been called the Expanse. I think it's a really bad, like a wasted point. It's the same as like the Scorpion, you know, or the Scorpius. I think it's a really bad name for that ship as well. The Hawk, again, you know what I mean? Like, you could have used like a Hawk or like Talon and stuff like that for different ones. I just kind of feel like they don't really think. They go, oh, you know what's booming? Like the last series of Expanse, right? We'll just call that then. Maybe just because the mining got expanded? Maybe, but again, it's like...
land or sea, presented as a whole continuous surface. What does that have to do with anything to do with this ship? A prospector makes sense because that's exactly what the ship is doing all the time, prospecting. Orion is an RSI ship and they're named after celestial bodies, so their names aren't really more than a noun. So comment in the comments, do you think it's a good name? And would you care to tell me about why you think so, right? Moving on.
Yeah. There, look how sick that cockpit is. Like, first of all, you're elevated above the console, right? So you've got that full panned window to look out on. And it looks juicy, man. I don't know how well it's going to be because obviously the MFDs, even though it's just pixel art, looks very, very strange. But again, the front of the ship looks sick. Really, really, really good. Really good. Thick. Boy, this is... Boy, she be thick! Yeah. It's crazy, man. It's absolutely insane how good this industrial ship looks. Again, not for me. I wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't...
All you might need to do
not my
is
style.
Find good deposits and sell that information to the TDD. You scan, you make money, or perhaps you'll do this for your org, who will then exploit your work, providing a more efficient use of a large-scale operation.
Look at that fucking
Scanning is the start. Scanning can be done solo from the flight deck of your prospector. The pilot finds, cracks, extracts, transports to a refinery, closing the loop, and makes a profit. We expand upon that gameplay with a selection of mining heads, consumables, and mining gadgets. But despite these tools, the gameplay is still inefficient and lacking the depth from the first documents. The Orion is a capital-sized industrial monster. It's unique in that it'll expand upon the prospector's capability and include a refinery. Its documentation from so long ago mentioned the following jobs, which are the pilot.
I'm always going to say this with the Orion. Again, I'm not into mining. But fuck me, I wish the Orion had been a warship. I wish it had been a warship because it literally is menacing. It's got that Aliens capital ship kind of vibe. Thick, big engines. The spinning, you know... I mean, it doesn't need to have the thing, but you know what I mean? It just... Yeah, Red Dwarf, exactly, dude, you know? Maybe not as extreme as Red Dwarf, but it's the same sort of thing. It looks like a warship. And that to me,
a refinery. Its documentation
I always wish it had
ago
been
mentioned the following jobs, which are the pilot, the scan operator, the cutter operator, extractor operator,
look at that.
and refinery
the
operator,
just
and then
nuts,
of course
man.
they also listed a cargo operator. It's likely that many of these have been merged, such as the cutter and extractor, but there are more such as who will run the drones and several implied concurrent tasks that we can expect to.
I mean, doesn't like right? Say that didn't spin. And say those containers were maybe something else, you know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily have to have that kind of stuff. But just the chunky engines and then the front of it. So good. Fuck, you could have even left the crane in.
Keep operations running.
Would have been
The
good.
point I want to
Thank
make
you for all the
here
follows
is
covering
for
this as well,
development,
guys.
the Orion might be too large of a single jump.
Just
The
let
Orion
out
is
a
too
plan
complex
yeah,
to do the next
exactly,
step, which is
man,
why a third
exactly.
Expanse might be coming out flight ready or feature complete.
Just faces
sooner
a
than
planet,
you might
goes
expect. What we know so far is that it shares the same saddlebag system as the Prospector, but unlike the Prospector, I believe the Expanse will be dependent on others to operate. This is a shame in a way because the Prospector is truly a solo grind ship. So in the Expanse, unless you take jobs from others or pair up with a Prospector, the Expanse isn't really doing anything. To get from where we are with the Prospector now to the Orion, we need to test beyond just refining at a station. Let's flesh out how things might work. The mining team will have to be a minimum of a prospector who will find, crack, extract, transport, and refine. But adding an Expanse as part of that small team would free up travel time by offering on-site refine. The prospector could focus on what it's supposed to do with less downtime. Having a cargo team to offload the Expanse would allow these two to operate uninterrupted. Depending on the output, it might not be enough to have one cargo ship. And then these cargo ships might benefit from security, and the dig site would also need security. Perhaps one Expanse will be able to process for several prospectors, thus increasing how critical its operation really is.
Can the Expanse mine, though? Or is it just a mobile refinery? Does anyone know that? Does anyone know if it's actually...
Already in a couple seconds, because of this new ship, we've gone from one player and a prospector to a team of mixed disciplines working together. The Expanse,
it's just a refinery,
will expand mining into a true multiplayer experience. The Expanse will join other specialized ships in allowing teams to operate deeper into the black or further from support.
Yeah, so I actually see that what we're going to do is probably, I would imagine, right? Just a spitball on this, guys. I think we will see, I think we'll see a ship that can detach the saddlebags and carry them away and stuff like that.
The Expanse will map out refinery gameplay, will drive the need to explore cargo transfer, tractor systems, and then once all of that is done, releasing the Orion feature complete would seem to be easy, like natural progression rather than an entire paradigm shift. I'm going to close out the video with a scenario to demonstrate how this all fits together and why it's important. We begin at the TDD, where your org bought some juicy intel about a really big deposit of a new ore called No Bullshitanium on the surface of Pyro 4. No Bullshitanium is critical to the smooth operation of the universe and highly valuable. Your small team is made up of 4 prospectors, 1 Expanse, and that'll allow everything to work without the need of downtime.
Yeah, see, for me, I don't think it's going to be the Hull B. I don't think it's going to be like a Hull B. Or anything like that. I think CIG will purposely make a ship that comes in and at the side or has a crane that has the ability to basically like slide in, pull the saddlebags off and then fit them or something like that. Or like it's a big shuttle, you know, a crane comes out and it scoops in. I don't think it's going to be where you can just offload onto a freelancer and stuff like that. I don't think CIG would be that silly to pass up on the ability to have it where you've got the prospector to mine, the Expanse to refine, and fucking Montgomery Jack to pick it up, you know? And then obviously you got your Vanguards or whatever
paired
you
up with a Vanguard each to offload and sell.
But I'll tell you this one right now, right? See this. See this. Anyone that does killing will know is not one of these ships will stop you from killing that Expanse or prospector before you get taken out. You can come in as Saber with cannon build and you will kill you'll kill prospectors, you'll kill the Expanse before those 2 Vanguards can do a goddamn fucking thing about it. The Cutlass Red will be like, what the fuck do I do? So, like, anyone knows, there's no way you can stop somebody killing a prospector or any ship of that quality. It's impossible to do.
The dig site will be protected
you will
by
lose
security detail,
something
a Cutlass Red,
on a gang.
Vulcan support craft, and a Carrack as a local command ship. You arrive, scans show some deposits near the surface so the prospectors get to work, and in short time, the Expanse is working. Refined ore is offloaded to the hull ships and they start their trip. Security in the area is a critical deterrent to sustain long-term cover. The Vulcan is able to restock and refuel, but eventually even that ship might need to resupply. All of that provides the org with a goal, and teamwork provides the enjoyment. There's the unknown of operating in a hostile environment, especially considered the high-value commodity that's being mined. And with that, I feel that I've painted a complete picture as to why I feel the Expanse is critical and why I feel we might see it sooner than others. It's the next logical step in mining on the road to releasing the Orion. The Orion is basically a Death Star, and it makes sense that while we wait
the
for
Orion
service to be able to
is
support
mental. It's absolutely mental how much it increased in
size. A major part of my future gameplay. It's interesting and skillful, but most important, it has massive potential to pay the bills. Do I personally feel I'm going to be picking up an Expanse? Possibly just to test the mechanics, and then I'll probably sell it or give it away. It's not really my thing.
Yeah,
I do know it's an important job, but not how I personally think I want to spend my time in game. I do, however, have an Orion that was upgraded from one of my referrals because I don't see Star Citizen as a single game. I see it as a series of challenges to learn and master. I can see myself spending as much time mining as I can see running cargo or providing
I've never upgraded
escort.
any of my referrals.
And with that, we come to the end. I hope you liked the video. Please pass it on to an orgmate or friend who may be interested. My goal is to grow, and I can't do that without the help of citizens like you. Please help me spread the word about Star Citizen. Don't forget to comment your comments in the comments. Fly safe, and I'll see you in the verse.
Woo! Thank you, Noobifire. Awesome. Save so much time. Let me drop this in chat, guys. Thank you very much for the hype train. I'll go there. There you go. Right. Thank you to Noobifire. Let's load up PTU. This is the first time going in to the PU. The PU. Definitely, I think the Expanse is like one of these ships where hello? I feel it's like, it's great for a small team, you know? The Orion is a beast, an absolute beast. And you just don't want to constantly have to play the game. Is the PTU down? Hey Greasy, how you doing, Chief? By the way, dude, your fucking YouTube has been popping off. I've been watching it since like your memes in Jumptown, which is just funny as fuck, like absolutely funny. It just pisses off people so much, but I like watching that shit. It's good stuff, good stuff. How you doing, Chief? Maximus Primus, welcome in as well. And Linku as well. Good day to you, Levski. I miss Levski. I got a bit of a thing. So right, so the PU is absolutely foobar, does it? Shit, boys. Shit. Do we got any data on it? I remember there used to be a command in the channel, but I've got like, what is it? Games, Star Citizen, tools. I think I've got like I used to have a fucking button to show the servers. Do I have a bookmark? Maybe no, I don't. Fuck it, boys. Oh, is that it? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, I need to get back on how to do commands. Yesterday, fix applied. Wonder, where have I got the weird, like, extra download going? We bought 1.1. It's not that much. It's only 1% drop frames. I don't know why I get freaky out on that, but I take it the stream's alright for you guys. Alright, we'll keep on an eye on that one. Shit, I wanted to go in. Thank you very much for all the follows as well, guys. Hey, Ash. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Just getting into the swing of it. Damn it! I was watching your Flying, by the way, Reformed. I think what you need to do, dude, is you gotta let go of the past, like flying, and you got to fly a bit more like a jet fighter instead of like the drifting. You either do my style or you do the other guy's style, where you have to do the nose down stuff. That's the only two ways to do low flying, dude. But you have to let go of the M50 days. Like, it was so cancerous. Like, it was easy to... Anyone could low fly back then. Now you actually have to require a bit of thing. I think you just need to get in and either do the two ways, which is lock your speed down to like 200 meters a second, decouple and just drift fly. Or you do the power shit like me and, you know, you need more open space for that. But there's no, like, you're never ever gonna get the M50 days back, you know. Even if the M50 works in atmosphere again, it'll still fly like an arrow, you know. Yeah. Yesterday was a shit show? No, it wasn't, dude. I think just, again, the mentality is the blocker. You've got the skill to get back in, you know. Like, you and Gallifrey are like, out of all those days and stuff, are the only ones that currently, you know, keep doing it and shit like that. Just, I think it's just a mental blocker, personally. Because you could see that your brain is aware of where you have to move and what to do. I think it's just the, I want it to be how it used to be kind of flight. And it's, Star Citizen is very much the stage where you can't copy somebody's way of doing things. It's the same as when I laugh at the fuck when somebody copies like Avenger 1's shit, you know? Only people that dedicate stupid hours will ever be able to comprehend what, you know, these kind of guys do. And again, it's not really down to their flight. As I was explaining yesterday, Avenger 1 is not the best pilot. He is not the best PvPer. He is really good at strategy. That is his power. That's his superpower. And that is something that's very, very important in the game. And if you don't have the same strategy mind, it's the same with low flying. You have to develop your own skills. You can take things from people, but you will never be able to do things. And that's the problem with the M50 days is anyone could get into it. Anyone could get into low flying, do that shit, because the ships behave so fucking weird. And now it's just dedication to get things done. Repetition. And it's why people have like their own unique things, you know, like Star Cruiser has the most disgusting aim kind of deal. You can't work it out. You're like almost thinking that he's cheating kind of deal, but it's not. It's just really fucking good at aiming. There's a lot of people that strategize really well. Then you've got some amazing people with really good control over their speeds and their movement and all that jazz. Like, this is what I love about Star Citizen, is that you just can't copy somebody in this game anymore. You just can't copy anyone anymore. Hey Mac, how you doing? I hope it's Mac. Is it Mac? What bloody letters for or numbers for letters? I can't. What does 4 mean again? Is 4A? I don't remember if it's 4A. What character am I on? Oh, I'm on DarkLaw. Alright. Right, what was I doing as DarkLaw? M4 is quite enough. Alright, M4. I'll do M4, that's much easier. Shit, what was I doing, boys? Right, so I've got basic equipment. I don't know what I was doing. I'll just get in the fucking pilot chair. Hope for the best. We'll see. How you doing, Chief? Welcome in. Doing very well, thank you for asking, actually. Hey, oh god. Janice, welcome. Welcome. How you guys doing? I'm really bad at names, so if I butcher anyone's name, I'm sorry. My brain sees something else and I say something else completely. But yeah, just spend some more time Reformed, and just try and not get stressed about it's the same with me, like, I had to spend months of just being like, I'm never gonna get the M50 situation back again, develop my own style, all that jazz. Right, I'm gonna go through here, because 60 days, I don't know what the hell I was doing, boys. Okay, so I was doing long distance. Is this like a distortion panther setup? Alright, cool. Maybe I'll rock that. This is the exact same shit. What was I doing? Did I have mimics? Alright, fuck it. I'll just do it. I guess I must be criminal. If we go to prison, I'll switch to the alt. Again, I don't really... I don't think I'm gonna be able to aim that well. But until PTU is up, I'm just gonna keep practicing a bit of flight, get a bit some time in the joysticks. I don't want to go into Arena Commander because the idea that the 3.17 patch, no desync or better sync, appeals to me more. I don't really want to deal with that nonsense. I don't really want to go and gank people. I really want to just get into PTU, but if it's dead, that kind of sucks. Hey, Tomato M, how you doing, sir? But yeah, just vibe when you're low flying. Don't worry about things. Oh dear. I always say this, but I can't wait until we have persistent MFDs. Oh, I don't even need this, do I? Yeah, I'll just do this, because I've got weapons. And this as well, like, oh god. The ATC button's gonna be so good. I can't wait. Can't wait. There's an MFD loadouts. Please, thanks. Right now, I am rocking 2 size 1 disruptors, 2 size 3 panthers, and some missiles. I put way too much fucking gel on my hands. Ugh. Thank God it's alcohol. We're just gonna get a little bit of a shine on the old arms. Clean them up. Thank you for all the follows, guys. Make sure you get involved in the giveaways, guys. !8Pro. We have 4 weeks back-to-back, courtesy of CIG. Giveaways for all of you. All that good stuff. So I'm gonna imagine I am Crime 5. I don't think there's gonna be many bounty hunters, so that'll be good. I'll probably avoid as much combat as I can. Maybe test out the water or something like that, but yeah. If I'm on live, I should have put myself on the alt for the time being. Let's put on like 3. We'll break ourselves in a bit. Hey Xander, how you doing, Chief? And thank you for all the love today, guys. Remember, we can do ! Retweet if you want to help out. And I was hoping I was gonna get the PTU right away for the fucking tunes. Oh, we're actually not a criminal. Shit! What the fuck was I doing then? What was I doing? I can't remember, man. I think I must have done like a jump town. I'll need to check my YouTube videos on what we were doing 60 days ago. I guess I was just flying around, or did I kill anyone? Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. Oh, right. Let's get a wee warm up anyway. Nice little cruise. Yeah, I yesterday was pretty good. My muscles feel nice, you know, I'm not too sore in the arms. We dialed in a few settings, because obviously my muscle memory for like the eye tracking was off. I'm just getting back into the swing of things. Obviously muscle memory is a wonderful thing, but my precision is massively off right now. So when I see something, I'm like, I'm not 100% confident, you know what I mean? We can still get in and do certain things, but Yeah, you know what? I also need to remember I got that. I'm also interested to test out missiles in Free 17 to see if you can kill yourself still. But I doubt, because obviously with no desync, you know?
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Ooh, Blasted McNasty, thank you very much for that. 26 month support. Vibes in chat, please. Free to do so if you're following the channel. TDL, good vibes. Thank you, dude. How you doing today, Chief? How you feeling? So yeah, I think it's gonna take me like a good few days to get the precision back in, the confidence. Then with Free 17, because like Virgil was saying, you know, the desync is really good. I think I'm gonna make an attempt to actually do some Arena Commander. I might get some of the really good guys together and just let them beat the fuck out of me until I get better at PvP, because that's something I really want to do. And the reason I've been holding off on improving PvP is just when you're looking at somebody, they're facing the opposite way and they're shooting at you, it's just so depressing. So I've held off PvP for a long time, but if it's as good as everyone is claiming, I would like to improve myself and stop being the worst pilot in the game.
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Hey, Tomato M, I appreciate that, dude. Thank you for the 19. Feeling a bit slow? Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're here, dude. Glad you're here, my man. And thank you again for the support, guys. Yeah, it's been depressing for patches, but it feels good. We'll see, we'll see. Again, once the PTU's up, I'll be happy. Imagine they're just like doing some work on it, because it is a dodgy patch just now, but it is first wave. When we go to second wave or something like that, it'll be good. But yeah, I really also want to get into the low gun videos as well, and they're going to be so much better if there's no desync. Getting there. Just gotta keep pushing ourselves. Those limits up. God, I fucking hate mining markers. It's cancer of the game. Hey, Chosen. Good morning to you. Dennis. Silk even? We're getting there, It's still very... Precision is massively off to what I was at 60 days ago, but... Yeah. Like, I think I've got the confidence to get lower than at the start of the show yesterday. And after 30 days, I can't wait to see the transformation from potato to advanced potato. Hey, Misery One. Good day to you, sir.
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Orders, thank you very much for the 8 months, dude. How you doing, Chief? Yeah, doing very well, yeah. Feeling juiced. Yesterday was really good, but obviously my main goal is get in and
Twitch Prime sub
relearn
received.
how to fucking do
Generous
everything in this
and
game.
clever.
I think
Bravo.
like most of it's there, but you know. Appreciate the support though, guys. Awesome stuff. Hope you're all well on the Saturday morning. I think it's Saturday morning. Yeah, it's still Saturday morning. Bit low on that one. We'll get it though. Still on 316. Oh, the PT's down, Misery One. Like it's down. There's no information about it. So yeah, I was like, instead of just sitting here and chatting away, I'll get some sort of flight in or something like that. But yeah, like I'm desperate to get in and actually play it, because yesterday we didn't bother with all the kind of stuff. They put a patch out yesterday, but it's like it's deed. Hey, Revise, welcome in. We lagged into the kind of like ground. There are issues with low flying where the server basically stops your movement dead in its tracks, and then it crashes you. So instead of like me seamlessly being able to adjust my height, it pauses you. You can't do anything about it, but already on the server, you're here, if you know what I mean. You see yourself like that, it pauses for a split second, but you're actually in the ground. You can't do anything about that, you know. It has been a lot worse in the years. But again, like, you could probably call it like a micro stutter or something like that. But this only really happens around when there's PTU running at the same time as live. When it's just live servers, you never get it. You never get it. You got me started low flying and I haven't seen you on Twitch since. Yeah, we moved to YouTube for a bit because I had a bit of a Barney with YouTube. Sorry, Twitch. Then a couple of months ago, I got clarification on the issue, and obviously I was 100% right in why I was banned, and there was a little bit of a, you know, about things. And then obviously, like with life issues and stuff like that, yeah, we're coming back for a 30-day stream. So 30 full days of streaming every single day, no breaks for 30 days. I've never done this, so it's a bit of a challenge. But also we're doing a gig with Toby Tracker. So Toby is the thing that makes me turn my head. So for example this, if we go to this wonderful screen, and you see here, like this is the best way I can fucking do it for you guys. You see that? So it's basically looking at my eyes, all that jazz. And that's what I use for head tracking. We're working with the company that developed this stuff, and they've got like a super discount, 15% off with my code TDL. You'll get 20% off. in total, and they're doing a lot of giveaways. So they only do gigs on Twitch. I look to the point of this is like where I've managed to get some clarification from Twitch, so I'm not as angry as I was 6 months ago. And as I've been talking to people, right? As I've been talking to people, I'm a partner on Twitch, I'm a partner on YouTube. I can stream where the fuck I want. And if people don't like that, tough tits. Simple as that. I'll go wherever I want to go. You like the show, you like the show. If you prefer it on Twitch, it'll be on Twitch. If you prefer on YouTube, it'll be on YouTube. Simple as that. And then if you want to join me on OnlyFans, you'll get the nighttime content, you know? Yeah, I'm done giving a shit what people want. I'll do what the fuck I want. It's my show. You either like it or you don't like it. And I'm done being nice to other content creators as well. You don't like me? Fuck you. I'll be nice to the ones that deserve it. Oh. Right, do we have any... Is this updated? Let me just quickly move here. And let's see. Do they have any on Twitter? I kind of wish that CIG had like a... what's it called? Like a server status account. No, they've not posted out anything tweeted. Do we have anything on Spectrum? Let's go to Spectrum. We're going through all the channels. Where the hell do I go? Oh, there we go, for Spectrum. Let's see. Do we have any announcements? Oh, we do have an announcement. Testing wave. Would that be where I'm gonna get it? I guess maybe that's where. No. Yeah, so that's that new. That's people. Patch notes maybe. Ooh, what's this? Connection issue between account and P2 copy. Salty's there. No login. Alright, so it's dead. It's fucking dead. Unplayable. Ugh. That's a shame. I was really looking to try out that coffee vendor. Fuck. Oh my god. I'll pass it out. You sound like, just like me. I love it. Maybe I am you. Who knows? I'm a personality or something shit like that. Welcome in though. How you doing today, Chief? Yeah, get involved in the giveaway, guys. I'm sorry I'm not in PTU, but yeah, it's dead. Dead as a doormat. I'm hoping we'll get some clarification later. I mean, I'm on for like 5 or 6 hours. If we're not in the PTU till tomorrow, then so be it, you know. What else are we doing? Scatter, gun, and rocket polish. Decrease damage and radius of explosion from rockets. Oh! I mean, it was already nerfed where it was on the Delta. I don't think it really needed that, to be honest. I don't think it needed a damage nerf. The Delta ain't exactly an award-winning combat ship, and since you can't put it on other things. Decreased damage and removed explosion damage from scatter guns? That's good. But decreased damage? I mean, shotguns are already so shit with their range. What was somebody doing? Decrease damage and remove. I mean, that's a good thing. That is definitely a good one. Removing the explosive damage from scatter guns, because explosive damage is so out of whack. I don't think that needed it, personally, but I guess people get clapped by rockets, you know? Is that you, Greasy? Are you doing that? Are you rocketing people? Rockets and shotguns, is this you? On a Delta? I would actually be pretty fucking deadly, actually. But again, like, the Mustangs are so shit in atmosphere, and they're so flimsy. Many mineable asteroids can't be scanned. While docked to the Starfire, the Valkyrie will continue to tilt instead of remain stationary. Interesting. I mean, there's not that many major ones, you know? Nothing major. The player's unable to place a mining gadget. Whoop-de-fucking do, you know? That will get fixed before live. Large hangars are missing collisions. There's some weird... I think Quanta has become self-aware and it's doing shit that it shouldn't be doing. The player is responding with their loadout pre-dev. The player is responding with their loadout pre-dev and medical gown equipped. Moment. Are you running around in a medical gown and you've got guns on as well? It's fucking camouflage. You're pulling that shit out and you got fucking guns. When are we gonna get dual wielding in this game? I'm sorry, CIG, come on. We need dual pistols, dual Uzis. I want dual knives, you know? And I want melee. I want a proper melee system. You know, again, I've been playing a lot of Elden Ring. So I just feel like we need katanas. You know, if we've got crossbows, dart guns, whatever the feck, spears, can we please have, like, katanas? Dual blades. I really want to have like a slash kind of environment where, you know, you don't need to have crazy shit like where you can block bullets with the swords or anything daft like that. But you know what I mean? Like assassin kind of takedown, but without having to get too close. It doesn't have to be like a full... I can't remember what the smaller katana is called. I think it begins with a W. It's more like what the Japanese samurais used to do the embalmment thing. I can't remember what it's called. It's basically like a mini samurai sword, which is about, maybe like the blade is about that length. That's it. Yeah. I'm not even gonna try and pronounce that name. Wakizashi. I butchered that massively. Yeah, something like that. You know what I mean? Because we've got knives in the game which are decent, but it'd be kind of cool to have, like, you know, an over-the-shoulder melee system kind of deal. And then obviously you've got your weapon. You know, more stealth takedowns I feel needs to be a thing in this game. Lighter armors that maybe reduce the sound of movement, you know? But obviously you can't take a bullet. Maybe a little cape and a cowl, a voice changer, you know? Grappling hook. Fucking Batman on that shit. But there definitely needs to be... I would like to see dual pistols, because again, they can just make it where the downside to dual pistols is the reload, where you're having to holster, reload, holster, pull, reload, down. None of this fucking movie nonsense where you're fucking doing some stupid ass reload shit, fucking cocking it like this. None of that bullshit. Fucking holster, reload, done that out, you know? That'd be so much cooler. Hey, JKB, welcome in, dude. Definitely if they're going to go for bolts and stuff. But yeah, this is a pity, guys. So, why I'm not in the PTU is it is garbage. I'm going to upvote Salty's one there. It's garbaged. Chaos Gabriel, I'll give another vote on that. Just going to do people's names I recognize. Oh, it's so frustrating. Especially with, like, the weekend as well. And I did so much this morning to get in earlier. I was like, right, I'm gonna get my hike out. I was up at 6 o'clock blasting away, doing stuff. But yeah, they didn't post anything. Oh, what's that there? Memes. So I don't need that then. And I guess this is the point. I'll keep it on the patch notes if anyone asks. Maybe dual desert deagles. Well, we do have a dart gun that actually has the look of the thing. Why am I still dropping like 1.1%? Like, no joke. I'm gonna have a little rant here. The upload system for Twitch is so bad compared to YouTube. Like, I can literally do 4K streaming flawlessly on YouTube, and I can barely do what, like a 960p stream on Twitch because it is just throttling everything. Like, they need to change their systems. It's so old. It's so old now. Hey, Fresh. Welcome in, sir. Alright, we'll just go back and just keep practicing. Since, well, I've got nothing else to do. I don't need money. There's no, like, events on. Again, even then, I wouldn't want to do that. It might end up where I just have a short stream today for the morning, and then if they get it fixed, I'll come back and do a later one. I'll see how much, because I don't really want... I want to be in the P2. I want to be testing the new boost changes. Or boost fixes, I should say. Because it will affect massively how you can do things in the Arrow and in MCM. Hey Vashkan, how you doing? Welcome in. So yes. So annoying. That is life, chap. That is life. How you doing though today, Fresh? You got the weekend off? MFD's wed. Oh man, I'm so excited for the fact that soon I'm gonna be able to sit here and press this button on the joystick and it's gonna go door opening. So close your eyes and imagine I'm not doing this stupid process, and it'll be like, oh, I've pressed my button,
You are clear to launch.
and that's what's gonna happen. And I can't wait. I can't wait for something so simple where I can just press one button and the fucking doors are going to open. And just get out. No more having to look at chat. You know? The last thing I want to see is what people are crying about in the server and all that jazz. Like, if you press F11, you've got to see this nonsense. You know? No more of that shit. Because I hide chat. I don't want to see chat. I don't want to know who's on my server. I just want to literally be on the server and experience it like EVE Online kind of thing. You know what I mean? I hate knowing who's on the server unless, like, it's obvious I've got a team fucking chasing after me and I need to gain, like, massive intel quickly. But I hate looking at who's on the server. Because in the future, you're never going to know who's on the server. I got a cold, COVID test was negative. That's alright, dude. I've got like I think like wind or cold in the lower ribs. Cause yesterday night, 2 days ago, yeah, it was like literally what was it? The central heating was off, so it was just super cold. I think we can go here. So, the house was cold, froze myself, not the best of things to do. Man, we're up to like 1.4% now. I don't know what it is. I think it's Twitch's end. Is the stream affected in any way? Like, is there anything you guys are noticing on it?
Bottom drive is now on.
Got two Huskies as heater. Well, one of them is on her season, So she is under the bed in a den, and if you touch her, you're gonna die. And the other one is molting his floof. So the last thing I want to do is cuddle a husky and have a mouthful of fluff. So no, I'm solo right now, Fresh, you know? You can upload at 8K bitrate now, right? Dude, I can do a 4K upload. I've got 30 up. 30 down, 30 up. It's Twitch's end. It's Twitch's end. Because again, on YouTube, I can literally do a 1440 stream at 15K up rate, or if I do a 4K stream at like 25K bitrate, no problem. Doesn't fluctuate, doesn't have any problem. I'm dropping some weird ass frames because of Twitch. You see it stable? Thank you, C. Marlin. Good day to you, Chief. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Oopsie! Feels bad for asking because you got that question probably about 1,000,000 times. Why back on Twitch and non-tube? Simply because I can. This is my answer. Oh shit. This is my answer now. You can do exclamation mark update and look at the March channel update if you really care, zigga zigga. But generally, my reply now is because I can. That's it. I'm a partner on YouTube, I'm a partner on Twitch, I can stream on both platforms, and I will do so to survive. To survive! In short, in the UK, they're putting up electricity prices by 50% in this month, and YouTube just doesn't cover me for that. So I have to find multiple ways, even looking for a part-time job right now, or I am fucked. So in short, money reasons. I have a gig with Toby Gaming next week, and they only do gigs on Twitch. And yeah, that's pretty much it, you know. Income, and I'm working with Toby Gaming next week, and the gig does not work on YouTube, so I was like, you know what, fuck it, let's do 30 days back to back on Twitch and see how it goes, you know. Maybe I will be able to afford more than 1 meal a day and, you know, 2 coffees a day. So that's how bad it is just now. Like, I've got a very small house and shit like that, but 50% increases in prices is just well out of my budget right now. And I kind of feel it's not fair, because it's not like I spend that much on electricity anyway, or use much electricity, but hey, that's the UK government for me. And it's going up 20% more on top of it in August. Yay! Is there a YouTube vid about it? Your technical option between both? Oh, I prefer YouTube streaming. 100% Whipsy. You get a much better quality. It's just the chat integration is shit on YouTube, you know? But they're working on that. They're gonna make it... They're making an actual website for YouTube that is like Twitch, with the ability to find live streams and like a proper Twitch chat, all that nonsense. And no joke, the moment that they do that, I will probably be back on YouTube. Or do both platforms. Again, I can stream on both, you know? I could easily, if they make it more appealing for people on YouTube, I could easily do half my streams on Twitch per week and half on YouTube, you know? But the other thing as well, I've created a second YouTube channel, which I'm planning to put all VODs on anyway, no matter what stream platform I go on. So people will always be able to watch my show by going to the second channel. We've not started uploading, so I'm not giving out a link or anything like that. It'll just be where you can see all the videos starting from the 1st of April, no matter what platform, you know? So if you guys are subscribed to YouTube, obviously you'll get notifications there. You know, you can support me anywhere. Like, as the adverts come up in the channel, you can support me on Gilded, YouTube, Twitch, subscribe. You're always going to be part of the Red Tie gang, no matter what platform you actually prefer. You know, if that makes sense. I don't know. I think, like, again, I don't ever question these things. What am I meant to do about it? They say put it up 50%. I'm meant to say no. You know, it's not going to happen. Is there a Twitch Prime equivalent? No, but they are planning to do something like that. Whoopsie. Because obviously you can get YouTube Premium, which removes all ads on everything you watch, which is... I've got YouTube Premium, and it just... You never see an ad ever again. And the great thing is the money still goes to the content creator. You just don't see it. So it's they get the revenue like they would get an ad, or you're watching an ad, but because you're on YouTube Premium, no. But not just now, you know. What ship are you in? I'm currently in the Arrow right now, just cruising around. I'm trying to find a place I want to turn and burn, but I'm chatting with you guys. Yeah, I generally, like, you know, the thing is, it's so good, Jakey, where it's like, what, $10.99 for yourself, or you do $14.99 for 6 people, 6 accounts on YouTube, or it's like 4 or 6 accounts. For like an extra couple of pounds, you can get your whole family on Premium. Like, it's a really, really good service. I kind of wish that Amazon Prime would do the same sort of thing, because... For example, my mother lives in the house of mine, and she has to put some of her orders through my Amazon account just because I've got Prime and she doesn't. It'd be so good for Amazon to just bump up a few bucks and you get like multiple accounts on Prime, you know? And no, Steve, it's not on PTU. PTU is dead. PTU is dead right now. Literally, the reports are... This is the patch notes from last night. People are saying they've not been able to get into the PTU for 12 hours. Like, it's literally PTU won't start, account denied. People have tried to re-copy, 12 plus hours, no login. So PTU is dead. Absolutely fuckered. So I guess whatever patch they put out is blocking accounts. So who knows, you know? Some countries went 300% for 2 months, now back to 200%. I know. But for me, like, obviously I'm not a big content creator. I don't make a lot of money per month. I can survive on YouTube, but because of the price increase, there's no way I could do that. If, like, they magically had a platform that advertises you and stuff like that, sure, you know? If they had gifted membership where they're bringing out on YouTube, it's going to be amazing. It's like gifting subs on Twitch. So I would definitely say, and I don't lie or like bullshit my community, I will most likely be in the future live streaming on YouTube full time when they bring out the better chat integration, the better viewing options, the better discoverability for live streamers, the gifted membership system, which is basically like a subscriber on Twitch. When these things come out, I will be on YouTube guaranteed, because the streaming quality is better. It's better for OBS to run on. I can stream at 1440p and the game looks mint. And the great thing about it is I can stream it at that and record it and do all these things, you know? Sometime this year, whoopsie. But again, I'm all about the community over these kind of things. If people want me to stream on Twitch because they prefer Twitch, I'll just do a few days of Twitch, and then I will do obviously the majority of it on YouTube, you know? I'm quite happy to split up. It's no difficult option for me to actually change out a stream code and change it from YouTube services to Twitch services. It literally takes me under 30 seconds to configure my stream, because the brilliant thing about me or my stream is you don't see latest follower. You know, if we need a donation drive, it's actually connected to both things. All you do is get my adverts up here. That's it. There's no pop-ups, and everything is integrated into one. So if I stream on one platform or the other platform, they both look exactly the same. Same experience for each viewer. You can add a family member to your Prime account, and they get Prime... Do they? Oh, I did not know that. I will have to do that. Thank you very much. I will check into that. I did not know you can actually add family members to a Prime account. Good. Right. Well, that sorts that one out. But then again, with like YouTube Prime, awesome. So yeah, if YouTube and YouTube Prime do something that gives you like a free membership, oh, amazing. But another thing I really like about YouTube is the fact that you can set your prices. So say for example, I was a more popular content creator, you know, with like thousands of views, I would probably do membership at £1. And then £5 if you want to support me more, you know? Because you can literally set it. I don't like the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 on Twitch. I really don't like it.
Resubscription received.
I wish I could disable it.
Thank you
No
for
joke.
renewing your Class 2
Hey
access.
Steve, thank you very much for the 5 months. I appreciate that, dude. I just don't like the tiers nonsense. I wish I could set my own price. And be like, here guys, $4.99 flat. That's it. No tiers, just there's your membership. There's your subscription. I hate the idea that tier 1 pops up in chat and stuff like that. But you can't get rid of it on Twitch. You can on YouTube. Because it just literally tells you you're a member, you know? So there's a lot of things I love about YouTube, and there's a lot of things that, you know, are better on Twitch right now, because obviously it's more of a stream platform. But I can guarantee you this, guys, YouTube will be the platform to stream on in the future, because they don't get rid of your VODs after 90 days, even if you're a partner on Twitch. You can literally move things around, you can choose your ads and stuff like that. You can, again, it's a much better system. It's just, it needs to be developed more for streaming, because obviously YouTube is just for videos. Simple as that. Just for videos. Yeah, YouTube only takes 30% of everything. Of everything. You know, plus I get more ad revenue money as well. So again, it's like, you know, right now I'm in a situation where I need to be on Twitch, do YouTube. I want to do things for everything for the community. I don't want to be where I am primary on this platform. I want to be where I'm like streaming on Twitch, streaming on YouTube, making videos on YouTube, showing you videos of the dogs on Instagram, you know, splitting up content, multiple channels, multiple things. I want to get to that stage, you know? But it starts where I need to survive the bill crisis before anything else, you know? Does anyone here have problems to get into? Yeah, PTU is down, Repsu. It's completely dead. Dead. The moment they put the patch out yesterday, people can't get in. It is absolutely gooseberried. So, yeah, sorry, like, we're on live right now in the PU. Because, yeah, it's just gooseberried. You can't get into PTU. No accounts are working, apparently. Depends, but Twitch got the community aspect. If they managed to scale up the overall quality and stuff like... Yeah, exactly. If Twitch just weren't so fucking stingy, dude. Like, if I could stream 1 for 40p for you guys with, like, 20k bitrate, and obviously as a partner you can customize it down, I don't understand why. You know what, right, this is the mental thing. They only have, right? They only have under 40,000 partners on Twitch. Under 40,000, right? Because obviously they've done a big major banning recently. Under 40,000. I don't understand why they can't give the partners better quality, because we've got the ability for you guys to go down to like 720, 480 depending on your connection, you know, which is great, and they restrict it for people who are not partner. I know that sounds, you know, whatever, but it's the point being is YouTube offer it for everyone where you can go up to 4K bitrate, you know? And if everyone started to stream and stuff like that, they may change out those rules. I just don't understand when you've only got under 40,000 partners, or maybe it's a little bit more now, why you can't... Shit, I will pay $50 for better upload on Twitch, you know? Is it letting you? Right, first of all, I don't even know. Let's have a look. Let's go here. It does go up to 8K. Right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. 8.5, he said. Let me know, guys, if you do. Actually, no, I can just test it myself. I can test it myself. Myself. This is gonna Get weird. Oh shit! Shit, you can do 8.5. Holy mother of danger. Look at how many bald people are on the screen chat. Holy shit. Yeah, I still got 1% drop frames. Which is weird. It's almost like, I think it's Twitch is in. Like I said, I can go up to 25k bitrate, no problem. Nice. Nice. That's good. Awesome. Better quality for you now. Yeah, they should. Exactly, Whoopsie. They should open up the bitrate. It is a bit of a nonsense right now, but... You were in the multiverse. If only, man, if only. Avenger 1 is being worked on... Oh, what? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I assumed it was AV1. Is worked on also, which is a huge plus. AV1, what is AV1, Xander? I instantly thought Avenger 1 when you typed that. I was like, Avenger 1 is being worked on? What? Is he getting an overhaul? What's AV1? You need the Opera GX browser over Chrome. You know what, West Coast? I would 100% agree there are better browsers to use. The problem is I'm such a boomer. I just can't be bothered changing over systems, and I should, because it is easy to do so. It's just I've got everything on Google, dude, like everything, and it's just easier for me to actually just rock out that way, you know. H.265 competitor code. Oh, with the new Intel GPUs you talking about? Is that it? Yeah, there's like a new there's a new codec or renderer or whatever it is with the things. If that's what you guys are like, I'm not really that techy. I just know how to fly and shoot. That's it, you know. Hike. I'm very basic. One upside from Twitch is that it has a static bitrate. YouTube for sure higher, but can dip low and low movement to save YouTube. It can, yeah. But again, I streamed 80 episodes, Merlin, and it was in 1440, and like people could watch me on a big screen, and it was high quality, you know. I wish I could do 1440 on well, you can do 1440 on Twitch, but you need at least 10k bitrate to make it look good, and 8.5 is just not enough for 1440. You go back on Twitch, you got a job? No, I'm still a full-time creator, people. I'm hoping that Twitch will work out. I'm hoping that I will get saved. I'm hoping that I will be able to do Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, and still do the career I love doing. But obviously, we will see how this month goes, and then we'll have to be like whatever, you know. Quality is super sweet on YouTube. Yeah, I prefer the quality of YouTube. I prefer the systems of Twitch. If they could just combine it and make, you know, UH. Or TwitchTube. TwitchTube. Let's have TwitchTube. It'll be great. Combine Amazon and Google together. The megaverse. The mega meta. Metamind. Destroy Facebook. Would be worth seeing, what, 1080? What, on here? I mean, I can shut the stream down if you guys want to see what it's like on 1080p. I don't mind. You guys want 1080? One in chat if you want me to shut it down and put 1080p on. Two if you don't give a shit. Or I'll do it for tomorrow, whatever, you know. A new encoder will allow 4K 60 with less bitrate, essentially. Really? Oh, wow, that's amazing. Yeah, for sure. I saw that you could use a lot of bitrate on YouTube on high action movement. Looks really nice for low flying. Yeah, it's really good, yeah. It's kind of band side. I think what I'll do is I'll just leave it for today, JK, and I'll put it to 1080p for tomorrow. Can you also use 8.5 on the fly? Or no, I've changed it already, Merlin. It's already using 8.5. The only thing with streaming is you have to change the like the resolution, but you can change bit rate and cores and stuff like that on the fly. I literally have done it, you know. But yeah, it's so sad. I mean, like, YouTube has such amazing services. So, for example, you stream, you don't lose your VODs. They're there. They're archived. They gain views. They gain you money over time. That doesn't happen on Twitch because they delete your VODs, you know? Then, obviously, you got better chat integration, better customization on Twitch than YouTube, you know? You got better quality on YouTube. Less on Twitch. You then have the ability to play whatever music you have right now on Twitch, as long as you do some OBS settings, so it doesn't go to your VOD and all that jazz. Can't do that on YouTube. You literally have to do copy-free music. However, that's coming to Twitch as well, so get used to not being able to play Frank Sinatra on Twitch. It is coming where you will never be able to play it. Live service for NDA is coming for both platforms, for YouTube and Twitch, Facebook, all these services. They are adding it in. Might not be this year, might be next year, but it is coming where you will not be able to play uncopyright free music again while streaming, sadly. So people will need to get used to it. But there are ways you can currently muck around with it on Twitch. Can't do it on YouTube though. They don't have that option because, well, they're trying to avoid all these strikes. Did you know that you can pump up the bitrate and it will work? Just new viewer won't be able to watch? Yeah, I can pump up the bitrate. Crazy. You just won't be able to get any higher than 8.5. So I don't see why I should just do it. You know what I mean? I mean, I can. But if you guys are getting no difference, what would be the point? No. Alright, Reform, take care, dude. Yeah, I think Twitch is not taking it. I see advanced video stats of the stream. It's still 6K. We are able to get higher as you set it, but if connection drops, I'll put up to 10K right now, and let's see what it does. Because if it puts 10K, I'll put 1440 stream on, but I think that's gonna disable chat speed. Let's see. Right there, there's 10K up. There we go. 10K bitrate. Let's see what old. I'll mute that. Nah, it's still mute. Let's see. Time to get funky. Advanced. Oh shit! Oh no, still locked at 6. Yeah. It's still locked at 6. 5.9. Yeah, so you can't even do 8.5, JK. Just to tell you that. Look. I'm locked at under 6. 6 and a bit. It won't go higher. You have lots of skip frames though. Look at that. Oh, I mean, it's not that big a deal. Alright, let me change it to 8.5 on the fly. Alright, so it'll take a wee few seconds to go through it. Let's see. 820. I'll refresh. See what that happens. Again, I just don't know why they put these restrictions on. Like, it's just... ugh. You make so much money, just go crazy with it. Go crazy. Let people have, like, crazy experience. Yeah, I only got 6, dude. 6K, I can only view it as playback bitrate. Doesn't go above, like holds. What are you guys getting? If anyone's getting over 8K, I would be interested to see. Might have to like restart the stream or something. But even then, it's only pumping out 6.5 right now. Anyway, whatever. Like I said, I'm pretty sure they made no information about it going up in bitrate. I've never seen any streamer do it. Anyway, I'm gonna dip this here. I've never had a bitrate change work on the fly, so I don't know. Yeah. So this is a new change to Twitch. It used to work to stream with very high bitrate, but new viewers wouldn't be able to connect, only current viewers. Ah well. Again, let's not worry about it too much. You know what I mean? They'll never have the quality that I want from like YouTube. But we take what we get, chat. Take what we get. Exclamation mark April. Get involved in the giveaways, guys. Lots to do. Appreciate all the love. Just make sure you get involved in the giveaways, because, yeah, somebody has to win a fucking steal. I don't want it on my account. Maybe Twitch will change things. I think if YouTube can get a platform up and running, I think Twitch will be pressurized to maybe bump up their quality. They're definitely working on their experience where they can, you know, you get involved and people are like, you can report a lot better, ban people a lot better. They're banning streamers that are massive like dickheads being sexist and racist and stuff like that. They're really clamping down on that shit since they've been like forced to do so. So yeah, you know what? Give them another year and we'll probably be rocking on 1440p with like 15k bitrate. If they get pressurized, that is, anyway. Yeah, YouTube quality is just out of this world, you know. They should. Then we could have TwitchTube, Xander. I'm gonna get involved. Be like, look guys, I got a brilliant idea. Let's make TwitchTube. All the features of Twitch with the quality and VOD archive of YouTube. The megaverse. The mega meta. The metaverse. Oh, that's already a thing apparently. You know? It's just shit watching Twitch on 2K. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I know. A lot of people love watching the YouTube streams because they could watch on like a 4K TV and get 1440p. It's so much more enjoyable. But again, you know, maybe we need to wait a couple more years before it actually evolves out to how we all want it to be. The quality of YouTube with the features of Twitch. Wouldn't that be something? Yeah, I know people. I know. But they can restrict it for certain people, you know. Like non-partners, for example, you know. They can restrict these things. Give like the world 1080p and restrict the 4Ks down to the offline and leave it at 1440. 1440 is so beautiful, like, because you guys don't get to see what I see right now. I'm playing this game on 4K ultra wide and it's just incredibly beautiful, you know, but you don't get to see it. You got to see it a little bit higher on YouTube, but can't have everything though, guys. 440 is enough, yeah, I would agree. Well, I've got an ultra-wide 4K, which is like a weird resolution. It's like 3840 by 260, I think. Yeah, or 1600, sorry. And it's just gorgeous, man. Yeah, this is your 4K stream in the bed. The memes, man. The smack talk, I fucking love it. I crave all smack. This one's going down this area, which is a shame. Definitely, after yesterday, I'm gonna quickly put this back up to how I had it. So here. Like that. Yeah. Means I don't have to swing my head so much. Not sure what happened there, actually. Yeah, we're alright. Actually, no. The comfort isn't as nice. We had it at free, we'll leave it at free. We were playing around with this yesterday when somebody was asking. Just better to leave it as default. Oh shit! Also, it's alright. It's alright. I pressed the wrong button. Next time at me! Next time fucking at me when there's something. Be like, TheDarkLaw or type TDL. By the way, yeah, I know. You can just say TDL. TDL! Stop being scrub! So use the verbals with the angle adapter I do. You don't need it on the right, as I say to people, but definitely on the left. Definitely on the left. It looks a lot better. Or like it feels a lot better. I would highly recommend a left Z extension from verbal. But the right is just purely because I'm a Gundam fan. That's it. You don't need it. I would actually say it hinders some of combat movement. But for me, it allows me to go like this. I do apologize if this is not somebody's kind of music. We need it. Alright. Let's push yourself a little bit. Fast as fuck, boys. Fast as fuck. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with the servers right now. Watch this. Like, I'm nowhere near the ground. I actually go underneath, I think. Watch this. Look how high I am, right? Way above my normal height here. And then... Yeah. Something's fucked with, like, servers. It could be why people are not getting on the thing. That's frustrating, like. That's why I always hate when PTU is running, because I would rather be on PTU than live, because live always gets these weird fucking things, man. Ah well, we can't do anything about it. Can barely hear you talking through the music. Well, I should be auto-ducking it. Yeah, auto-ducks the music. Obviously, when I'm low-flying, you're not meant to really hear that. Me talking, I would rather have the music and the visuals, you know what I mean? 8 years, dude. Yeah, because I've turned the music down. When I'm vibing, I don't really want to be talking, you know what I mean? Like, I just want to be vibing to the beats and turn the music up. I mean, I can put auto-ducking up, but again, if I, like, do this, the music's going to dip in and out at high volume. Again, the experience of a stream isn't really so much to hear a content creator all the time going you know what I mean? You want to just vibe out to the music and fucking watch the visuals. You love that part? Fuck's sake, that's... Like, if I ever watch a content creator, sometimes I just don't even want to hear them, you know? I just want to watch the game that they're playing and see that they're playing the game well. And not have all the fucking nonsense in the background, you know? That's it. Simple as that. Sometimes the most minimalistic streams are the best streams to watch. Hey, Johnny. Good day, good day, good day. Yeah, sorry, fired, John. Sorry. Next time, guys, just do @TheDarkLaw, please. Because obviously I pressed the button without looking at it, and I didn't realize I had gone to the full view one. The fucking memes. Oh, jeez. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I literally have 2 arrows on this. We can just... But you know what I think? I'm gonna go to a different server. Since we've had 2 of these weird things now, let's just see if maybe we can not make it a hat trick. We didn't, funny enough, we didn't have it yesterday. We did not have it yesterday. It is the weekend, more people playing though. But yeah, should we try maybe Australian? Give that a wee shot, because it is quite late in Australia time. It's gonna be like, what? 11 or 12, I think. Yeah, 11 or 12 or something like that, so... Oh, yeah. I would love to get into the PTU, though. Anyone know if we can get back on the PTU, if there's anything? Go to US, it's very early there. Alright, yeah, okay, fair dues. Are they really bad? Normally they're really good. I remember when you hit the button for your voice changer and you had, oh, the, I can't remember. What's my oddity? yeah. Well, that was the K Winter one, where he was asking me Yeah. I've still got those, videos saved and stuff. God damn these ribs. I remember, dude, Jakey, you can't use that shit anymore. Fresh has like a platinum credit card now. He spends like crazy. You can't pull a money meme on Fresh anymore. No way. He is fucking credit card, like, he won his fleet. He evolved. No, honestly, like, oh, we're gonna play a game. He fucking buys it, you know? He doesn't, like, hold back. He bought, like, Destiny, which was, like, a fucking meme. I knew the, oh, sorry, we're going to, US. You say US will be better? They played, like, fucking Destiny for, like, 2 days or something like that and then gave up. Poor Fresh, like, bought all the fucking shit. Should have gone play fucking Lost Ark. You would have got your money's worth. I sold the van, I ran out of sweets. The guy squeaks when he walks. Dude, you've not been in the organization for like over like 2 years or a year and a bit now. Yeah. Like Battlestar is the most smack-talking maniac now. He's no longer like quiet Battlestar. He's bloodthirsty. He fucking shits on people, kills Avenger 1, starts shouting smack talk. Fresh spends money. Game Daddle is still as elusive as ever. Jack has a job, goes to college, and all that shit, you know? Got new guys, Gregory, sounded. We got Puppeteer. Dooku I've not seen in a while. I'm not even sure if Dooku is still alive at this stage. I think it's just the way. Oh, that's not good. That's not a good sign. Yeah, alright, you. Back to you. And then we got like Mr. Tuvo and Tough Mudder and stuff. But yeah, Battlestar is completely different now. It's like as he gets older, he gives a less fuck, you know. And as Fresh gets older, he gets less tight, you know. It's funny, like. That's one good thing about like being the like the founder of QQP and watching people come in and stuff. I actually get to see them evolve over the years. The standard would be too high for you, JKB. That bathtub flying won't cut it in the game now, you know? None of that shit works anymore. Once I hit 30, I realized my bank account money wouldn't keep up, younger. So why not spend it? Yeah, that's very true. Oh shit, my oh, why is it saying 7? It's in the red now. What the fuck? I think it might be the Twitch server I'm connected to. I'm connected to Paris. I might have to go back to London tomorrow. It's like freaking me out with all their nonsense today. Oh, alright. There we go. But yeah, it's very true actually, Fresh. Like, the way the world is going these days, I personally don't see why people have like a ridiculous amount of money saved up for the future. I generally, I don't want to get into political reasons or anything like that. Oh, this is not
Raiders
good.
detected. Welcome and enjoy your
Zelda,
stay.
thank you very much for the raid, dude. Welcome in, guys. Yeah, this is not good. I think servers are going to absolute shit. You know what? All out for it. I don't know if it'll work like that. But yeah, like for me, I just don't see the point in saving up for like a rainy day. I generally think we are fucked within the next 5 years if mankind doesn't change. No, PTU is completely dead, Ligma. Unless it's working now. I'm gonna try and go back into it because live is just absolutely shitting the bed right now, so. But thank you very much for that, raid Zeller. Hope you're doing well, dude. You were on the exercise, I take it? Because obviously that's what you do for your first streams during the day. Get that exercise in. I take it the bod is doing well. I need to get back on things. Unfortunately, with the nerve damage in the left hand, I can't do my normals. So I've got like my dumbbells down a little bit in weight. Oh my god, this is just fucked. Actually, I think like my whole PC is fucked with this. Let's just get this dead. Get it dead. And task. Come on, fuck off. Yeah, so hopefully I need to get back into things. Ugh, jeez, man. This game, like. So it's such annoying that it's always servers that F it up. And I hope they can work something out because yeah, this is gooseberried. Let's try this again and see what happens. And this as well, like I really wish somebody would have it where you can like mark don't say it again. I don't give a shit if you change your terms and services, you know. Recover first, yeah. But I'm like tanking through the water again. I spent like a few months where for me I'm very bad with water. So I busted out my big boy, because obviously like I drink, this is like 1 and a bit liters of water. And I drink like a couple of them, but I'm back on the old high intake water. Plus, I've been a good boy, Zelda. I've not touched alcohol since October last year. Purely because I blacked out on Jaeger whilst live. But yeah, this is what we're getting, guys. Like literally, it just won't do anything, you know. It's gooseberried. It's not loading the game. We need a rollback. I mean, shit, I'd take a rollback just now. But PTU is gooseberried. So yeah, I got my water up intake. Get this nerve done. Long as I strap it, I can lift weights, but obviously I don't want to do too hard. I'm planning to get one of those like big blitzer. Like not like your Ninja or something like that, but it's like it's called like the Vita blender, and it's meant to be really good. It's very expensive, so I need to save up for it for like a few months. But the idea is I'm really bad with vegetables, and what I want to do is just basically get like Jurassic kale. Yeah, this is the problem here. Like there's no server, or you're not able to actually join it. So back on live, I want to get it where like Jurassic kale, beetroot, ginger, everything that I hate to eat in its plant form, and just literally make like a high cocktail for the morning, and just basically juice. So I need to get like a decent
Raiders
one for
detected. Welcome and enjoy your stay.
It stalls out an easy cheat for me. Maybe that's it, yeah. Oh, that's an idea. That's an idea. Thank you, Blast. I'll check that. Hey, mums, thank you very much for the raid, dude. Welcome in, guys. I take it you're bailing out as well, because obviously it's going to shit right now. But yeah, thank you very much. Deidre Hobo, thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, let me, right, I'm gonna close this down. Blasty actually has a fucking good call on that one. Let's go. I have an idea. I'm gonna delete easy cheat. And let's fucking load it up again. Let's see if easy cheat is being the twat. Nah, it's just not even. It's not even firing up the game. It's dead, man. It's so dead. If you hate to eat them, I'm not sure drinking them. Well, it's the fact that, Steve, like if you get like a blitzer that can make it to where it's just literally a liquid form, adding some water and stuff like that. Yeah, I can. Well, the thing is, it's gonna lag my stream to crazy if I do a verify. It's literally you're not connecting to the login server. Ooh, I have an idea. I'm gonna bypass the launcher if that still works. Let me try that. PTU, data, libs, foundry, reports. No, they've moved it there. Maybe it's in bin. Yeah, there it is. Let's launch it through. Nah, it's fuckered. It is fuckered. It's not even launching for PTU. Let me close this down. Yeah, the thing that obviously is going to be it's not going to be pleasant, Steve. You know what I mean? It's just the fact that I'm going to be able to get a huge vegetable nutrient intake without me, you know, having to force things down. That's what I want to get with a blitzer. So basically get all the jazz into the stuff, the protein powder, just blitz up, make like a little cocktail, neck the whole thing, not enjoy it, but it's over and done with. But then I'm getting like, you know, way more vitamins, way more minerals, all that jazz, vegetable intake out of the room, and just that's it for the day. You know what I mean? And I start the day off with like the most insane stuff. Can't you just inject the nutrients into? Yeah, I could, but you know what I mean? It's just I don't have a lot of money, Zayman. You know what I mean? So getting some vegetables is going to be a lot cheaper than getting supplements, for me anyway. Because I can just go to like a farmer's market and do that kind of jazz, you know? SC test and chest, PTU service and Parto. Yeah, like it's absolutely fucked right now. Even live servers are getting absolutely hammered, Rogue. Lifts are not working, all that jazz, you know? It is getting hit hard. Reshade needs to be updated for 3.17 if you use... No, I don't use Reshade at all. I like to, like... I can understand why people use Reshade, because maybe their eyes see the game differently and it gets dull and stuff like that, but for me, I'm a firm believer I want to see the game the way the developers make it. And... again, this is not against anyone or, you know, being, you know, aggressive towards anyone who use Reshade. It's totally up to you. I don't care. I personally feel it's an insult for somebody to create a planet and textures and spend hours and hours and hours of work for you to reshade it because you think it's dull. I personally think it's an insult. That's me, you know. But yeah, it can help for colorblind and stuff like that. Again, if you are going to use it, that's fine. That's just my personal opinion on it, is somebody spent all this time making this game, and I just think it's a right cunty thing to do, and make the game brighter for yourself and more vibrant with colors and change the tones and all those things just because you think the game is dull. Maybe those people are dull. But obviously if you're colorblind, I understand that one as well. There's not really any colorblind options and stuff, but that's just my personal opinion. I'm never gonna be like, no, they can't use fucking reshader, they get night vision. It won't fucking help you, even if they have night vision. You're just obviously not athletic enough to play this video game, you know? Or you could just turn your gamma up slightly and have the same thing. Reshade doesn't give any advantage to anyone, you know? I hate that whole fucking discussion about it. They're reshading. They can see me before I can see them. It wouldn't make a difference. It wouldn't make a fucking difference. You're 6 seconds delayed in this game. Even if you saw them first, they've probably seen you 6 seconds beforehand. Who fucking cares? You're back on Twitch? Yeah. I thought you were going to YouTube for good. Well, you know, here's the thing, Neo, right? My morals are one thing. Being broke is another. You know what I mean? Morals kind of go out the window if you ain't got money to eat. So, because in the UK they've put prices up massively this month, I'm like, yeah, you know what? I would like to continue my career. I would like to be a full-time content creator, and I would also like to eat. You know what I mean? Oh, this is bad. This is bad. This is not looking good. Right. Well, we are just gonna do this and hopefully teleport upstairs, and that will solve that out. So, yeah. But we're doing some special stuff this month. So first of all, I've been away for 2 weeks. So I'm doing a 30-day challenge. Every single day this month, I am streaming live. I'm not setting like a time. I could be on for 20 minutes, I could be on for an hour, but I'm gonna be live every single day, hopefully round about midday, UK. Might be later, depending if I have to go for medical for my nerve damage, or something like that. But I want to be live every day this month, as a challenge. I'm also working with a company called Toby, who do the Toby tracker that most people use for Star Citizen, or some people. They're doing a spring sale next week, starting on the 7th. They're also doing a lot of giveaways and stuff like that. Zelda, take care, dude. Thank you very much for the raid as well. Mums as well, cheers for the raid, if you guys need to go. And they only do the gigs on Twitch. So, as I've been discussing with people, I'm a partner on Twitch, I'm a partner on YouTube. To be honest, I can stream wherever the fuck I want, really. You know, and if people want to support me on YouTube, they can support me on YouTube. If they want to support me on Twitch, they can support me on Twitch. If they want my deeds and they want to put money into my bank account, they can do that. You know what I mean? There's every place to support these days. And if it works out, we'll stream on Twitch. Once YouTube gets better, we'll stream on YouTube. We'll do half and half. Who knows? Yeah. Well, the thing is with that, again, if I wanted to do that kind of stuff, Neo, is if I want to stream at higher quality to YouTube, you have to pay for it for these. So if you use Restream, Restream allows you to stream on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, all at the same time. But if I want to do a 1080p stream on Twitch, because that's the highest you can go, but I want to do 1:40 on YouTube, I have to pay for that every time you do it, or you pay a monthly fee. And again, because we're going back to the fact that I'm financially drained right now, it's just not a viable option. In the future, who knows? Who knows? Depends on your contract. Now, obviously, YouTube don't give a shit where you stream or make content. They don't have the rules like Twitch. But with Twitch, it has to be written in your contract that you're not allowed to do it. Now, my contract states I am not allowed to upload VOD content to a platform like YouTube unless 24 hours have passed. It states nothing legally that I cannot be live on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. And the great thing about it is, or I should say they have it where like you're not allowed to go live on Twitch or YouTube stuff. I can go live on YouTube first and then go on Twitch. I didn't go Twitch first then YouTube if they wanted to get really funky. I don't have that written in my contract. And I don't think I will ever have it written in my contract because, well, I'm not really, yeah, because Board Gamer doesn't have it in his contract either. You know? I generally feel that only their, like, top content creators that bring in their major income will have the dedicated contract. So I would love to stream on both platforms, and I will in the future. But right now, I just simply can't afford to do it. It's too much. And since we're saving on the pennies, we've got to kind of like prioritize where to go and stuff like that. Exclamation mark 8 Pro guys, if you want to get involved in the giveaway. All it requires you to follow this channel, but also if you want to do more, subscribe, support the channel. You'll get extra entries. We do have 4 giveaways this month every week, and then we've got some extra codes and some stuff like that that we'll go through later on in the month. Obviously it's only the second day, so get involved in that. If you're on, you can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, all these things. They will get extra things. We also have secret codes. If you want to find out about the secret codes, they're somewhere on the stream. It's very easy. It's at the start and it's at the end. You want to get yesterday's code? It's at the start of today. You want to get today's code? It's at the end of today. You want to get today's code, but tomorrow, it'll be at the start of tomorrow's show, and you know what I mean? It's so easy to get involved, because I ain't going to be somebody that goes, you've got to watch my channel for 20 hours and you might have a chance to win. No, you come in, you just get involved, and then fuck off if you don't like the stream and you want to win that good swag, you know? It's that easy to get involved in my giveaways. I don't have any bullshit here. You want the extra energy, you get the extra energy, you know? I decided to go back to Twitch. Yeah, man. Yeah, I just literally explained it. That financially and for other reasons, I'm on Twitch for the whole of April, every single day. 30-day challenge, guys. Yeah, I think it's more for the big boy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I genuinely don't know. Like, as I've been discussing, it may be as simple as I stream on Twitch, because the idea is we're planning to put all the VODs of Twitch onto a separate YouTube channel. It might get to the point where I just stream on Twitch full time just now, if I can afford to, and then pump out the YouTube content at the same time. You know what I mean?
Thank you for your monetary support.
But I will say this in the future. Thank you very much, Blasty, for the donor. I appreciate that, my man. Thank you for the support. I will say this, guys. YouTube will be a big streaming platform in the future. They just have to get it where you've got the chat integration like Twitch, the setup like Twitch, the naming like Twitch, all the features that everyone loves about Twitch integrated into YouTube, because the quality is better. You ain't gonna be able to justify that Twitch has got better quality. Sorry, it just doesn't work that way, Buttercup. But as I've discovered with people who are like, I miss you on Twitch, and I'm like, well, I miss you, it might get to the point where I can afford to do the streaming on Twitch and at YouTube at the same time. And people who want the better quality watch YouTube, and they just open up the chat of Twitch. You know what I mean? It might get that fucked up. Let's make Twitch too.
Subscription received. Thank you for renewing your
thank you
Class
very
2
much
access.
for the 10 months, dude. Appreciate that. Explorer, welcome in, guys. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday in April. All those good stuff. So I mean, that's the plan for the future. The first part is making sure that I'm not you know, stressed for income and stuff, because obviously that's a bad thing. Nobody wants to have that in their life, you know, and a lot of people have it in their life. So I don't really want to get into crazy stuff. I may be late, I may be grumpy, but I'm red morning. Well, we are trying to fly. However, be known, guys, there are some weird desync going on in live. We can't actually get onto PTU, so yeah. I've never watched gaming live stream on YouTube, to be honest. It's a good platform. For quality, it's insane. I was doing 1:440 streams with like 15K bitrate, and you could watch me on a 4K monitor, and it was crisp. However, chat is delayed by about 10 to 20 seconds. If you stream in 4K quality, chat is guaranteed to be delayed by 40 seconds. So obviously, if you want to be interactive with your stream, you would go as high as 1:440. But obviously, if you don't care about chat, you've maybe got hundreds of thousands of viewers, you would just do a 4K stream, and it's mint. And you get to rewind the VODs and everything like that. They just have to upgrade their stream setup, which is what they're building on just now, you know? That smart Twitch chat with YouTube stream. It would be so sick, man. TwitchTube. They should just build it. TwitchTube. The quality of YouTube and the systems of YouTube with the integration of Twitch. Done. Absolutely done. Maybe with like better chat upgrade, you know? But yeah, definitely I will... For me, I genuinely believe that YouTube streaming live will be a big thing. End of this year or next year kind of deal. Depends how fast they can pump out and how much people like it and stuff like that. Because if you had everything that you get from Twitch, but you were able to sit and watch me on like a TV or put me on in a pub and stuff like that. Sounds like you came back to plug YouTube then. Well, if that's what you think, then fine, you know. I'm literally just answering people's questions. I don't need to plug anything. You watch me here, you watch me on YouTube, you watch me on Instagram, you know. I've got OnlyFlans. Watch me bake a flan. I've got all those things. I don't give a shit what people think. Quality is best and you can use cell data and stream it. Yeah. But then you have all the good things of Twitch. Like I said, the chat integration, it's snappy. People have the ability to name themselves and do all these things. It's a lot easier. You have the ability to gift and support. It's better to search for streamers. I mean, it's a weird thing where you have all the great like community integration on Twitch. Then you have the quality and yeah, I do bake, yeah, systems on YouTube. But as I've said to people who are like, you know, why are you you back on Twitch and stuff like that, I think I'm gonna get to the stage where I just do multi-streaming, where I'm on all platforms at all time. I just need to kind of get that set up, you know. Twitch, YouTube, it's all the same as long as OnlyFans content is regular. No, only flan. Flan, not fans. I'm not on OnlyFans. I'm on OnlyFlan. I bake flans. That's the content. It's a crazy world where like it would just be amazing if you had, because even Facebook has like some of the craziest things for streams. Like you have like the money you make on Facebook is better than Twitch and YouTube if you've got like people on the platform. You know what I mean? You make more money on Facebook than you do on the other two platforms, because right now, up until the end of 22, and they have done for 2 years, they give 100% to their content creators. That's insane. That's insane. I would like, it's just mental, the fact that you get 100% of your income from that platform right now. Obviously, it will change as it goes on, but I can see the appeal to it, you know. And then obviously your nan can watch you because we have her Facebook account or MySpace or shit like that, you know. Every platform has a perk. It's just nobody does it well with all the things. It's the same as you guys ever, like, if anyone's a content creator, you know that bots for channels are the shittest thing. Like Stream Elements has really good bot features, but then some of the third-party ones, like DeepBot and stuff like that, have more in-depth shit. Nobody's ever made one bot that just does everything right. It's the same as no streaming platform does anything right. It's just a different flavor, you know? It's just to be a shame that we couldn't just get one platform that does everything well. And that's where I would go, you know? If you had all the chat stuff, all the right things, but then you had the quality, because obviously it's 2022, you know? People want to see on 144, it would be nice. Well, the thing that I was explaining with it, like, you can do it well, but for me, if I'm going to do a dual stream, I would love to build, like, I would love to have my VODs on YouTube with 1/440, and if you use like a dual streaming service, if I do 1080p to Twitch and I do 1/440 to YouTube, I have to pay for the 1/440. So right now I would rather be on Twitch, build up some income, and then move into the thing, because you get like an application that has the ability for Twitch and YouTube chat to be integrated in one. So I just get one chat, I get to be like snappy and talk to people instantly, then people can watch me on Twitch, people can watch me on YouTube, whatever they prefer. I just need to get to that stage where I can do it, and then I will be doing it. That would be the ultimate goal, because I think that would be the best of both worlds. It means that you can just go wherever you prefer to be. Obviously, you're never going to see me streaming on Instagram, because Instagram for me is more about outside, dogs, nature, kind of stuff like that. It's different content. It's why it's very difficult to get follows on Instagram, because people are like, oh, but it's DarkLaw's channel, but it's just dogs. It's just his dogs. Again, it's just, I don't want everything to be about Star Citizen on all platforms, you know. Doesn't Astropop and Board dual stream? They do, yeah. But I don't think they want to do they don't do 1 for 40 quality on YouTube, Steve. That's the difference. They're just doing their talking with like B-roll and their, you know what I mean. They don't, when you watch a stream live on YouTube at 1 for 40 like low flying in combat, you actually don't like watching 1080p afterwards. It's just that kind of deal. But if you're like Astropub and Board, or like what's his name, Space Tomato, doing their podcast, it doesn't matter. 1080p is absolutely fine, because you're not like waving around, or the screens are not going crazy and stuff. Your dogs are the only Instagram tab I keep open. Thank you, Rolo. I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, like I'm gonna put like Star Citizen stuff on it, but again, I like the fact that it's more like a channel for nature and walking around and reminding people there's a nice outside and you don't need to go far to get some exercise and stuff. What exactly is a scone? A scone is as Jakey said, it's what you call when you have your biscuits and gravy. That's a scone, and we have it with jam and cream. Some people prefer to have it with cream and jam, depending on how you do it. I'm more of a jam first, then cream person if I have a scone. But Slam with 30 seconds ad in the middle of the conversation. That is something I hate about Twitch. Just happened to me. Well, to be fair, Captain Explodo, for a mere $4.99 per month, you get no ads on my channel. But yeah. I've tried to make ads as minimalistic as possible on this stream, but they'll still fire in without me. Like, I never press an add button. It's all like auto-integrated now, where you can restrict it. I've got it set where they do their auto ads, but it's not as like every 30 seconds, you know. I subbed for a while before you left. Well, I'm back. And it gives you more entries in the giveaway. And it doesn't give you ads for the next 30 days whilst watching me for $4.99. That's a bargain, man. Plug that Twitch Prime. Yeah. Twitch Prime. If you've got your spare primes, don't give it to anyone else, because they're all unathletic. Just here, please. That's my prime one. And you're always welcome back. Yeah, again, if I could like stop the ads, I would, you know. Because I generally, I don't have, like, and this is no offense to you guys, I don't have enough views to make like ad revenue, basically. But it's all under their control now. So I do apologize if you get ads. However, you can rewind VODs, and I don't make you pay for my VODs. You just don't hear the music, that's all. Or when somebody drops anything sound. You only hear the game and my voice, because they can't copyright that. Maybe they can. Maybe they can. Can we please get PTU? Come on! Come on, man! I didn't play Star Citizen for 60 days! Fair enough, medical reasons as well. But I didn't play for 60 days! And I've not played the PTU!
Captain, someone has gifted a Class 2 access pass.
Even, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Jayhawk. Welcome in, Jayhawk. I appreciate that, dude. I want to press the ATC button! I want to open the doors at Grimhex or wherever I'm situated And I don't have to go to F1, F11. Nobody played the PTU last night. Yeah, that's very true. I didn't play the PTU yesterday because everyone was saying it like 30Ks and it's crashing and all that jazz. So I was like, you know what, right, we'll just learn to fly a bit better. And that will do. But I really want to press the ATC button. And I also want to see what, like, a desync fix, hot fix, Band-Aid looks like in Star Citizen, you know? So sick, man. I must tell you that this speech-to-text you're using is full-on drunk. No cross-lifter. I explained this yesterday to people when people turned on captions on this channel. That is true Scottish. Twitch is has a flawless text-to-speech system. Flawless. Just as good as YouTube's one. It's flawless. You'll never get anything better. It's just your ears are so adaptive that you can actually understand me now. But the text is really what you're hearing. That is a guarantee. That's not a guarantee, but yeah, you're right. It's probably what you would hear whilst drunk, you know? Hey, Koff, welcome in, Chief. Wait, it's TDL on Twitch? Yeah, man. It's in the title. I'm here for 30 days. And more, probably, actually. No joke, right? This is a weird thing. I left Twitch because obviously the banning, the wrongful banning, the stuff that we've had talks with me and Twitch, you know, and I had 6 months to cool down. I love streaming on YouTube. I'm not gonna lie. I love the tight community. As I said to all the guys on YouTube, I love the fact that my super loyal, super soldier fans followed me from Twitch to YouTube. I love that. I think that was the most heartwarming thing ever. But I do miss the quick, snappy integration of somebody coming in and going, "Darklaw, you're a dick," and then they leave my channel. I do miss that. Because on YouTube you get Russian bot going in, coming in and just typing some chat, and then that's it. It's like quick, look at my Russian website, and then they get banned, you know? That was the most amount of smack. It was I missed that. I missed it. I missed like the instant like, oh my god, you're bald. That was a difficult one to let go. So again, I think now I'm more in the attitude where I've calmed down. I've had 6 months to calm down. I'm financially broke. I love the community wherever it goes. I love the community on Twitch. I love the community on YouTube. I love the community on OnlyFlans. When you bake a flan, they're just so happy about that ham and cheese flan for some reason. It just gets them rock hard, like, fuck's sake. You see all their little faces light up. So beautiful. So yeah. Yeah, I read the blog was messed up. Yeah, well, I did get clarification from YouTube. So a lot of people were saying it was what I typed in Moist Noodle's channel. I got clarification on it. It was nothing to do with that. It was literally I was streaming one weekend where I was out of mature mode, and I was saying the word, obviously I can say the word shank a lot, and the word cunt a lot. And because I was doing it to NPCs, a lot of new viewers, because it was like free flight and stuff like that, assumed I was being very abusive to a player in game, because obviously they didn't know the difference. And I just instantly got locked down from a few views, because Twitch are like, get rid of somebody that is being harmful to or threatening somebody. And as I explained to them, showing them the VOD, timestamping the parts in the VOD, and being like, this is an NPC, it's not actually a player. The players look exactly like NPCs in this video game. There's no real way of determining the difference and stuff like that. I don't understand Scottish. Yeah, exactly. And as I apologized for my, wording that I shouldn't have said, fair enough. I was heat of the moment kind of stuff, I was having fun, running around SBK, using melee weapons on NPCs. I was having a time of my life. I was like a ninja flying through. And obviously, other viewers that are not, you know, knowing me just reported, and Twitch did what they had to do. And yeah. And it was obviously at the time where, for example, like I had that car crash, hit and run, somebody knocked me off the road, and I was pretty pissed off about it. And they just thought, you know, people were saying in their chat, oh yeah, it's because TheDarkLaw had typed this. It had nothing to do with what I typed. It was literally from the VOD lock-in. That's what locked me down. And fair enough. I'm not upset with people reporting, because you should report people if you think like people are a threat to society and stuff like that. I completely agree with you. It's just obviously Twitch's mentality is shut you off. We're not even going to look at you. Automated shutdown. And that's one thing that pisses me off with Twitch. And they're actually changing things now where when you get the appeals, you actually have a website that will give you a description of what is going on, and you can actually follow up with an appeal and a proper appeal. So Twitch have actually done that in the past 6 months since my incident, which is good. Twitch is evolving. They're updating things, you know? So again, with that, me calming down, income, all these things, I'm like, you know what? Be the adult. Don't have high morals about which platform I should be on because of who fucked me over and stuff like that. Just basically go where the community is. Go where I'm happy. If I'm wanting to stream one day on YouTube, I'll stream on YouTube. You know what I mean? If I want to stream on Twitch, I'll stream on Twitch. I don't want to be the person that left angry and said, I'm only streaming on YouTube because they fucked me over. That was just heat of the moment rage. But now that I've literally sat back and analyzed more things, I'm like, you know what? If I want to go streaming on Facebook for one day, I'll fucking do it, you know? Shit. Might as well do Twitch partner, YouTube partner, and Facebook partner. Who wants to come watch me on Facebook for 6 months? Yeah, one viewer, boys! You know what I mean? So I'm at the stage now where I've been away from Star Citizen, I've been away from Twitch. Everything's sort of like settled down. I need to make more adult decisions and just be like, you know what, I'll still rant, but I'll just be calmer about things. Not be like, the world's out to get me. Because to be honest, in other countries, and again, I feel so bad for like Space Cutlet to go through this shit. You know, there's always that saying, somebody is always in a worse state than you. So I have to be grateful that, you know, I'm not having to go through that stuff. That dude is like a fucking tank, man. Like crazy shit. Mad respect for that guy. You can't lose the rants. No, I'll never stop ranting. Fuck that shit. I got too much voice to speak. I just need to control metagaming. No. I don't want to be part of anything that has a name meta now. I think that's the worst decision for any company to say meta. You know? It's like you go to that website, I think it's American brand Meta PC, and they have some really good PCs, but you would think that every PC would be like top of the line meta, and some of them are just not meta at all. It's like, you can't call yourself meta PCs if you've got some fucking janky ass shit on sale, you know? It just feels like you're contradicting yourself massively at that stage. But no, I'll never change the person I am. I don't change for money. I don't change myself for love, anything like that. You take me as it is. If you don't like it, you don't like it. It's not me putting on an impression of somebody. This is literally how I am. I speak to everyone the way I do. When somebody walked up to me today, like this old couple, and obviously I said morning as I'm walking past, and they're like, oh, you're such and such's son. I was like, yes, and then I just kept walking on. That was it. Just like, I'm having a fucking conversation with you. They stopped to have a full-blown conversation. They're like, oh, you're such and such son. Yep. Just kept fucking going. I will not break for anyone. I will not change the way I have been this way for crazy amount of years, where It's my way or the highway as far as I'm concerned, you know? I need to do that. Put it to that view. What's going on with Space? Well, Space Cutlet is Ukraine. Alpha Zero, so he's in the thick of it, you know? Luckily his family are now safe with, I believe, and don't quote me on this, Space Cutlet's dad who lives in Berlin. But obviously, because of Space Cutlet's age, there is a law where he is not allowed to leave the country unless you're like under 14 and above 60. I think it's right. Again, don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure it's wrong, but it's something around those lines. So obviously he has to stay, and I think he's got like a part-time job or a full-time job or something like that. I was reading like his updates where he's wanting to try and do some streaming and stuff like that. The guy's, like I said, he's built like a fucking tank, you know. I would love to go for a drink with Space Cutlet, you know. Even though he claims he's a lightweight, I think he can fucking neck a bottle of vodka, no problem. Or maybe not vodka. Well, maybe yeah. But yeah. He's not been able to leave, which is a sad thing. But again, that's life, you know. It can happen to any one of us. I feel for the dude. I really wish I could support him. Like, Moist Noodle did that, or I don't know if it's still running, donation drive. I really wanted to get involved in it, but unfortunately, and I would love to explain this to people better, I put it in my blog. I said, unfortunately, as much as, you know, I feel so bad for Space Cutlet, I can't give a shit about people out in the world right now. I can't donate like I would do, like for his joysticks or things like that, because I literally am at the point where I'm struggling to pay my bills as it is, and I can't afford to do these other things. I wish I could, you know. But the good thing is, I heard that Cutlet, because obviously now they've got PayPal, it means that if I can get myself sorted, I can pay directly into Cutlet's PayPal account down the line, which I would love to do. But obviously, as I've said to people, it's a really nasty thing to say. I have to put myself before anyone else on this planet right now. My dogs are more important than Cutlet to me. And he was saying like his family would always be important to him, you know what I mean? But I'm always open about these things with communities and stuff like that. I would love to support him, but I can't. I can't support a fucking thing right now. Yeah. But I hope, I always, want him to be as safe as possible and stuff like that. Unfortunately, I'm not on talking terms with Noodles, so I don't know anything more than what I have just now. I only see the ads that Cutlet puts down, or anything that he puts on Twitter and stuff like that. So obviously, if you need any more information, Moist Noodle would be the prime relay. I think Senalaya as well. Senalaya is well known within Twitch, YouTube, all generally the Star Citizen community. He might have more information if you want in-depth stuff. I've only got what is a pickup when I'm just relaying from Discords and Guildeds and all that jazz. So don't take everything, things might be completely different now, but it's just last time I looked at information like that. But they're your primary sources to get everything to do with Cutlet, support Cutlet, and hopefully it will be over as soon as possible and he can be back with his wife and kids. I think that was the most shittiest fucking thing ever. But again, that is Warzone's fate. They are not pretty. A lot of people don't understand them. They are not nice. And yeah. But yeah, mad props to the dude. Like a fucking tank. That's the only way I could describe Cutlet. Just fucking steam froze life. Just, I'm not breaking for anyone kind of thing. You gotta respect that shit. But yeah, everyone's gonna get wrecked by prices. It's like an ongoing thing. Electricity in the UK is just the beginning of things. Obviously that was going to happen without the Ukraine stuff, but everything else, I've noticed a lot of my local stores are empty. because they can't make deliveries or they can't get the product that they would have and stuff like that. So we're gonna see the whole forest fires of Australia into COVID, into wars. I generally like, and I don't want to sound too morbid on people, I don't think this is going to be the worst of it, personally. I don't think it's going to be the worst of it. I generally feel mankind is heading to the brink of something major has to happen before we stop being greedy cunts. Simple as that. That's the sad reality, really. But yeah, I don't want to get too morbid on these things or have a big discussion about it. It's just shit. Truck I've been using lately is $800 to $1,000 to fill up the end of the day. 800 to 1,000, so it's $200 more to fill up your truck. Fuck. That's crazy, man. Yeah. But the crazy thing with that Explodo is it's not going to stop at 1,000. Like in 6 months, I would imagine it's going to be like 1,500 to do it. I'm in the UK and I have just purchased loads of seed and converted my garden so I can grow my own food. Dude, to be honest, that's not a fucking a dumb idea. Like I've got like fake grass, so I can't really plant anything because I've got fake grass for the dogs. But I was thinking of doing creating like seed boxes and just doing some vegetables. I was talking about earlier. I want to get like a really it's very expensive blitzer because I don't get enough vegetable intake. So what would be a good idea would be to try and grow my own veg, get this blender, put the two together. So yeah, it's definitely a good idea. I like it. I would highly suggest if people have got a little bit of space in their gardens or windowsills is start doing, you know, just the odd things that you can, you know. Obviously it's not crazy, but, you know. Yeah, I know kale is good for you, it's just fuck me, I hate the taste of it. That's why I want to get this blender. Let me show you the one. It's on my gift list. I put it there just to save it. Let me just go to my Amazon. You can do !gift if you want a quicker link than I'm doing just now. The reason why I want to get this model is I've read a lot that a lot of blitzers are really bad for trying to get through thick boy vegetables, right? And this one here, the Vitamix, is meant to be ridiculous at getting through a shit ton of vegetables kind of thing without, you know, softening it down. So what I want to do is, when I can finally afford it, I want to get this device. I want to start making my own vegetables, getting or purchasing vegetables, because I'm so shit at vegetable intake. So shit. Like, I don't mind vegetables, I'm just really bad at doing it. So, it's not really taste or anything tried to get past. Like, obviously kale is just fucking disgusting. I like, you know, like asparagus and what's it called? Fuck. I was talking about it earlier on today. Shit. You have it with omelets, green, little leaf, good in iron. You need a shit ton of it because when you cook it up, it fucking... Fuck. Spinach. Got it. Fucking that pulled it out of the bank. Spinach. What I want to do is just, you know, get all these things in and just basically make a liquid and just down it, you know, so I get way more vitamin intake, get healthier. I'm turning 40 this year, so obviously I want to do a bit more for myself. This thing is just well recommended for breaking down, like, you guys know, like, Jurassic Kale? It's fucking weird. It's weird looking, but it is hardcore shit to try and digest and stuff. So this breaks it down as much as you can to liquid, soups, all these kind of things. So this is the goal for me right now for Health Kick, is trying to afford something that can literally blitz everything to fucking death. And then intake and stuff. Trust me, I had one. It blends, but the blend is bitty. Really, really. Oh, you're talking about the Vitamix. I've seen a lot of good things about them. You've had one of these, Mumasha. Can you tell me how long ago you had one? Because obviously tech does evolve over time and stuff like that. I would generally, like, and this is no offense to anyone who's saying get it, don't get it, unless you've had it in the last like 6 months, your information is irrelevant to me, because they do update these techs pretty fast, you know. It's more to, like, for example, if you were to give me a drink of kale forest, I would intake it. If you gave me a plate full of kale, I won't touch it. I will turn my nose up it, because I can't stand eating or like chomping on, like, I'm not a fucking goat. You know what I mean? I'm a carnivore. I go in hardcore on my meat. You know, if any vegans or vegetarians are in chat, close your ears just now. I like blood in my meat, you know, that's just me. But I would also like to have more vegetables. I've got it down to where I cut meat out 2 days a week, so I'm trying to do my best, you know. But obviously I'm very bad at vegetable intake. I would like to basically just make soups out of like the good stuff, like the kale and seaweed and all these things, you know. One day we'll just be eating grass. Well, maybe we will be, but hopefully I'll be dead before then. So you know what I mean? I hope I'm fucking gone before I have 6 stomachs to process grass. Yum, 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 yum. So yeah, I've heard good things about this. Obviously, they may have done the model changes. If anyone has recently bought a blender for the same sort of reasons in the last 6 months that knows a brand, maybe cheaper, I'm all ears right now. It's like £40 and so much better. So you said, Mumasher, the Morphe Richards. Oh god, what the fuck is that code? I'll just do this and we'll bring up the brand and then I'll maybe see. I don't know, we're gonna put the code in. So it was the 403010 jug blender. There we go. Wow, that's a lot cheaper. You saying this fucking thing disintegrates like kale and stuff? £40 is is a lot cheaper. You saying this is pretty good? No, detox is it's an illusion. It's an illusion. How you doing, bud? Welcome in. I can understand that. Much easier to stomach. Again, like, I'm good with vegetables like asparagus, broccoli, spinach. I eat that all the time. I'm talking about like trying to fucking get kale, seaweed, all these things into like a nutrient drink kind of thing. And that's why I'm interested with either, you know, this one, which is 34, or to disintegrate it down to the best possible. I've had a lot of people say that this is a really good product.
Captain, someone has gifted a Class 2 access
thank you very much for the
pass.
sub. 24 months, 2 years support. Detox, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. I spent days on YouTube before I bought a replacement watching vids. Yeah, I've been doing that as well. But I have seen a lot of people pointing towards this. Still better juice than not at all. Yeah, that's the idea. As I'm on this like health kick, because obviously the damaged nerve in the hand, it's not really set me back, but it's like an understanding now that I can be severely damaged, you know? When you're younger, you're like, oh, I don't give a shit about breaking myself, you know, I'm never gonna get old. You know that mentality. Well, I'm turning 40 this year. I've got damaged nerves in my hand, you know, fucked up foot, like basically the pinky toe's broken. And obviously that's an accident one, but obviously the damaged nerve thing is kind of like, you know what, I can do better of myself. I can do Avenger 1, I can do 1.5%. I can do better than Avenger 1, 1.5%, and start juicing vegetables that you would never get me to eat. And then just down it, you know? That's the goal. That is the goal. And I think, again, with like the right attitude, is we can all do things a little bit different. I would like to grow my vegetables, you know, because obviously expense in the UK is getting a bit crazy as well. So anything to kind of like cut back, you know. Saying that as he looks at like a £400 blender, it's just, I've heard that a lot of blenders will give bits, and I'm like, fuck that shit, you know. Fuck, you'll be lucky to see SE live. Hey, well, as far as I'm concerned, and this is coming from a Legatus backer, not by choice, by tax. I think I've definitely got my money's, well, at least half my money's worth, because I've got to meet a lot of cool people. I've got to interact with a lot of cool people. I've had a lot of good time in the game. You know, if I was to die, you know, fuck it. I've had a decent life, semi-decent life. I've got to play a bit of Star Citizen, you know. Fuck it, good. I got the Ninja, which really 3-in-1, and they blend the same. The Ninja is also better. See, for me, I've been looking at a lot of like the kind of people that do this. You know, like their health nutritionists and stuff like that. So it's so difficult to go with, you know what I mean, like which to get. Yeah, that's the thing, C Merlin, that's what a lot of people said. It's old school tech, it fucking works. Well, in some cases, obviously Moomesher had a bad case, but yeah, it's the expense as well. I see it the same way. Yeah. Like for me, 60 days away from Star Citizen detox, I've had, as your name says, a massive detox and a re-evaluate on some life goals and stuff like that. Yeah, a juicer, not a blender, if you don't want all that shit. Yeah, but then you got to deal with all the fucking cleanup though, Obrak. You know, I'm not worried about bits, I just don't want a big fucking branch spinning around in my drink, you know what I mean? I just want to add a bit of water, a bit of orange juice, or sorry, apple juice, and then just fucking neck it. I don't want a fucking branch spinning around. You know, I need something that actually fucking disintegrates it, and I don't want to be like chugging on a big glob of pulp, you know? Fuck that, I'll just go and get a big fucking peat, like some peat from the ground. Like, where I live in Scotland, there's so much peat around here, and apparently there's a peat shortage, or you're not allowed to have too much peat. I'll just stick a big fucking spoonful and chunk on that shit, you know? Yeah. It is, yeah. I agree, detox. Just chew on a tree bark like the rest of us. Fuck off. Fuck that, I'll find a deer or a horse and I'll just suck the blood, get my nutrients, and then fly away, you know? Well, I'll see. I will make you a deal. If you don't like the more... Fucking hell. I need to make like a Zordon meme. I was thinking it, right? See this thing? You know how people have it? Detox has the memes, Zero State has the memes. I got this set up for the Toby gig next week. Don't you think I could probably do a Zordon? Like, if I took my headset off, right? And I had the Zordon background, I could be like, Rangers! Get like a voice changer. Rangers! Fucking Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I could do Zordon. I think I could do Zordon fucking great. Maybe I have to shave, but yeah. That's what we're going with. I think I can make a Zordon meme. Ugh. Right, you know what? I will try the... I mean, Amazon's pretty good. I'll try the Morphe Richards. I'll get like their latest model. And if it doesn't work out, I'll send it back. There we go. I'll try and clean it as best as I can. If for example somebody who's watching gets a Morphe Richards blender in the future and it's got little bits in it, nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me, by the way, alright? It's not mine. I'm 4 days in, the first 3 days were, well, fuck it, but not too bad. Oh, sorry, different. Oh, you got COVID. Yeah, Yeah, lucky. I'm COVID free, but that's because I I don't talk to anyone, interact with anyone. I have digs. What happened to the red tie? Right. Well, prime example. I'm gonna use Detox as well, and Captain Burks. There is a certain point in time where what you start wearing when you start streaming, Detox with the FPU and the kind of Starship Troopers gig, Burks with his fucking Star Trek nonsense, and me with my red tie. Sometimes it's just nicer to just stream as Avenge Me Brother fucking 40k t-shirt, you know what I'm saying? It's just a little bit nicer sometimes to do that, you know? I still wear the red tie for Fight or Flight when I became the best or worst Star Citizen pilot in the verse. You guys may have seen that last year in October. I became a legend. Nobody else was as fast as losing as me. I was wearing a shirt and red tie. You know, it does come out, but sometimes you have to avenge a brother. That's my reasons. But the tie. Well, look, guys, I have a brilliant solution for you, Mr. Adam Zero. For $4.99 or for your Twitch Prime, you can subscribe to this channel for 30 days. Then you can type TDL red tie. It gives you a fucking red tie in chat. How amazing is that? For $4.99 or your Twitch Prime for the next 30 days. You get your own red tie emote and you join the red tie gang. It's amazing. We've got exclusive people like Detox who have been here for 24 months. You know? TDL red tie. Blasting with nasty type. Tough Mudder's typing it. There you go. You know? Look at that. Yeah, P2's dead. It's dead. Their patch made it where you can't join it. So we've got, this is their patch notes, and literally you can't join PTU. It's not down, it's just they killed the launcher. They absolutely fucked it. So you get this error, you're unable to join the game. I bet this server is like, where is everybody? That John Travolta meme, you know?
Generous and clever.
But whoever made the patch made it where you can't join the game. So it's fucked. So for 12 hours plus now, nobody can play it. So I would imagine somebody's going to be up on the dial phone, you know? Glitch UK, thank you very much for the 19 months. Welcome back to the Red Tie Gang. Dropping those red ties, I appreciate that, dude. Live chat's hilarious in Spectrum. I don't go to Spectrum for those things anymore. I'd rather save up for a Morphe Richards blender. But the Morphe Richards blender was only 40 quid, JK. Are you talking about the Vitamax, which is the 400? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try out Moo Masher's blender, but most likely I'll probably end up sending it back and then, you know, getting the Vitamax, you know. That's what I expect. Obviously, Moo Masher might be 100% right, and I'll be like, wow, man, you just saved me fucking 100%, you know? Awesome shit. I'm very wary with, like, you know, like the cheaper things and stuff like that. Also, Moo Masher, if you're still here, maybe not because you got timed out. Yeah, you can't just post links to it in this channel. It says in the description or chat rules when you accept them. Just ask for a permit and a moderator can give you the ability to post. Only subscribers have the ability to post. It's a little perk for $4.99 or your Twitch Prime. Support the channel. Cause yeah. Fine shit, it won't even blend milk. Isn't milk already technically blended? Isn't that already the case? Anyway, God, fuck it, what? I might as well just sit and just chatting. This happened on YouTube as well. Holy shit, you guys are the most distracting twats ever. Like, I say that with a nice thing. But you did this on YouTube. You just keep asking shit like bloody vampires. Notice me, fucking TheDarkLaw. I'm meant to be trying to learn and get back into the swing of this game, and all you do is just fucking talk. Shit, like, and I get distracted, and then it just becomes just chatting TheDarkLaw again. It's fucking mind. He just got his neck in and fly. I actually have quite a decent neck size, actually. What's your favorite color, mate? It would be black. Black is my favorite color. Notice me, senpai. It was like, oh man, right, okay, right, one round. Breathe in. Holy shit! When I'm trying to watch Flight or Flight, stop fucking spamming Miss Gabby fucking emotes and typing 1%, you unathletic fucking pigeons. Oh, notice me, Avenger 1. Notice me, Miss Gabby. I need the fucking shut the fuck up. Alright? I'm wanting to listen to Detox. I'm wanting to read people's responses in chat, not have to fucking mute you guys because you are just so needy for attention. It's fucked up. Alright? Support the content creators, buy a monthly subscription, follow their channels, watch their content, but stop spamming their fucking chat in a different fucking content creator's channel. It's so cancerous. No, don't spam red ties. If I see fucking red ties, I will literally ban you on this channel. Go and enjoy their content, chat with people, but don't do the needy shit. Notice me senpai fucking nonsense, man. It's why we've got the word like semp, or the other version of it, you know, not allowed on this fucking thing. Stop being so needy and craving attention from it. Like, no, like, Gabby is a lovely lady, but she ain't gonna fuck you because you spam her emotes. Just to tell you that right now. Support her, but don't be needy. It's so cringe. It really is. And the 1% nonsense. Support Avenger 1, but again, he's not gonna fuck you for you typing that shit in his channel all the time. I'm not gonna rant. No, I said one more rant. That's it. That's it. I had to get off my chest because it fucking pissed me off. It really did. Like, I had to make chat disappear, and I hate doing that, you know? Because I like watching Bunsen work as a moderator. I like that shit, but fuck me. So needy. You burst so many bubbles? Well, I mean, it's not to be like, you know, aggressive towards you. It's just maybe fucking tighten up that sphincter and stop being so needy in your life, you know? These people are not going to give you more attention just because you spam a channel. He 1%. Hey, dude, you know what? Right? Avenger 1 is a meme. We're all memes. But you have to give the dude credit. He is pumping out the content regularly. He is helping people get into PvP. He's very, very memey. He makes his own memey videos. But you know what I mean? He is doing shit that not a lot of us could be bothered to do, you know? You gotta give mad respect for that shit. I still think he's a tit. You know, he probably thinks I'm a dick. I accept that. But I respect content creators who pump out that shit, you know? But what I don't respect is people spamming channels with fucking emotes. Like you're some Pokemon fucking follower and shit like that. We are Star Citizen backers on Twitch. Alright? Act accordingly. Stop spamming channels, like. Unathletic pigeon shit, like. And I would never want my emotes spammed in somebody's channel. I think that, like, spam it in my channel, sure, you know? But when it's like a show like that, and you've got all these people coming in to watch the show, and you get people, like, not wanting to interact with chat because they're just like, well, everything I just typed just got disintegrated by spamming idiots, you know? And then you've got to get or put them on ignore lists and stuff like that, and then that fucks up future things. It's just like, just stop acting like children, really. Why have all the RSI ships been taken out of the upgrade store? Well, apart from the C1. Is their website died as well? I'm telling you right now, I'm putting this down. I said this first. I think Quanta has become self-aware. No joke. I think Quanta has become self-aware. And it's because they added it in 3.17 and shit's going fucking wrong everywhere. Quanta is breaking things. Servers, logins, it's fucking destroying. It didn't take long. Tony Zervak made the best thing. You saying you can't up, what is it, RSI ships? Wait, let's go to, what would be game starts in, I've got extras where, let's do RSI. Oh no, there's still ships there. Are you talking about different, or the upgrade store? Upgrade, okay, upgrade. Ship upgrades. This is fine. I don't think it shows you any details. No, right. Let me upgrade. What can I upgrade? What would be to like an Aurora to? Oh, we still got them, I think. Now I'm having to think of what is an RSI ship, you know? Oh shit. Yeah, you can't upgrade to a constellation. It is Deed. That's Anvil, yeah. So I can go to a CL, I can do an Aurora. Oh yeah, it actually says, oh man, that's such text is so difficult. Jumpworks, Misk, Origin, Anvil. Yeah, it's like only an Aurora to an Aurora. You can't do a constellation. I think constellation's like always available. I would imagine so, being like an RSI ship. Yeah. Again, I think Quanta's just killing everything. That's my reason. You forgot to add that to the rules of the rules that. Hey, dude, I've got the best rules on the Twitch platform. It's like a fucking essay you have to read. You know? Not allowed to do this, not allowed to do that. In before Quanta starts buying ships in the Twitch. In before it starts charging ships to our accounts. Detox. That's the worry I would have first. Quanta takes over. Legatus for you. Legatus for you. Legatus for you. Oh, you seem to have plenty of money. You've already gotten a Legatus pack. How about another Legatus pack? Tony Zervak's bank account starts going up. And he's like, alright guys, my contract's up with CIG. Thank you very much for working here. I hope you enjoy Quanta. I love it. I'll be around if you need me. It's just literally wiping people. Quanta's, yeah. To be honest, I wouldn't, like, with AI, I'm always skeptical. Like, what it can do and it can't do, but I'm just gonna say this right now. They put Quanta, a very basic Quanta, into 3.17. The servers are fucked. The game is fucked. Live is fucked. The website is fucked. Can't log into PTU, or you can't join PTU. It's fucked, you know? I'm just putting two together. I think it's Quanta. I think it's evolving far faster than Tony Zervak can shut it down. Pico has become sentient? Yeah, maybe that's the case. Who knows? Yeah, even if you recopy your account, it doesn't let you in. It's literally, as I've been saying to people when they're asking why you're not on PTU, the moment it's come out, you will get this error. I should just leave this one up. Not able to authenticate on PTU platform. This is login. This is something where the moment you push the button to join a server, it would then go through your login credentials, and it's just not joining. I'm pretty sure the servers are up and running. It's just the login server that pushes you from launcher to the actual platform is not letting you in, you know? So that's what I think. I think it's just the login servers. Check your accounts, make sure that your hangars are not increasing in ships, because Legatus packs can still be bought, I would imagine. That's never going to disappear. But what is interesting is that, you know, within the 12 plus hours that, I mean, we're talking about nearly 24 hours when the patch, or no, like 12. Oh, no, more than that. It would be, yeah, nearly 24. There's nothing, man. Nothing. Who's this Jason fellow and why is that position 0? I don't know, man. Jason is at position 0. So that's the reason why we're not on PT, you guys. Nobody can get on. Recopying account won't work. I've tried the deleting easy cheat and redoing it. Does not work. So yeah, you're on live. But live is dodgy. Like, it's really dodgy. I've just been, like, flying along, and then for some reason I'm under the ground. It's just like, wee! Where are you going today, TheDarkLaw? I'm Jason, but I'm at position 49. So yeah, it's just, it's Goosebraid. So I hope CIG gets on it, because I've still yet to be, like, I know this sounds very basic, guys. Very basic. My dream for this weekend is to push the ATC button. That's my dream in Star Citizen right now. Desync is amazing. I can't wait to check out for myself. But since I am a 2012 backer, I've never seen push ATC button. It will be the newest thing for me in the game. Something that we've all wanted for years. Finally, somebody, a mastermind developer, has developed a button in a game to do the same thing that we've had to do by pressing F1 or F11 and then moving through the thing. Somebody with a high IQ level has finally stepped up to the plate and said, Chris, I'm a better coder than you. I can do this for you. And Chris goes, fuck, why didn't I think of that for 6 years? Why didn't I think of that one? You know? So yeah, I can't wait for that ATC button. That's my dream. I'm gonna press that button. It's the first thing I want. Then everything else is obviously gonna be a bonus. I did that yesterday, it was so glorious. No joke, it's so sad that that's the thing you're excited for the most in the patch. Like, I'm really glad that they've got desync sorted, refueling, amazing, cool. Scorpius coming in, fucking hull A, B, C, D, E, F, everything, whatever. You know, that's eventually coming. I'm grateful for it. Staggered button for pilots. Amazing. If you like cannons or shotguns, you can go do with cannons now. Amazing. Nothing beats that ATC button. Not having to do F11. Friends, can I get out the hangar, please? Can I land? Oh, look, I'm getting pad rammed because ATC took 1 billion years to open up the door. Oh, it's gonna be so good, man. That dude who thought of that is going to be promoted to the Iran office. He's going to the top, the tippity top of the mountain, but only halfway up. That's where that person's going, man. They'll never shut up, like no. Don't you dare say something like that. I just can't wait, man. I can't wait to not have to open up Mobiglass to do something so simple. And there's a fire all weapon group button as well, so you can have fire all weapon group button, which I think I'm gonna have on my second stage trigger on the primary, and then you can have the other groups. You also have the stagger. Stagger is so good. I know most people, oh fuck the river, it's only one little like billabong kind of shit. Like, I was expecting at least a decent river, but every video I've seen on the river is so unathletic. You know, and it spawns like at the start of a rock or something daft like that. Obviously I'll enjoy it, I'll go through it, but you know what I mean? I want a fucking lake or something like that to chill out and kind of thing, you know? A little bit bigger, maybe a waterfall, you know, in time, it'll come. But it's the main quality of life fixes and changes that I'm so looking forward to. And then obviously you have the Nightmare Quanta, which seems to be sentient and it's taking over, so. All it took was Red Layer to make a macro video and it suddenly made it. I know. Because like Moist Noodle, Gallifear, Red Layer, they've always been using voice attack to do it. And it's just so stupid that you just did not have a button. And all that, and again, the method I had said for many years was, can we not just target Grim Hex and press the hail button? It would have been so simple. Done. Deal. But we get it. Now, it's good. I'm looking forward to all the little quality of life changes. And CIG, if you're watching, you know what would be a really good quality of life? Graphics, guys, alright? I know it's not that difficult for you, but can you separate camera motion blur and object motion blur? So I can have fast objects blurring, right? But not with the camera going all funny. Please can we separate this one? And audio team, since you seem to be crack shots, can we get it where I can maybe make my engines louder and my guns less? You know, maybe split master volume and sound effects or whatever. Split this one line so we could have like engines and... You know what I mean? Like, these things seem so fucking basic to me in a video game, yet we don't have the ability to do it, you know? In Atmosphere, your engines are so fucking loud at times, and then in other moons, it's not. Just a quick... These two changes, you know? That's all I asked for. However, you guys seen the camera video. I showed this one yesterday, right? No joke. For anyone like Tarada and anyone that makes videos, Detox will love this one. This is a game changer, right? If you've not seen this video on it, okay, it's called Disable Camera Spring. Anyone that does recording of videos, Detox is gonna love this one. Watch this. Remember this sort of shit? This is what you get when you move. The camera goes fucking crazy. Watch this. This is instant no. How easy is that? How easy and how fucking cool is that? That means we can now do flyby videos without your head fucking exploding out the side of the ship. Or if you want to do over, like say for example you're in a ship that has like an interior and you're wanting to do like a camera shot with that. Can I put that on a keybind? I don't know. They probably haven't thought that far ahead, Graphic. In 3 months' time, maybe there will be a keybind. All I know is I'm disabling that instantly, you know? Because that is a, like, can you imagine where you, like I like doing this view, but I hate how it moves around. But can you imagine if you have this view, this is some Top Gun shit, like, if you get it, like here, and I do a low-fly video and it just stays instead of this janky-ass shit. Look at it. Oh, where's my head gone as I fucking turn around? You know what I mean? I hate it. But then you can go into even more detail. You do like a, maybe not that far, I mean this is, it needs to be more fine-tuned, but can you imagine like that, you know, or maybe like to the side here. It's like, fuck, will you just get out of the way, you know? And it doesn't move. Like, this is the problem that you have right now. Is it's like, oh, where's the camera going, Montgomery? Where's it fucking going? What gyro chicken fucking feature? Cause you remember that they molded it off a chicken? Their camera off a chicken, you know, the whole fucking chicken doesn't move its fucking head. Well, it does in this fucking game. So that spring thing just makes it where it'll be constantly stuck like that. And for people who like to do the cinematography kind of stuff in Star Citizen, it's a massive game changer. No more nonsense. I can't wait. I'm gonna be using it all the time. I'm actually probably gonna change my, cause I have these camera angles, which are, they stay just far away so you don't see the fucking sway, but I'll probably change them out a little bit different. And again, quality of life sometimes is better than another extra feature, you know what I mean? Because we do have a shit ton of content in the game for people to do, it's just nothing works. So if something gets fixed or a little quality of life comes in to make it easier for us, awesome shit. Like, I'll still rant about CIG, but I'll always promote good ideas. Maybe takes a little bit longer to get into the game and stuff like that than we wish, but yeah, you know. A lot more. Okay, right. Well, we had the desync problem, so we missed out on that. We are going to try another flight here. So buckle up, buckaroos. This is gonna get dicey. Get dicey. And then I need to go to the toilet when I explode, because we are most likely going to explode, as this is day 2 of trying to relearn how to fly effectively. Also, I'll bring up this one again for you. We get a bit loud as well. I need louder. Alright. Let's get the speed. We're dead. Yep. Again, like, the major problem with me is the moment you start increasing the speed, my precision is fucking whacked right now. Like, it's so weird. For me, like 60 days ago, no problem. Most people that watch the channel know that I just don't fucking die, and now it's like, fuck me. I wonder how long until it starts fucking clicking again. Fastest fuck boys. Well, not just yet. We're not at that stage, tough. We can do the, like, casual flying and stuff, but the brain is just not wired yet to plan everything ahead. I think it's definitely going to take more time than I thought it would. Like, obviously, muscle memory, like, kicks back in after, like, 30 minutes. That's there. It's the precision and the aiming ahead, like, future aiming. Nah. Too much in, like, Lost Ark Elden mode, where you can just sort of, like, droop around a bit. I think by maybe the end of the weekend, we should be good. We should be good. If not, I'm gonna get worried, like, I'm gonna be like, holy fuck! I'll never take 60 days away from the game ever again, CIG, I promise! Give me back my ability! It's been taken. You need milk and cookies and fuel. Actually, you know what? I need to get up, and I'm gonna suggest you guys do the same. We're gonna get up. I'm gonna take a short break and refresh my sneak, stretch my legs, go for bio, and then we'll try again, guys. We'll try again. Where the hell did I put my break button? Oh yeah, here it is. Anyway, enjoy the new break screen. Which is pretty cool, eh? You like that shit. Enjoy, guys. Then you'll actually know when I'm back. Don't mind about the fucking text. I need to hide that one. But you know what? Fuck it. I'll just put it as like that. Give me like 5 minutes. Alright. Back in a bit, guys. Hey Skyborn, how you doing, Chief? Just having a quick break, guys. Stretch your legs, get some drinks. Buckle up, buckaroos. Ooh. God, I'm getting old. Oh, I'm getting old, chat. Gotta do the old stretching of the legs. Got some more juice. I'll get back to it. How you doing today, Skyborn? Armored Sponge, welcome in as well, dude. If I missed you earlier. Double Fett, good day to you. Commandment 2 as well. Nice to see you all. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday. If anyone's asking why we're not in PTU, the simple message is, it is dead. Dead. Quanta has now become sentient and has taken over the PTU. Make sure you watch your bank accounts. Tony Zervak is charging Legatus packs. I'm just joking. Tony Zervak is on the case. Quanta is live. Expect the robot takeover very shortly. But yeah, I appreciate all you all coming in. We're trying to do a Dragon Force run. Or... yeah, do we still call it Dragon Force? Yeah.
Welcome and enjoy your stay.
Is it Fortius Green? Fortius? Am I saying that right? Thank you very much for the raid, dude. I appreciate it. Welcome in, guys. Hope you're doing well. Having a good Saturday. All those good vibes. Good vibes. Hope you're well. Thank you so much for that support. Yeah, we're just going to get back into it. We're trying to do what is called a Dragon Force challenge or a Dragon challenge, whatever you want to do. And the idea is you have to go as fast as possible, as low as possible. Daymar generally is the best. If you're like a low flyer yourself, you guys will know Daymar generally is like the best place to fly because it kind of gives you that atmospheric gravity vibes and doesn't require you to go around microtech too much and all that jazz. But welcome in. I appreciate the love. I take it you were playing some Star Citizen as well today. Unfortunately, I still don't have any shout out button. To be honest, I probably might actually not even add it. Normally I stream on YouTube, and yeah, there's none of those features on YouTube. So I'm kind of used to now where it's just, you know what, guys? It's so simple just to click somebody's name and follow. That's it. That's how simple it is. So that's what you should do. We'll do shields. I'm kind of set up here, but yeah, the Dragon Challenge for me. If anyone is coming in, you do a bit of low flying, stuff like that. There's like two different ways of doing low flying. You have the OG Teradaway chronogenic Skyborn method, which is the cinematography method where you go at a certain speed, move the ship in a certain way, kind of like snowboarders, skateboarders kind of vibe, you know, that just basically follow the lines, follow the pattern. Then you have my style. So I started off doing the Trada way, because like when Trada started doing it, I was like, I didn't have anything to do in Star Citizen at the time because PvP was broken, so I was like, I spent multiple years doing low flying. And ever since they changed the kind of like the way flight is, my style has changed more to I'm going to go as fast as fuck and try and hold the height. A lot of people don't like it because you can't really do it as a group. It's not very cinematographic, but it is fucking a rush. Like, it's an absolute rush. And it looks like Tom Cruise in Top Gun 2 is taking inspiration from it because there's a bit where he's flying an F8 Hornet really low and stuff like that. Enjoy YouTube lo-fi videos a while back. Been wanting to see a stream for a while. Thank you, I appreciate it. That was nice. The YouTube ones, I really need to get The YouTube quality, obviously back then, I didn't have the ability to do... So I have a 4K monitor. And now if I did recording, they're just going to look so mint. I've just not had any time to get into it. Plus, with the kind of state of Star Citizen, obviously with 3.17 changing, might be able to do some faster group flying, which will be really, really nice. And especially for anyone, if you guys do the low flying like Cryogenics, Skyborne, stuff like that, with the group thing, I'm looking forward to like the sync. I want it where any low flyer knows this shit. It's so fucking sick when you're watching people like Tokyo drift around corners and stuff. Even if you're going slow, it looks amazing, right? But there's nothing worse when that's what you see on somebody's fucking screen. It drives you nuts. Because you're like, oh man, I've got the vibes, I got the tunes, I got my boys. You know, it's amazing feeling. I highly recommend low flying to anyone. And then it's just like that. And you're like, yeah boy, the vibes kick in, the endorphins are going, and then you're slowing down, the next person behind you is slowing down. What's going on? You know, and that's what we've had for like multiple years, so hopefully 3.17 will sort this, and we might actually get to see the silky smooth videos that we all deserve. Both are cool, and if you don't have
detected.
if you don't have friends,
Welcome and enjoy your stay.
Meta Wolf Rising, thank you very much for the raid, guys. I appreciate all the love. I think like each way, the only thing I say with like, and I've been honest with Cryogenics about it. You know, my problem is with the like Tirada Cryogenics way where you've got the nose down. Now, again, this is nothing against people that do it, right? So you have the nose down. You put a lot of the fuselage out of the way, so when they're doing the rolls, there's no way of impact on the wings, right? Because of you got the nose down. And my only criticism is against this is that when Star Citizen put out the actual aerodynamics, you're not going to be able to fly like this. And I'm so worried that people who do all the low flying give up because they won't enjoy it as much as more. Because you'll have to fly like this, or you'll crash because of aerodynamics. That's my only criticism with the way people do it, like Tirada, and I've said it to Tirada as well. And obviously he does a lot of like flight sim, so he will obviously change from this sort of method to this method. But I have a feeling a lot of people will give up because of it. You know, it's the same as like all the flight models when they always change. People get stuck in the mentality, so I'm so worried we're gonna lose a lot when that happens. I need some cheering up. I don't need cheering up. I'm very, very happy. What I need is not to have nerve damage in my left hand, and obviously to not being away from Star Citizen for 60 days, because I'm getting frustrated with myself that my precision is off right now, and I was expecting it to come back a little bit faster. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna not push this. We're gonna pump out 2 amazing flight songs from Pendulum, and I'm gonna try and do what I normally do to get us in the mood a little bit here, and then hopefully you guys can enjoy. Now please do not judge me. Alright, been away for 60 days, got nerve damage in the left hand, watch my YouTube videos, all that jazz. That will show you what I can actually achieve. But right now, and again, this is a different way of doing low flying. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but yeah, you know what, for me, I find it a lot more exhilarating pumping out at 600 meters a second. And we need to kind of like go back into canyons around. But again, like if you want to check out, go to like Skyborne's channel, Cryogenics. Obviously, if you guys do low flying as well, it is definitely a great way to pass some time in Star Citizen whilst we wait for those experiences. Or like other mechanics and stuff. Again, please don't judge. I've so out of practice is ridiculous. Appreciate all the raids, guys. Very, very kind of you. Thank you for bringing communities over. My guys, go and check them out when they're live next. Again, it's a little bit different. It's just fast. For me, I like speed. Play a lot of Wipeout. Wipeout is my jam. Move out here. Oh yeah. Sorry, let me bring this up as well to help you. I use Z extensions on Verpals, so I'm more of like a Gundam fighter, really. Cut across. This is not going to be a good area if I do so. That's not bad, that's not bad. Still a bit... meh. Still a bit meh. Be with chat in a second, guys. Alright. Let's decouple it now. Reaper, how you doing, Chief? I'll show you now with decouple where my flight style just works on both things. There's no difference. do shit like this. Recover that one. That's bad. Recover. Right. Back into couple until I get better. Oh, not this area again. Cross in. Fast as fuck, boys. Fast as fuck. Again, it's not very cinematographic, but that's not even a word, Michael. What the fuck? Low on that one. Again, that's where the precision is like gone. It's gonna take me definitely a few days to get back to stop making those mistakes and stuff like that. But yeah. If you guys have never seen that, that's basically what I'm doing. I do apologize how janky it is though. Working on things. Hey Nubifier, good day to you, Chief. Miss up on any chat. Personally doing the nose down flying, but I enjoy any sorts of flying. Yeah, again, like my only criticism with the nose down flying is just I'm so worried that people, you know, won't be able to enjoy when aerodynamics come in, and they'll have to like go to dedicated like low gravity moons to be able to do it still, and they may miss out on like places with rivers and shit like that. That's my only worry with that flight style, but again, it's fucking amazing when you watch like Skyborn, Chronogenics. Like for me, I know everyone like rants about Terada. For me, I think Chronogenics is the best at that kind of like low flight. No joke. The guy has insane control and he just sits there like that. You know, Skyborn's really fucking good as well. And I've not really seen Terada fly very much recently. I know he's been doing like a lot of like flight sim and stuff like that, so yeah. Thank you very much for all the follows, guys. If you are following, make sure you do !April. CIG are giving me lots of giveaways to give to you guys, so please get involved in it. And Nubifier, we watched your video at the start of the show, did on the God, I keep forgetting the name of it. The Expawns, that's it. Good video, dude. Really nice to see you flying again, mesmerizing. Thank you guys. I wish we should fucking went for 40, but yeah, like I've been away from Star Citizen for 60 days. I've got nerve damage in the hand, so I can't do the same shit that I used to do. I mean, it's all right, but my motors are slow. I've not played in 60 days. Yesterday was the first time back to the game, so we're like day 2. So we've managed to actually learn how to fly again, and now we're just working on precision and stuff like that. No, it's based. Well, I don't know if carpal tunnel think what the result is like round here is like a crushed nerve sheath, which needs to be obviously expanded to allow the nerves to move in whatever. I'm not getting technical. All I know is that they want to put wires down my hand. That's gonna be fun. However, I do like pain. Like, I do like tattoos. I had piercings when I was a lot younger. I do enjoy pain. So maybe I get off on it. Who knows? But the idea of having robo fucking hand for a bit is going to be interesting. Well, they don't think it's like it won't need open surgery, if that's what you mean, Hampus. You know, they said no open surgery. It's just going to be some wires and fucking, I don't know, maybe they'll fire some electricity or whatever down it to, I don't know what they do, you know. My mother had it where, so it might be genetics. She had it where they put like a needle down. Obviously, it's a bit graphic for people. I do apologize, but it's the only way of describing it. A needle down the nerve to expand it, like in between the fingers, and it fixed it for her. So, but yeah, I'll go for Robo Hand. Like, if anyone's got state of the heart, my only condition, if you're going to take my hand and give me Robo Hand, is I need it to where it spins around. That's my only condition, okay? For science, I need it to spin, alright? Like, rotate 360 all the way around. Don't ask me for what reason. Maybe I want to dig underground. It's a drill, you know? It's gotta do that. Careful, tattoo ink can be magnetic, which can comprehend MRI scans. Well, I'm not caked in tattoos. You know, I've just got the odd ones. But it's alright. Again, my motor skills are just slower. They're a lot more sluggish, and I can no longer do my role-playing of Spider-Man, you know, like crawling up walls and stuff. I can't do that because this actually massively hurts if I extend just these 3 fingers. Like, and actually push them out and then push them back. That really, really fucking hurts now. But I still have, you know, full control. It's just very sluggish, that's all. So, it just needs a little jolt. That's all. Not that bad. Important ship with a silly name. Yep, just like Nubifire says, it's a really good ship for the game. It's just it's a stupid name, you know. It's a really stupid name. I was expecting like expands to be something for, you know, like exploration or something like that, not just a tug. They could have just called it tug. You know, just sat there. Or chimney. Or shit. Just call it the RS or the Hull refinery. Would have probably been better. But yeah, welcome in Nubifire. Hope you're well, sir. I don't worry about the new flow modes, just have to adapt and overcome. Yeah, so that's a good attitude of it. Like, I know a lot of low flyers that had massive issues to move from the old system flight model, because we're all like roaming around in M50s and stuff like that. Like, and a lot of people kind of gave up afterwards because they didn't like the way ships fly. For me, I think the ships fly incredible. There's no way to express it anything more than, yeah, that shit is just it. Oh, well, this is a storage ship, right? Okay. The speed and movement, and you can do this in any ship, by the way. It's just the arrow for me has the ability to push out of turns. There's a lot of ships that you can low fly. It's just the arrow has the forward thrust that requires for my style. I need that split second hyper push, you know. And I really wish they would add a 2-seater arrow. That would be sick. That would be really cool. But they're working on fixing the M50, and I think I'll be going back to the M50 once they fix it for atmosphere, because it's got more forward push than the arrow, which means that I will be able to do faster. I'll be able to go faster. Is it going to be good for like the old style of drifting around corners? Who knows, like. But you've got to remember, in the new flight model, it's classed as an interceptor, and interceptor ships in this game are frontal speed fast, not that good at maneuvering. For me, I need as fast as fuck, you know. Call ATC would have been a lovely button if we could use it, but not in the BTU. Great to see. You back, followed resub, hype for the next 28 days, you're looking well. Love the beard. Yeah, I love the beard. I don't know why it took me so long. Obviously it was a lot longer when we started off, but I'm kind of like enjoying this amount. We're trying to fill it in the face. I'm looking very weathered because the weather is going up and down just now. It's cold, it's hot, it's cold, it's cold, but I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I didn't get a subscriber notification, or did I? No, I didn't get one, so I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Can you fly the Herald like that? I can.
Thank you.
I can. Can I go one more in the arrow, and then I will show you what it's like to do that at 1,000 meters a second? Obviously, it's a straight line. If anyone's ever flown at 1,000 meters a second, you can't turn in atmosphere. You just keep going. You just keep going straight. That's all the Herald does at those speeds. You can't do any canyon flying and stuff like that. You literally have to go straight. The Herald is a monster in Daymar. There's nothing better than being Criminal 5, a bounty hunter chasing after you, and you're in a Herald, because they come in, they're like, oh, this Herald, I'm gonna fucking kill it easy, and you're like, oh yeah, well, meet my 2 fucking thruster boy, and you just go, boom! Fucking 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 meters away from the target. They're like firing missiles, and the missiles are like, I can't keep up with this shit. What the fuck are you doing? You know, and you're just like that. Away. But obviously you can't kill because it can't dogfight. But it's so amusing as a troll ship, just baiting people in and then just disappearing. I love the Herald for that reason. Not my typical A to B kind of flyer, but you know what I mean. You gotta have the classics now. Well, you can go and get it in game. It's only like under a couple of mil or something like that. Just go and rent it or buy it, you know? Gladius in old days. Well, the thing is, the Gladius is really good in atmosphere for flying. It just doesn't have the forward push. And I think it's probably the same reason why the M50 is broken. I think Carnards on the front, Carnards basically what help aerodynamics. I think they're actually causing the flight model to do weird things. So if I know Yogi and the team are like working on the M50, it might not be out in 317, but they know of these problems, and I think it's the Gladius as well needs to just push more in atmosphere, but obviously where it doesn't translate into space, because in space it's completely fine. And I think you would massively overpower the Gladius if you gave it, you know, a good quarter of acceleration, you know. So yeah, we're working to try and get the M50 fixed, or they are, I should say, and hopefully whatever they learn from that translates into trying and fix some other ships that are broken and stuff. But it's looking good, because again, for me, I'm always about atmospheric flight combat. I don't really like space, you know, it's beautiful, but I'm more of, this is where you'll find me in the game. This is just what I like. I like the, you know, toning down the max and stuff like that. So if it means that we get more combat in atmosphere because people can use more of the ships they like the Hornet and stuff, I'm all for changes like that. But yeah, if you've never flown the Herald in atmosphere and just push the throttle down, just go and buy one in game. It's not that expensive. And have that experience. Fun fact, TDL backstars isn't because of space. Will you be doing Logan again? Logan is actually a completely different thing now than beforehand. So Logan has 2 departments, and I've not been able to do my Logan series that I wanted to bring out earlier this year because obviously 316 fucked it. But we have Logan Flight and we have Logan Fight. Obviously, I did steal it from FOF, but I did ask Christian as well if that was kind of okay, you know. Basically, the idea is that Logan Flight, we've got a video out that explains it, is a very, very hardcore PvP 1-on-1 2v2 kind of system where you don't use shields, you don't use lasers, you use ballistic. Skyborn, take care, dude. Thank you very much. I'll need to try and catch one of your streams if I can. But yeah, thank you so much for the support today, dude. And have a good day. Good night, even. So that is the fight aspect of it, where you use mass drivers, you use lag pip, you're not allowed shields, you're in atmosphere. It's very much DCS world kind of fighting, where you do not dogfight as in what you do in Star Citizen, which is this, because you die very fast. You have to learn how to do merges and jousts, because as I explained yesterday, when people complain about jousting, jousting is a valid flight tactic in combat. The problem people have is, or they claim as the jousters, are the people that don't understand that you can let go of W and press S a few times. That is where you should not complain about jousting. That is just simply somebody that doesn't know how to manage their speed. That would be the complaint. But jousting should never be like, oh, it's a jouster, oh, it's a jouster. No, it's a valid tactic. You go into a merge, you get into your circles, and if you can't, you disengage, and you fly like that. Can you try something really fast for me? I'm not in front of a PC right now, so I cannot try it. It depends what it is, Peabot. If it's cook a flan on stream, you have to go to OnlyFlans for that. But yeah, sure. If it's in-game, I will happily try something. Decoupled and landing gear on. Yeah, you don't fall out of the sky, if that's what you're asking. They added that in a lot of time. No, you don't fall out of the sky.
Deployed.
It's not meant to do that. No, you're not meant to. They added that in years ago, when they did the decouple changes for atmosphere. You're not meant to fall out of the sky with landing gear down, because it engages the invisible auto hover in the game, which a lot of people don't know about. But when they add in auto hover again, get used to having to actually fucking micromanage, because Yogi and the team are actually developing for dual joystick users the ability to collective dual joystick, which would be like hold a trigger and do a collective movement with it, which is going to be insane. Like if anyone's ever flown a helicopter, you would understand being able to throttle down with the joystick, but not actually affecting your main speed. But yeah, they added that in ages ago for it. I think it's a really cool feature, actually, to be honest, because it helps people land. However, I do like the fact that decoupled landings will always be the silkiest, where, for example, you can come in and just, you know, hold your speed, raise the nose up, find a little bit of flat, you know, and you just cruise in like that, you know. I always love these kind of landings, and then again, you can come in, raise your nose up again. It's so silky smooth, you know. A little bounce, maybe. There we go. A little bounce. Because obviously we don't have wheels and we're on rough landing. But there, soft landing, no damage, all that shit. And you can't really do that with couple mode. Again, I always say to people, you want to learn both flight styles, and there's not much difference between couple and decouple these days. People are like, oh, you can't do this with decouple, or with couple. I do. I prove all the time. The only good thing about decouple is it allows you to slow your movements down in certain things, because the faster you go, and it's generally over 300 meters a second, the flight model changes and it requires more aerodynamic feel, so you lose the ability to yaw. Look, I can do this under these speeds, but the moment I start speeding up in a straight line, so I get over 300 and I yaw, it kicks back. Flight model changes. So decouple is just great for when you're at a slower speed. It allows you to get into the more drift whilst you're going in places that you can't do in couple. But when you're at certain speed and they're like, oh, you're in couple mode, you're not doing it as hardcore as it. There's at fast speeds, there's no difference between couple and decouple. Hate to tell you that, buckaroos, and I know more about the flight model than most people. Over a certain speed threshold, couple decouple means no difference. In space, it's indifferent. Yeah, it's got more thing. You've got more precision on aiming and stuff like
multiple
that.
class 2 status updates in progress.
Appreciate that. So it's a very common thing where I will switch between couple and decouple. Now the best way I would say is if you're wanting precision, couple mode. If you're wanting to be able to do fancy tricks, decouple. And that's the difference between the two flight models just now when it comes to actually flying. Now, when it comes to combat, one would say couple mode is more for defensive play, for the precision that you actually get out of the game, and decouple would be for support because it makes it nice and smooth for your aiming. So if you're not the person taking damage, you go into decouple to actually get that silky smooth moving on the pip to aim. But if you're the one taking the damage, I would always suggest that you be in couple to be more defensive play. This is where I always say to people, don't just fly decouple, or don't just fly couple. Both have a valid reason to use it. Greg, thank you very much for the 5 months.
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
It's a huge thing that ever since the game changes. Now, obviously, if we went back like 2 years, and this is before they did the flight model change, the M50s, all those kind of times, you would just stay in couple. That was, or decouple, sorry. That was the best way to do it. Not anymore now. Not anymore. But you'll see, like, for example, Skyborn and the guys, they will do their speeds and they'll do decouple. And when you're group flying and you're doing the low stuff and you see them do it, it's so fun. Like, I won't be able to do it because obviously for me, I'm built around speed and precision like that. But you have them where they've got their noses down like that, so they've got more fuselage out the way of destruction, and they're like, you know, doing this, and they're fucking just drifting around corners and stuff. It looks really fucking sick. And then you've got like Cronogenics, who changes the camera a bit, so
Captain, someone has gifted a Class 2 access pass.
Thank you very much to Nano Soldier, 2 months as well. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support, guys. You've got that method of doing, and it's really fucking cool to watch. With group flying as well, like you would do the decouple because it also reduces like the potential of lag, lowering those speeds down. But if you do couple low flying with high speeds, you've got that stuttering that just looks so shit. This obviously will hopefully change in 3.17. By the way, if you guys are just following the channel, make sure you do !April. Get involved in the giveaways. CIG is giving me lots of swag to give to you guys. I got a 400i, I got a Cutlass Steel, I got a fucking Starfarer all foaming out of my mouth. Take it off me, please. So every week we're doing it. Codes, secret codes, if you want it. I've got a really easy way of doing this, right? This is so easy. You're gonna love this. It's flawless. It means you don't have to sit around in the channel if you don't want to listen to me, but you want to get that extra juice from the thing. The start of the show, what's that? What's that? Oh look, there's a fucking code. There you go. That's yesterday's code. You'll get the evening or today's code at the end of the show. So you don't even need to fucking watch me. You don't need to sit in a channel and farm up points or fucking be like, God, this guy's a fucking droveling on bore. I got you covered. You can fuck off whenever you want. All you do is just watch the VOD. Start and the end. Pure and simple. So tomorrow, if you miss today's one, tomorrow start the show, we'll show today's, and you know how it goes. So there's always a code at the beginning and a code at the end. 2 codes. If you miss any of the shows, makes it easy for you guys to do so. And thank you very much, guys, for the stuff. I don't have any ways of spotting or seeing a hype train, so I appreciate if there's a hype train. But I'm not gonna hype it up anymore. I'm so used to YouTube now, where it's just like, yeah, I haven't got the energy to hype up things. I appreciate it though. What if we were like, if we like the droning boar? Well, fucking punishment for you, like. But yeah, up to you and stuff. But yeah, going back to Logan, sorry, I completely got sidetracked there. Logan Flight is going to be where the series that I'm doing is where I'm going to invite people like Fresh, Battlestar, Avenger 1, Detox, content creators that you guys can relate to. Because if I brought in a random person, you'd be like kind of, who's that, you know? And it might get to the stage, but basically have like one-on-ones in this sort of flight style, which puts people right out of their comfort zone, because most of the time people use shields as a buffer, and this flight or this combat gameplay isn't Star Citizen. Well, it's in Star Citizen, so it's Star Citizen related, but it's something that you just wouldn't do because you're gonna die in a split second. You can't do it. And then we have Logan Flight, which is eventually down the line when CIG get rid of desync or make it completely different. Because of aerodynamics coming in the game, I don't want to create a flight team that does like the drifting kind of stuff. I'm looking for the flight team that like you see with red arrows and shit, which are literally like this on each other at high speed, and they're all doing this at the same time off the deck. That's what I would like to achieve on it, but that is a high skill ceiling. So again, like, for me, I kind of did like Logan back in the past just to be like, hey guys, you know, you guys are doing low flying and stuff like that, but I want to take it to the point where it's like, yeah, it's more of like a team, and I need technology in the game to advance on that to be a part. So I will only be doing the Wii series. However, as I was talking with Tough Mudder, I want it where Logan is kind of like an exclusive club, so to speak, where unless you're part of the flight team, the only way to get into Logan would be as if you're 5 times on the show kind of thing. You know how like they do it with SNL, where you get like the 5 times jacket? That was the kind of thing with it. So if anyone looks at the thing, they'll be like, not Top Gun kind of bullshit, but again, it is, Logan is highlighted around Top Gun but on the deck kind of thing. So that's the plan for the future, where I can do my DarkLaw stuff and I can do my Logan, but we need to wait for technology to advance along. However, 317 definitely
Twitch Prime
brings it
sub
in.
received. Generous
Hey,
and
D-Boss.
clever.
Speaking
Bravo.
of amazing low flyers, D-Boss in channel, along with a few other names that I can drop. D-Boss, guys, if you like the way I fly, fast as fucking furious, D-Boss is, well, I would imagine actually if D-Boss has not been away from the game, I don't know your status, D-Boss is probably actually better than me just now. It won't last long though. I'll knock him right off within a couple of days. You won't be able to compare. You'll just be imagining. But D-Boss is incredibly good. Ondo is another one. Salty Kitten. They do the fast as fuck boys kind of style. And then obviously if you're looking for the kind of Tirada style, I highly suggest you check out Cronegenics. He, big bearded guy. He's just insane to watch. And then obviously you got Skyborn as well and all the other guys. There's like 2 different flight styles. It's really cool. I love it. I love how there's like the 2 different groups, but you get the enjoyment out or like the respect out of both sides. And if we can get formation flying, man, I like, oh shit, that would be so good. But we shall see. We shall see. Not for a while anyway. But thank you so much, dude. How you doing? I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking, my man. I saw that you updated your logo and stuff like that. I was peekabooing around channels recently, and I saw that you've got like a new office, a big D logo. You know what I'm saying, boy? Upgrading your stream quality. I like that shit. I like that shit. I still love how you still copy my fucking joystick view, even though you've got it in like bright yellow. I like that shit. Classy. Good stuff. Good stuff. But yeah. Hey, Warpath, how you doing, Chief? Welcome in. Chrono's a beast. My favorite for, yeah, he's nuts. Like, the dude has a skill level that most people, like, I wouldn't be able to do it. You know, I rate myself as probably one of the top, like, speedster, low flyers, stuff like that. But then you've got Cronegenics, who has an insane level of, like, it's almost like he's like on water or like an ice rink or something like that, you know? He just does not gain height. And I don't know how the fuck he does it, you know? Obviously, I kind of know he's up strafing, but he makes it so good where you don't see it. It just feels like he's on a roller coaster kind of thing. And that is an impressive skill, because again, if anyone's flying decouple, you know that because the changes in the flight model, decouple still behaves like it did in the past. The problem is you used to be able to decouple and let go, and you would just drift in the same direction. Now you have gravity and the fake aerodynamics and stuff like that in the game, which forces you down. You can see on there that my TVI is going down. This is something that everyone who learns low flying must master, is you no longer have like the silky just I can hover above the ground shit. You actually have to fucking use your upstrafe. And to get it very steady like this requires a lot of dedication. And his method, obviously he does the nose down one, so it's a little bit more where you got more view to it. Can't fault the method. And then he is just, he's literally like fucking here. And I don't know if it's the fuck's sake, like, I don't know if it's the camera angle or whatever, but he turns rocks like this into a fucking object to go around. And obviously for me, I'm like, you can see it when you see the shadows. Like, he goes in and then he would just be like fucking goes in there, that kind of rate, and around that shit. And you can only do that with mastering like decouple and keeping that silky precision going for you to be able to do that. But yeah, he is, I love Tarada. He's the godfather of low flying, if you ever wanted to put like a title on it. But I do think Chronogenics is better. I would probably say, and this is no offense to Chronogenics, Tarada does better videos. Because obviously, like, I think Chronogenics does like TikToks and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, it's great that you've got different people with different skills and stuff like that. But yeah, go and check out D-Boss. He goes Fast as Fuck Boys, the Fastest Fuck Boy group. And Ondo as well. I don't know if it's Ondo Linux or something like that. I can't remember. He lurks around the channel as well sometimes. He is another Fast as Fuck Boy. Yeah, no assistance, yeah. Well, I mean, Decouple doesn't have an assistance, but there, like, I will say this to you. There he is. Yeah, he's lurking. I knew he was fucking lurking. He's always lurking. He's got like a sixth sense. There are certain things as Fast as Fuck Boy style you can't do in Decouple. You need to have a little bit of the assistance because you're so low to the ground at such high speed that you need the game to just keep pulsing you. It's very lightly, like you can't even say it's assisted, but it's giving you just a slight split-second advantage to keeping that off. Obviously, hopefully it's not turned itself back on, because the other thing that you want to get rid of is proximity assist. Do not have this thing on. It's I don't even know why it's in the game personally. It's a disaster. SE Decoupled still has rotational dampening. Yes, it does. Yeah. Because obviously the flight model changed. What I say with Decouple is you have the ability, like, see, this is the thing that I can always show to people. Everyone, like, before in the past was like, you would fly, right? And if I level myself off and you're flying like this, right? So I need to massively up this quickly. I noticed this on my last flight. I would like this just a little bit more to what it is. Let's land on 5. Please land on 5. It's gonna be like 502. 499. We'll go 499. Oh my god, I landed on 5 and I didn't. There we go, let go of my mouse. Yes. That would please me. So for example, like when you decouple and you're flying like this, or you're going around corners, you can see you're doing it there. Now the difference is I've just engaged couple. I can do it as exactly as well. So the idea of people said, oh, you can't do like silky side strafing. Well, look, I'm in fucking couple mode. Oh, I'm in decoupled. The moment you get faster and faster, you just can't yaw as much as you can, and it brings you down to aerodynamic mode, which when they actually put in a more advanced aerodynamics, it means that when you get faster, you can't just yaw. Like, I've got my pedals trying to yaw. You see how it's bouncing back? You cannot yaw at speed. You have to come down under 250 to be able to yaw. So whilst the guys do the nose down trick, is also so they can get the drift in. Because it's a lot easier to basically do this kind of flying when you're under speed. This is why they have to do it, because Tarada and co can't do their style. They can't do the silky move style like Chronogenics, can't do it if they go over a certain speed, because the game literally restricts the ability to fly, even in decouple. See? Now you used to be able to fly at full speed and 360 around and around, and that's what the flight model was so janky. Now, for aerodynamic and decouple, whatever you want to do it, you have to do this to get around. You actually have to bank and yank if you want to get the ship down, and then it slows down, and obviously that's not very cinematic, so this is why they hold their speed. The nose down trick is, again, I think it's to basically get as much visibility on away from the cockpit, and you've got that kind of like beautiful, silky smooth, you know, like that. It looks fucking awesome. But as I point out, you've also got the point where, depending on what you do, you're up in the air like that. So when I see people rolling in that move, it's like you've got zero chance of crashing if you're rolling whilst with the nose down. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit of trick photography, I feel, where again, like you can go down to this sort of level, and as you see here, there's no way my ship can hit the ground. So I do appreciate when I see low flyers maybe horizontally enough, and this is how they're rotating, maybe they'll angle it in and do tricks like that. That's cool to watch. But again, with all the flight models changes, you have to change down how you can actually do certain things at certain times. This is the understanding that couple and decouple, there is no better flight style anymore. You have to learn both. Simple as that. They're very, very important, knowing when, what to do with a ship at certain speeds. You can be the master of an arrow, but the moment you go over a certain speed threshold, you are no longer able to do what you're able to do under that threshold. So you have to evolve down different moves by maintaining that speed. And again, that's why I think they do the lock speed stuff. And for me, I can't do it. I've done it so many times. I want to just try and get faster and faster and faster. Like a land speed kind of record person. You always want to get faster. Faster and faster. But you always see in comments and stuff like that, it's like, oh, this low flyer, he's incoupled, or she's incoupled. She's not really doing anything. I appreciate people like this and this who are decoupled. Well, I hate to tell you, for that kind of person who thinks like that, there's not much difference. You can do more fancier tricks in decoupled, yes, but when you go faster and faster, there's no difference. There is no difference. It flies exactly the same. It's just nice to be able to switch between the precision for those certain heights where you're like, oh, I do not have the reactions to keep up with it. Goose! Yeah, exactly. Can you please do a fly if you're not much pain in your hand? Yeah, I will in a second. I'm just waiting for it to recover, basically. As I explained yesterday to people, like, after I try and do these fancy flights, again, I used to be able to just pump it out, and I will if I can get this mended, but I just do not want to damage anything more. So whilst it's a little tingly, I'd rather just do like just chatting, explaining kind of thing, and then we'll bust it out in a second. Hopefully I won't need to do this for much longer, but just to be safe. But yeah, go and check out D-Boss Ondo, all the guys I've mentioned. Really, really good stuff. Really good. It's just nerve damage. So what they think is just like here, the nerves that are going through this area, the sheath that surrounds the nerves has crushed itself. So the nerves are a little bit inflated or inflamed or something like that. So what they need to do is wire me up by putting wires down the nerves and expand the sheaths. And then that will stop, like, it's basically just like information build-up or something like that. That's why like my motors are a little bit slower in certain areas on the hand. It's just, there's like a traffic jam basically going on in my hand. That's the easiest way to explain it. So I just need to get wired and juiced. And then hopefully when that heals, I'll be able to, I doubt ever be back to 100%, but I'll take the spasming pain for no pain, if you know what I mean. We'll be flying later if you want to join. Sorry, I missed that one. I really wish, like, I love that's another feature I'm going to say with YouTube. I like the fact that when somebody @s you, it's a different color to the normal text, because I just read the line. Just nerve damage, like that's well, again, Chris, I'm always the kind of like no bullshit mentality. There's a lot more that could be of an issue. I could lose my arm, I could lose my hand, you know what I mean? Quick fucking juice me up to the electricity box to get it working again is not really a big deal for me, you know what I mean? Because there's other people that, you know, somebody around the world might have a car crash today and they lose their arms. So that's a bigger issue, you know what I'm saying? Mine is, I have slow motor ability, you know? It's a bit of Scottish mentality too. Yeah. I can get fixed. Somebody that loses their hand, they've got to go through all that trauma and stuff like that, you know. I can strap it, and I've got like compression gloves and stuff like that, but I found that the best thing from yesterday was like these just stop, let the tingle subside, and then I've got like 20-30 minutes to an hour of continuous flying. The moment I feel the tingle, it's just hold back on it. It's another reason why I wasn't a part of Flight or Flight. I just didn't want to have that barbaric concentration, and yeah, I think it would have just hurt too much if I did that. So yeah, I can strap, but I just feel quick, like 5-10 minutes talking to you guys is better for the health wise than plus it lets the sun move around and do some other shit, you know. Yeah. Because obviously, like, if I was in a fleet fight, I would push it. I'm not exactly gonna go into a PvP scenario and be like, hey, Fresh, do you mind? I'm gonna rest my hand for a second. Would you like to hold my strong hand? And Fresh is like, but we were like 10 versus 2. It's like, oh, don't worry, Fresh, I'm just recovering. 5-10 minutes, I'll be back in, you know? You just can't do that kind of shit, so... in PvP, I would probably push scenarios and stuff, but... for low flying, since we're not even criminal either, just chilling. I would like to get on the PTU. Does anyone know any information on when we're gonna get in? Let's see if this is being updated with announcement. This is a problem. I don't think there's anyone on right now. I think I get it, thank you. Oh, he's replying to somebody else. Yeah, so it's just the same shit. We got this bug for the time being. Well, you could die, it just may not end, but yeah, exactly. Again, we're not in a rush. I've been away for 60 days. I'm in no rush to hurt myself. I don't have to prove anything to anyone. I would rather just enjoy, chill, and yeah, wait for 317. Get some drinks, guys. Make sure you're well refreshed. Exclamation mark April if you want to get involved in our giveaways, courtesy of CIG. Exclamation mark TOBII. We're working with Toby Gaming next week, and we're bringing you 13 shows, 10 hours apiece, back to back. Because if you watch my channel and other content creators part of it, you'll gain entries into the giveaway where you could win the head tracking system. Is what I use to basically turn my head without having something attached like a tracker and stuff like that. You'll be able to win those and auroras and some other giveaways, so that will give you information about it. But people love to see him stream or burn themselves out. Well, cool. They can go and watch some other streamer. I'm just chill TheDarkLaw. I'm impervious to that anymore. Yeah, I know, Cough. I didn't want to give Fresh too much credit, but I'm pretty sure he could just handle it, you know. You can just handle it. Fresh, just fucking handle it. Stop complaining. Actually, to be fair, in all the history of flying with Fresh, as a duel, like on Yella and stuff like that, I've actually never heard Fresh complain. Maybe being like, oh, for fuck's sake, like in if the game fucked up or something like that, but he's never been like a complainer, you know, like, no, there's no chance of that, I'm sure. Maybe scout the area a bit more, but I'm gonna go back a bit. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a lot of the time where people don't realize with content creation that it does have a huge effect on your mental health. Say for example, like a content creator starting off, and this is the worst one, and what I try to explain to people as best as I can. This is word of advice if you're a content creator. If somebody raids you, right? And they bring in like 100 numbers, don't get overexcited. Don't be like, oh my gosh, it's my time to shine. Don't do it. Just act normal, Act like you do with your community, say thank you, and that's the fuck you do. Because guaranteed the next day, you'll be back to your same numbers. You may have gained 50, 100 followers, ain't gonna mean shit. Just to tell you guys. The moment you get raided, you have literally 30 seconds to impress somebody before they click off. You know what I mean? So, best advice, don't let that mentally affect you. Because you'll be like, why did I have 100 numbers the other day for like a couple of hours and now I'm back to like 5? That's just content creation. Don't let that get you down. Another advice I would always give to a content creator starting off or maybe getting stressed with mental health, do not care about your numbers. Do not care about how many people are in your channel watching or anything like that. Turn all the ability to know that information off and don't even look at it. Don't be like, oh, what numbers am I saying at? Don't care. Stream like you've got only your mother watching you. That's the best advice I could give to people. Because playing the numbers game will kill you. It'll drive you absolutely mental. And trust me, I've been there. I was like, oh shit, I've got some numbers now. Oh, it's dipped down, why is that? And it's just generally the first 4 months of the year are just shit for content creation. Not for like your content, unless it's dipping, but you know, people have to recover from fucking Christmas. Shit like that. Did you see that I made the special? Yeah. Dude, right. How can I fucking show you this? You'll love this. This is my version of the Nubifier mount. Because I moved my monitor back. Right, let me see here. Controls. Let's bring up camera 2. Let's go to here. This is my... Look at that Nubifier. I velcroed it to my Stream Deck. Because I don't have a piece of fucking metal to do the same. So that's my Nubifier version of the Toby tracker, so I can push my monitor back. Is it a tripod? No, it's just fucking velcroed to a Stream Deck. My Stream Deck is my Toby tracker. It's just velcroed to it. What I need is like a little mount for a Stream Deck that... Dude! Oh my god, that's it. That is it, Nubifier. Would you be able to make me a Stream Deck mount for an extra large that has the ability to put one of those magnets for a Toby on it? Kind of thing? Oh my god. Somebody get on that. Somebody start making a sale on that shit. Holy shit, a Stream Deck mount. So like the back thing, but you've got the ability to put a Toby tracker magnet on the front of it or be able to bend it or something like that. Again, I don't know why they don't do their own mount. It's fucking crazy because this is me, like, this is the leverage that I've got just now, but that's how I overcome monitor distance with Toby. Thanks to Nubifier. Nubifier fucking helped me out in that one because he was like, look, I've got all this monster tech shit that I don't have. Fucking giant rigs, man. I just upgraded my printer too. Fucking nice, dude. Nice. Yeah, I was showing... Dude, my son loves your setup. He was like... Where did Nubifier get all his money? I was like, he's ex-military, dude. He's ex-military. He's been in the service for fucking years. It's like a tank commander, you know? And it also things are a lot easier and bigger in Canada. That's why he has all that space and shit. Like the houses and co. Because he's like, a fucking printer room, all this shit, man. It's so cool. Again, if you guys, Nubifier, you'll see him on YouTube. He streams on his other channel. He's got 2 channels for his racing and stuff. He's got these amazing simpits from that he's been advertising for Monster Tech. Massive monitors. I think he's going crazy. Like, you're getting, what, an 80, 90 inch or something daft like that now. Please go and check him out. He does the weekly stuff for ICS. I don't like watching the live show. I just can't stand it. I find it cringe. Nubifier punishes through for me and everyone else, and he makes a quick video that gives you all the details without having to sit for an hour looking at numpties, you know? I'm 3D printing a fucking 2 support for that. Yeah, I mean, like, you could literally do it that way, but I think that's the limitation with Toby Tracker, is that the Toby has to be quite close to the eyes to work. And again, my idea was literally off Nubifier because he's got the racing sim pit with the steering wheel, and he's just put a bar above the steering wheel where the Toby's mounted on it, and he can slide it back forward to wherever it needs. It's fucking genius. I was like, shit, how do I do that? How do I do it? I know, I got some stripper Velcro, I'm gonna stick it to my fucking Stream Deck. There we go. Yeah, just watch Nubifier, exactly, yeah. He does a stellar job, like. And he's got a really cool, like, series that does, like, the community stuff, which I think is hilarious, like, because he puts, like, his own twist on it. And again, no bullshit. You gotta respect, well, if you like me, you gotta respect somebody that has no bullshit in their videos out there. Yeah, shut up, Nubifier. It's the only thing. I didn't want to glue it, you know? It's like, shit, do I glue a magnet to this thing? Would it work? Is it gonna break my Stream Deck? So I was like, you know, fuck it, I'll use it. I was gonna go for sellotape at one point, or elastitape, whatever you guys call it in America and stuff. So yeah. Chuba says, getting out, lurking, damn, you are right, thank you for advice. Hey, Chuba. Very well, thank you very much for the lurk, I appreciate that. Steve Dance, so I'm catching up with other things, says, I had neuropathy in my feet from cancer. It felt like numbness, and I had a hard time telling how much my muscles are working and how hard my foot is pressing the floor. Is that similar? No, I just generally think it's like there's a traffic jam in my hand. It's just there's because obviously nerves carry the information from the human body. I think it's just there's like a pile up on Route 69, and it just needs to, you know, somebody to knock some cars out the way to get the information rolling again. I generally think that's it, because I don't have numbness, I just have slow information. Like, I think my hand reacts slower than I'm thinking, basically, compared to my right hand. Lucky I'm ambidextrous, so right hand's taken over from lefty's job. Always good to be ambidextrous. Yeah. The Community Concern series can be seen as my version of bullshit. Yeah, that's very true, yeah. But it's good stuff. Again, he's got so many videos, joysticks. If you're ever wanting, like, updates on tech, guys, go to Nubifier as well. It's not just Star Citizen. Alright, he started off as Star Citizen, but he does tech, he does esports, racing, which is fucking sick. Like, I've been in his channel watching, and it's hands down fucking cool. You know, I'm expecting him to be on a fucking piston sim pit in the future, just in a full flight suit, just fucking rocking it, you know? That's the extreme I see with Nubifier, because he's got the room to do that shit. But he does, like, racing on his second channel, and it's solid stuff, because again, throughout the history I've known Nubifier, it was just recently until he announced this, going, like, full-time content creation, that he had, like, an esports side to him, you know, racing and shit, which is awesome. Different content, different things. So SE has caused your hand to start to lag some. No. So it's nothing to do with Star Citizen. I was picking up something. I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it was one of my 20 kilogram weights. And it's not like I picked it up wrong. I just basically picked up normally. And it was just sort of like, ooh. Okay, that doesn't feel right. So maybe it just, again, the traffic jam. At that point when I picked it up, it's maybe compressed down on the sleeve, on the nerve, and that's where we've got the pile up on, you know, Route 66.
Twitch Prime sub received. Generous and
thank you very
clever.
much for the free.
Bravo.
I appreciate that, dude. Motion Sim is coming this week. Fuck's sake. What did you order up? Oh, you actually got pistons coming? Or is it one that, like, vibrates or something? Are we talking a full piston sim pit? Is that what you're doing? Shit, that would be so quality, man. That's gonna be so trippy as well. If you, like, you stream, you're fucking shaking around, the camera's shaking, you could have, like, an external. Fuck, nice, man. Nice. Definitely if they ever do, like, Canada start, something, I gotta have a shot at that, man. You'll send a link to it? Nice. 15 fuck's sake, dude! Fuck's sake. I mean, fuck it, man. Treat yourself. You deserve it, like. I would do the exact same, to be honest. If I had the room for a sim. Like, that would be so sick. Like, if you could hook up Star Citizen and you're actually fucking rolling around, and obviously you can't do the full rotation. But yeah, motion inputs are pretty hardcore, like. And then add VR to it. Oh my god, that would be so cool. But I don't know how I would be able to do streaming, like, for long hours. You've got fucking, you know, the seatbelt and stuff. Anyway, we're gonna bust this out. We're gonna bring in Dragon Force again, guys. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but I need the beat. I need the beat. I do apologize, it's gonna get a little bit loud as well. This will only last a little bit long, because this is what I'm trying to work on with my precision, so. And then we'll check out some other things. Get that one up, yeah. Too crazy. Just now. Well, that's not my fault. Let's quickly rewind that. That is not my fault, chat. Not my fault one bit, like. Normally I call if it's my fault all the time, but that was fucking bullshit. I got robbed. I got absolutely fucking robbed there. Like, wasn't even near anything that could do that shit. Fuck's sake. Oh, you got that link from it. Thank you, dude. Ugh. God, that was annoying. We were nearly at the end as well. Ooh, and the MTS. Alright, okay. Let me quickly log this down. Thank you for all the support, guys. Where is it? Oh yeah, here we go. Alright, so this is Nubifier's new toy. Or coming toy. Let's have a look. So, does it only do cars? Oh, you can get into PTU? Fucking nice. Thank you, guys. Or I take it you could probably push the pistons up then for flight. Oh man, this is so sick, like. That's cool, dude. That's really, really cool. I'm very jealous. It takes very little to field drive him. Yeah. Jeez, man. I take it you have to have a game that actually accepts it. I don't think it would work in Star Citizen, would it? Because you would have to have the parameters and stuff. You know? That's nuts, man. Let's check out this one they put in. What the fuck is this? What the utter fuckery is this? Oh my god. Does it fucking go to the shopping mall? It looks like it's about to fucking walk away. What the hell, like? You have to get steps to get into it? That's fucking nuts, man. How much is that one? This one's 20k? Jeez, like. Great investment though. Great fucking investment. Hours of fun in that, like. I remember the last time you would get some of these things that were like in sim pits and like training sim pits. That's pretty cool. Slightly jelly, guys. Not just a little bit jelly. Alright, let me get out of here. Right, so PTU's up. Oh my god, will we actually be able to finally play PTU? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This is for training level off season? That's nuts, man. Absolutely nuts.
Captain, someone has gifted a Class 2 access pass.
Tough Mudder, thank you very much. Gifted sub to here. Whoa! I've never seen that one. Oh, do I need to close it down? Thank you very much, dude. Here it off. HBO. Appreciate Lever Munch. Thank you. 20k training level. Hey. To be honest, 15-20k for some of these things, that ain't expensive, P-Bot. Those things don't even have the rocker piston in it yet. All I saw was the 4 pistons moving. Wait till you get the ones that have the side pistons where you're sitting like this in a fucking flight seat. You're up like that, you know, and and then you get the even crazier ones that do the fucking roll cage. So not only does you're in a roll cage, the pistons move it this way, then you've got the inner roller, and then you've got the one that flips you up the fuck side down. That's when it starts getting mental, like. Are you back on Twitch or just good for 30 days? We'll see how it goes. If people want me to stay, I'll stay. If people want me to go, I'll go. To be honest, actually, I wouldn't care. What do I have to do to get in here, just guys? Do I have to reset anything? Pedals are another 1500. Again, not that bad. Anyone know the shit? So I'm going back through Ondo's head. Not sure if it'll actually let me into bed, but we'll find out. Do I need to redo my account, maybe? Are you still enjoying the Z extensions on the verbals? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Can love them. I would say that you don't need it for the right though. Just load it in. Fuck. Right. Okay. What I'll do is I'll log out, log in. I will log out, log in. Let's see if that clears it. And if not, I'll wipe the account or recopy it or something like that. Even though I like, I don't get anything on it, you know. Try. Back. Alright. So I'm gonna have to wipe. Alright. We'll bear for like 10-15 minutes. Let me quickly go into my account. Do a wipe. Wait. Maybe that's required. I'm true to my word, Hayriel. Thanks for the mess up that happened on YouTube. Mess up? Verify files? Are you sure, Greasy? Before I do this, if I verify files, the stream is going to lag. I do apologize in advance. I'll leave this here. I'm sorry if it lags, guys. I literally don't have the best of connections. Alright, thank you, Greasy. I appreciate that, dude. We'll see. The moment it kicks through the next stage, my internet is gonna... Oh, it's already gone to shit. Fuck it. Anyway, we're dead. It'll be like 2 or 3 minutes.
New subscription received. Class 2 access granted. Enjoy your stay.
Thank you, guys. Shouldn't take that long. But obviously, it fucking wrecks it. GPU. I just don't have an internet that can do up and down at the same time. Yeah, as I was saying, I've got like a 2080 Ti. I just don't have an I'm on 4G internet. Greasy Khaleesi, thank you very much. I appreciate that, dude. So yeah, if you've got the problem I had where you can't get in, just verify. It seems to generally work. So thank you for that, dude. Just saved us another 15 minutes. But yeah, my 4G connection is good. Like it's like 30, 40 down. What the fuck is going on with the music? Or is it just lagging? Stream lagging? Why? Is the stream alright? Do I sound weird? I think it's just installing something in the background or downloading something. But yeah, so I got like a 30. It's just because it's 4G, I can't download and upload at the same time, and because, well, streaming requires a lot of upload, the moment I do any download format, it just gets fucked. Also, Hairlove was a chat member I accidentally banned on YouTube, and I promised I would give him a subscription when we were able to. Alright. Yeah, I remember that. Thank you. Alright, cool. let's fucking go. Finally. I think the most stage I got to was I created the characters so we didn't have to do this on stream for yesterday, and then obviously I never went into PTU, so the first time pressing that button, I need to remember what button I set for ATC, because I did do all my settings, because I don't like doing that on stream, because I just want to get straight into the content, you know, no faffing around. Well, you've seen the new Intel stuff coming out later this year. Intel are doing GPU. Apparently it encodes ridiculously, like better than RTX, which hopefully it'll be cheap enough, because I would love to finally upgrade like my stream PC and maybe not make it as much, and then maybe sell some components to people who, like, it's basically a gaming rig, you know? It's mental. The monitor, dude, I don't need more prices new before. Alright? I don't need more prices. your fucking Simpic could feed me for 2 years. That's all that goes through my head right now. I know you massively deserve it, dude. I'm not trying to take that away, but I don't want to know how much every individual thing costs. It'll break me. But that is sick. Yeah. I will definitely be tuning into streams when you're getting flung around in a piston Simpit. I think that's so cool, man. Need to get Red Lear along. I'd love to see him getting thrown around. Maybe dial up the settings. We could use more GPUs because there aren't none. That's very true, yeah. And by the way, I had such a fun time in yesterday's essay. I didn't watch those things because you put that nothing happened. And I appreciate your videos, dude, but if nothing happened, I don't give a fuck. Like, Jared is a beast, yeah. He is very funny. I'm not the biggest Jared fan kind of thing. I appreciate the work he does. And he has a very clean background. I've always complained about CIG developers with very bad backgrounds. He has a very lovely set. But I really like his Halloween one, you know, where he does the Count Lando kind of thing. I really find that funny. Infinite loading, is that what we're at now? Anyone else actually fully in the game? Hard to load into the PU. Alright. So we were getting there. We'll give it a little bit of time. Maybe it's just completely fucked, but do you have a playlist for the music stream? I don't, Iceburned. It's just literally I use Spotify to just be like, look, just pick shit for me. Because obviously it's not on my VODs or my clips. You don't hear music. Oh, shit. Game got destroyed. Never mind. Just do ! song and it should tell you the current one. Right, so I'm going to go best. I'm going to try again. Maybe not for today. It's a shame. You're in the PTU, as in the PU of the PTU. Because again, I think a lot of people get this mixed up. There is a live and a PTU server. And each server has a PU. And each server has Arena Commander. So, are you in the PU of the PTU? That's what I need to know. Trying again, yeah. You going? So you're on the PTU PU, right? In PTU, thank you. Oh yeah, it never did anything, did it? Alright. Oh, because it 30k'd. Right. Give me a sec. I didn't see the actual thing. I'll quickly do this. Cancel. Live equals PU. Well, not in my terminology, because there's a persistent universe in both systems, Chris. Just to tell you that the PTU has a persistent universe that persists, just the same as live. I know it's persistent test universe, and then you've got the live persistent universe, but in my terminology, both have a PU. And we have a live server, or in my books, it should be a test server. I don't know why they called it PTU personally. I always find that annoying. But I know what you mean when people see PTU. But I always like to verify if they're just in the PTU. Because if you actually go here, this is why I hate the phrasing on it. You're joining the PTU. No, you're not. You're joining the menu of the test server. You could be going to Arena Commander for all it knows. You know what I mean? It should be called test, personally. I think they should change it. Because it's very misleading at times. Oh, this is August. Yeah. Alright, we'll have to just kill it. And we'll do the old school 40 or 30k version. Redo this. Did you install a new update as well? I didn't see it, but I also installed an update, not just verify. I don't have an update. I got one last night or this morning, which I did. So oh, is it not persistent? Public test universe. Alright. Again, I think it's silly. I think it should be you're logging into live and you're logging into test. Simple as that. And then you're on the persistent universe or you're in Arena Commander. It would make things a lot easier. For me, anyway. Oh, well. Oh, look how slow this is. Holy shit. It's just not loading. Like, easy cheat. Is it lagging my stream like that? I'm gonna have to move that somehow. Yeah, I don't want to have to verify every time. Like, again, I don't want to fight with getting onto the test server. Live and test branches, yeah. I just don't know why they just can't make it simplified, but that's CIG for you. Live environment, test environment. Real fart noise. Right, well now it's working again. It's really weird, like everything's just so slow. Had to verify it? Yeah. Well, I beated it into it, so it didn't work originally. I don't want to keep pressing verify. Again, I'll go back on live for the show. I don't want to fight with this over and over again. It's not fun for me. I can't do any testing if I'm having to fight to get on the server. Just saying, CIG. It gets very, very dull when you have to fight to get testing. I did first PTU without verify and insta crash, and then I went to verify. Tony really did it with Quantum. Yeah, it's fucking so sentient now. It's driving all that data banks as well. He's turning our GPUs into a fucking coin currency maker, you know? He's fucking mining off our PCs. Quanta's just the fucking front. But what's he really been up to? He's like, yeah, look at all this Bitcoin coming in. All these motherfuckers don't realize what Quanta really is. To be honest, I wouldn't actually be surprised if some shit like happened like that, you know? It would be nice if it just worked. I know. Like again, it's the most frustrating thing about PTUs and early wave 1 patches. It's just you can't test if shit ain't working, you know what I mean? If you can't even get into a server. It looks like we might be able to get into this one. We got a little bit more. The question is, will it die? We're getting somewhere. For Skynet, I know. Like I was joking with Detox, man. Just wait till you notice. Be like, shit. How do I have a Legatus pack? Or you get an email from CIG. Thank you very much for getting the rank of Legatus. Here's your 600i. You'd be like, what? I didn't fucking order that shit. You got a fucking Legatus pack in your account. Tony Zervik's like, yes, it works flawlessly. They never expect Quanta. Alright, cool. We're in. Hopefully it doesn't go fucking crazy. What did I set my keybind to? First of all, spring is off. Let me check to see if controls are not going wonky. They look okay for the time being. I think it's under flight movement, isn't it? So what did I set it to? It was... Yeah. Wait. Left alt backslash. Did I actually set up? Oh my. I need my joystick thing here. Sorry, this will be like the only pain. Right stick, shift mode. So I get, what button is this one? Viewer. That's where we bust out the red layer tutorial. 10, 11. So we'll do it on 11, which will be here, and that's going to be left alt backspace, call ATC. Alright. I think it was that. Is that what I made it as? Oh yeah, it's oh! Oh yeah, because it's doing that shit, never mind, sorry. Oh, did I do left alt backslash? I'll do right alt actually. Yeah. That saves that. Quickly go here. Oh no, sorry. Save that. So save for the future. Check this quickly. 3, 5. 199 will do. 10, 2. Let's go. We're in. Maybe Conto went on subconscious mode now and calls itself Skynet. Shit. Yeah. Fuck me. Look at the frames dipping. Like, ugh. 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 Oof. Right. Main thing is get Grim Hex. get saved there and we'll be fine. Holy shit. Michael Jackson? Nice hair. A few little bugs. We gotta expect it. Fuck, am I taking damage from going down the stairs? Uh-oh. Fucking emergency. Every step. What? You actually take damage from every step? Nice. That guy that designed the fall damage RNG really working there, boys. By the way, you're gonna play Star Citizen, and whenever you fall out the same tree over a fucking 100 times, it's going to RNG your damage. It'll never be a static fall damage. It'll be RNG, because we think that's more funnier to play. Yeah, alright. Yeah, that'll be great. RNG fall damage. Who doesn't love it? Alright, so... Shit, do I have... Oh, I actually have subscriber stuff? Or the other extra things? Ooh. I mean, I don't own an Inferno. What? Why have I got an Inferno? I don't own one. Shit. Let's see what we can actually do here, boys. Can we put anything fancy on? I don't want to do any shopping, really. I'll just change out. Do we have anything else? Just put like Dominators or something. Yeah. So yeah, we'll just do that. Oh, I see a hallway. What? Was there a hallway?
Next station. If this is your stop,
I didn't notice that.
please prepare to disembark.
If there's a hallway, I'll jump in it. Yeah, I didn't notice.
Last call for
Really paying
passengers.
attention.
The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Hall A. Alright, let me quickly finish this off.
Enjoying the
Is
view?
there a hallway?
Our recently redesigned Crusader Industries shuttlecraft.
Oh shit!
Expanded vista opportunities.
Fucking
with
sick.
signature-
Alright, let's do that. Let me just dump off the things I don't need. Get rid of that. And we'll get rid of that one. I'll just leave it as 4. I don't need anything else. Get rid of the gimbals. I fucking hate gimbals. And first, we'll take them both 400.
The next shuttle is a last call for passengers. The shuttle is
And oh, we could do stagger fire cannons. Oh, somebody ain't gonna expect that shit. That could be kind of mean. I'll just do bulldogs for the time being. Alright, let's go and get the Hall A.
Skyway shuttle, sir.
Have a look at it. Thank you for all the follows today, guys. I appreciate that.
A friendly reminder to check for your personal belongings before and after all shuttle flights, and to dispose of any trash at appropriate receptacles.
What the fuck?
Stress, no mess.
So, I think the lift just fucking hit me on the way in. And you couldn't see it. Something just knocked me. This is great. I can't wait to get the cluster missiles to test. Oh shit. Where are they? Where are they located? I don't think it's just gonna be at Orison, you know. That'd be kind of sick, yeah. I can't get drinks out of my inventory, only quick. Where is it here? It'll be around here. Let's do it. All we ever wanted was a coffee. Where are you, coffee machine? Is that the coffee machine that everyone's been talking about?
Welcome to the store.
That's nice. Give me coffee. Nope. You're not gonna sell me a coffee? Fuck. Who's the coffee vendor? Where's the coffee vendor? Is it you? You got some delicious hot coffee? Hi.
Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
You sound like the other lady that was over there. Androids? No hot coffee? To get me on my way? Nope. Alright, well, fuck that mechanic. Come back soon? Wish. Oh, right. This is meant to be different as well. Right.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Wow. Could I order Hull C? Hull A? Whatever it's called? Nomad? Vesperia? Hull A. Light Freight.
Vehicle selected.
Fuck yeah.
Stand
Oh, you
by.
left Twitch? Guess what? I'm back.
Be sure to explore and discover.
After they were shit about subscriber thing, but you go back. Yeah, we had a little talk, me and Twitch. We talk. We got this thing
Please
sorted
visit
out.
us again. Goodbye.
Bye. Beep me boom. Where? What fucking? Oh dear.
Welcome
Hello.
to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval
Hello.
System.
Where am I going? Hangar 7. Thank you.
Please visit us again.
Probably not. Hopefully. Oh my god. We got a lift? Yeah. 7. Here we go, boys. We are going Hull A. Area 18. Oh, I ain't going to fucking Area 18. Screw that shit. Excuse me! Am I in the right place? I brought. It's fucking invisible. It's invisible. Where is it? Nope, it's not here. Excuse me! Where the fuck is my ship? I guess the Hull A's not ready to go, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We might have to wait a little bit longer. Right, terminal. I would love to get out of here.
To the
Welcome.
ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
My ship is not in Hangar 7. Could you store it? And
Did you enjoy the stunning wonder of
no, I don't want to claim it. What?
Stormwalls?
Alright, 35 minutes. Oh no, that's a 400i. No, what? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Wait. Why would this need a claim? When I would just be retrieve. Why is this a 400i? What? What the fuck is this shenanigan? Hello? Claim. 400i. File a claim. You not what? Why can't I file a claim? Maybe if I click here, expedite?
Has been sent.
What? Quanta. All right, I'm one of you, Quanta. Let me go, please. I'm like this with Tony. We've got a deal struck. Let me the fuck out of here. Right, I'm gonna try an arrow. They're not letting me fly, chat.
Vehicle selected. Stand
No
by.
money is a future, not bug. You've got to put more money.
Has been delivered to the following location.
Where?
Next stop.
Where? Where? Oh well, guys, I'm pretty sure we're not going anywhere.
Vehicle Retrieval System.
On hangars? No, please, no. I don't want to go to hangar 7. It's invisible. Store. Stored. Let me go away.
Please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Somebody's trying to get out of a place. I think we're all in that situation. Claim. Claim the Pisces. 40 seconds. Claiming the Pisces.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Your vehicle has been moved to us.
Delivered.
Remember to breathe
Nope.
freely. Stay hydrated.
Nope.
Plenty of rest breaks. If
Nope.
symptoms persist, please contact a medical
Lucky 7, yeah. Well, we can't get the arrow back, so claim is broken. Right. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. This is
Vehicle
not gonna work.
selected. Stand by.
If not, it's pay to win.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Gonna have to be in a bigger location.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Well, I'm sorry guys. I don't think
Thank you for visiting.
it's a bug.
The heart
All right.
headquarters of Crusader Industries, where dreams
Vehicle
meet
selected. Stand by.
We'll see.
Your
Oh, it's
vehicle
taken.
has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Welcome
Where no
to the
location?
ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Hangar 10. Right.
Crusader Industries
I still can't claim my arrow though.
a landmark vehicle. The Genesis
Claim the one above it. Alright, so we store this.
manufacturing techniques and the
It's a feature, yeah. Right, so if I claim this.
generation
Oh, nice. Okay, okay, good.
Your
We're getting
insurance
somewhere.
claim has been sent.
Expedite.
Thank you.
2 minutes.
as it was meant to be. Contact your Crusader Industries dealer to find out more.
Awesome. Let's find some coffee.
Goodbye.
You got in. Yeah. Thank you for all the follows, guys. Anybody got a hot coffee? Coffee machine? You got hot coffee? Got hot coffee? Hot coffee? Where's the coffee vendor? Hot coffee? We spare no expense. Where's the hot coffee?
Hostilities across the empire.
Is it not in this place? Like, again, why wouldn't you have a coffee stand here?
Crusader is the answer for Area Star. Designed as the ultimate
Hot coffee? Hot coffee? A hot coffee? Coffee machine? Coffee machine? Do verify, Rarnick. Do verify. That seems to get past the thing. Oh my god. Fucking lights. Excuse me. Hot coffee. Hot coffee. Where's this glorious machine I was promised? Hi. No. Alright.
and report any concerns to
Coffees? No. Oh my god, you got a Roomba! Got a Roomba here. Why do we not see that? Ooh. That drives. I thought we were promised coffee shops. I guess maybe it's in a truck stop.
Download Spaceport, Crusader's gateway to the stars.
A truck stop?
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Coffee vendor got pushed back. Maybe.
Vehicle
Please spawn the
selected.
ship.
Stand by.
Please. Just spawn
Your
it.
vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
No, it's
Welcome
not being
to the
delivered.
ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Hangar 7.
Please visit us
Join
again.
us in celebration.
Anyone know a workaround on this bad boy? The hallway spawned outside. It's done something, yeah. I guess they wanna revive Area 18. Is Area 18 only working? Oh, sorry, for the coffee shop. See you in free 18, boys! 60 days! Yep. Shit. Poop. 317, is it working? Yeah, it's one of the best patches ever. Like, can you see any problems that are going on right now? I don't. I see features. I see Quanta
Our standard setting
taking over.
for airborne assaults.
Does anyone know a way out? Do I have to wipe my account and go to another place to get out? Public transportation, please. Off-world.
Hi,
Poor
welcome
ups.
to the store.
Yeah, as I said, Port All-Star, one-way ticket, please. Just boopity boopity boop. Nice jumper, by the way. Really brings out the color in your eyes and the sinister look of depression. You may murder somebody any second. I understand totally. I can't spawn my ship. It would be nice if I could get off this feral fucking planet of gas. Alright, well. You know one way off this fucking planet. Get me the fuck out of here. Whee! There's a ship! I'll take this one! Trespassing. Hey, we got a jumper! We got another jumper! I region hopped and worked yesterday. Alright, I'll try that then. Technically you're flying. I'm flying without wings. We need some. Wait.
Dave, you suffered a catastrophic injury, but you're okay now. Now don't rush anything, but you're free to go when you feel comfortable.
Need Need a little bit of zen for this. We'll need to yeah. This is the tune. What tune play? Region swap. We'll try that. Exit to menu. Region swap. Oh, that'll definitely clearly work. This isn't flying, it's following us down. Yeah. We got the perfect tune. By the way, have you guys I'll put this away. Have you ever seen my new camera that I've got installed? You get to see my rig now, 4 monitors. Absolutely to die for, yeah? It's beautiful. Yep. Beautiful. So you're saying region swap? Just want to fly. Want to call ATC? Just let me call ATC. Just want to call ATC. Tony Zermak, Quanta. Australian? Right, I'll try that next. The best camera is top man. Too many cameras, yeah, man. This is Tony Zermak. Woo! That hot coffee machine. What every video gamer needs. On that hard day of trucking. Coming in through the sliding doors. Ordering that hot coffee at your nearest Area 18 store. Because when you're over at Microtech and you're gasping on a hot coffee, all you can think about is traveling 67 million kilometers for that hot coffee. Funny, I'm not in the hospital though. Oh yeah, I should be able to sell this now, eh? Oh my god, I've got everything. Ugh. Let's just do like, yeah, fuck it, this is what I'm wearing. The FPS is a little bit better though. Slightly though. Yeah. It's amazing how many people have left the moment I started playing R. Kelly. It's beautiful. Hey! Ooh. Oh man, they got actually guns now? Nice. Security's tightened up. Can you please just fly? Try to fly away. Let's see how much damage I take going down the steps. Oh, we didn't, because it's RNG. That's why.
The next shuttle is approaching.
But can I just do like, I'll do other. Oh shit, substance. God, I can't even see my character now. Hey! What the? Why would you be wanting to come this way? Should have gone the other one. That's it.
Please clear the
If I
hatch.
put this
Shuttle
here,
will be departing.
can I sell it? Oh no, you have to go to a concert, don't you? Oh shit. Where's... Oh, do we not get the white suits anymore? Where's the free suits? Need my spacesuit then. The helmet to go with it. Fuck's sake. Where's the actual helmet that goes? Is that it there? Yes. Wow, this is so slow. It's just right there. Oh god. Does this not work? Oh my god, is this stuck on my head? Oh well, that's my helmet. Hope you enjoy it. Can I take this off? Fucking don't put this helmet on, Void Ripper. Just fucking come off. I'm stuck.
If this is your style.
Yes, flight suit. I have a desire to buy tires from you.
Last call for passengers.
I am
The shuttle
a
is
tire
preparing to
salesman.
depart.
I feel a lot more calmer now. Obviously, I was pretty calm anyway.
The next shuttle is approaching the station.
That's a chunky. It is a pretty cool armor though. Like, it's got a little winch as well for when I go out jogging at night. It would be so much better if it had a wheel on the front of it and you could just lie on your belly and zoom around, like that guy.
Shuttle, not a problem. Another shuttle will be
Uh-oh.
at Orson Skyway Shuttle.
Hey,
Service,
Cupcake.
more flights means less worries.
I think we've fired a Cade.
The next shuttle is approaching the station.
No, actually no, because yes, I'm getting an aroma of get the fuck out of here. Is this PTU then, or still live? We're on PTU, but most likely we're probably going back to live very, very shortly, if you know what I'm saying. the voyage for the coffee shop is not going very well, if you know what I mean. Apparently you have to spawn at Area 18 for the coffee shop. They only invested one coffee shop, just like One River, in the video game. No expense spared. Alright, people said Australia. Let's try Australia. It's gonna work. I feel it. I feel it in my bones, guys. I just came in during R. Kelly. Yeah, we needed to calm down. Calm down, Gunbait. We jumped off. We jumped off a banister. It was very dangerous. We tried to fly. Ships are not spawning. So yeah, I just had to. We just had to listen to a song that makes us all believe that we can fly. Again, it's why like a lot of people are like, oh, I wish I could play Wave 1. No, you don't. No, you don't. Wait till it goes to Open PT. The moment it does Open PT, that's when generally you know it works. Exclamation mark. April, guys, if you want to get involved in the giveaway. Get involved in our giveaways, guys. We got 4 to give away. 1 each week. Code at the start of the stream, code at an end of the stream. It's very, very easy to get involved. Also, next week for the Toby system, I personally guarantee Out of all the content creators involved with Toby, I will give you the most hours. I put a fucking guarantee down. Personal guarantee. I'll give you that 130 tickets. Juicy. But obviously, the moment I go offline, you need to get over to another content creator and milk them titties. Milk them titties. I went old school and booted up War Thunder. You know, the last time I played War Thunder was when it was in beta. Or maybe it was like advanced beta or something like that. It was awesome. But I've never really played in. I've never tried the tanks and stuff like that of War Thunder. They've got a really cool April's Fool's Day event out just now. I was watching Oddball's video, and it's like dunes. It's got a dune worm in it, and you have to stop and not shoot, and yeah, it looks pretty cool actually. I think when you see games like War Thunder, League of Legends, Dota and stuff, and they've been around for, I think War Thunder is what, five years now? Maybe longer? When you see a game that's still successful after 5 years, bravo. Because most games these days just shit and die after like 6 months. So when you actually make over like a year, it's the same thing as you could point to Star Citizen when everyone's like, oh fucking blah blah blah. People still buy Star Citizen, people still play Star Citizen. In my books, it's winning. Because you can get AAA games that people just fucking refund the moment that they hear about problems, like with all that fiasco with Cyberpunk. Have you played Cyberpunk? No. Why did you refund? Because somebody told me that it was shit. It wasn't working. Alright. That's a valid reason. If that same person told you to, you know, put a sheep outfit on and jump off a cliff, would you do it? You gotta try things for yourself, you know? New World? Well, New World, I think the problem with New World is they're trying to resolve it, but I think it's kind of like too little too late, and then they're not really resolving it as well as what everyone wants it to be and stuff, so yeah. Yeah, War Thunder, I would agree with that. Like on its basic format does require you to learn mechanics and all these things to actually get ahead, yeah. That's hot. Are you Welsh? Pelvic Chaos? That's hot. Oh man. Are we getting in? Kind of feels like this might not be the case. I'm trying to, Sportus. I'm trying my hardest. The problem is every server we've been on either 30Ks or doesn't spawn ships. So apparently the trick is to kind of like bounce regions. So I'm trying each region, trying to get in. It is a little bit of a pain. I'm not going to do this all day for you guys to try and get in. I'll go back to live and keep practicing flight after being away for so long. But I will try and get in because we got the available. Apparently there's the Hull A to check out. So I could show that off for people if I can get in, but this is not looking too good. Although I don't recognize these lines, personally. Team network code, I'm pretty sure this is 30K. So we'll Alt F4 that. Shut down the launcher, restart it. Again, I'll probably put like an hour of attempting to this, but yeah, the patch is very unstable. For the past like 16 hours, you couldn't even get into the PT login, so somebody at CIG is on it. Who knows if they've got like a hotfix planned for it that will be out. Obviously, I'll be offline before there's any hotfix because it normally comes out in like late afternoon, PST, isn't it? PST is the LA office, or like wherever Austin is in, they're the guys that normally work with these sort of things. It's never UK anyway. Or maybe UK starts it and they push it over to America. Oof. This game takes so much data to load. I have the same problem. I'm waiting on loading screen 12 minutes. If you got a loading screen for 12 minutes, it basically means the server's 30k'd or you're not connecting to it. It should only take no more than like 2 minutes. If it ever takes anything longer than 5, you should always just instantly stop. It's not running at that point. But again, we, it's big problems. You still doing Logan flying like you did back in the day? What do you mean, Zendora? What do you mean? How far back in the day are you talking about at the start of this year? Because there's 2 different versions of Logan. I'm gonna try... I'll try EU again. I think we should TP Chris Roberts. Chris will be busy in Montreal with all the... You know how like each year CIG have like the big meetings? I think they've got one in Montreal just now to discuss like the next stuff and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean you can type quit, yeah, or you can just alt F4. It's the same thing, really. I've not been around for a while, but I'm talking about when it was first made. No. That side completely changed when I knew that the flight model was getting changed in Star Citizen. And I made the right call on that because a lot of the low flyers at that stage sort of didn't, or stopped low flying, didn't continue on with it, because obviously when the flight model changed, a lot of people's styles went out the window, because not to put people down or anything like that, the flight model round about that time at the first Logan was very, very easy for people to get into low flying. And the new one, or the new flight style for the game, requires you to put in some serious dedication to get it going. So the new Logan that I have is 2 versions, like flight and fight. And the fight stuff is going to be a series on YouTube, doing a different way of fighting that you wouldn't normally do in Star Citizen, which is just like a side project kind of thing. And the flight version of Logan I can't do until CIG give us the ability to actually do like formation flying, and that requires decent servers, that's all. And since we've got serious fucking issues right now with servers, it's like on backburner and stuff. But I'd still do a lot of my low flying. It's a different style than beforehand. We call it fast as fuck, boys. And you just basically burn your afterburner. Hey, I think I have AMA in my thing. I'm always happy to answer. I could do the typical content creator thing where they just go, yeah, I don't do anymore and that's it. But that wouldn't give you any information, because then you'd maybe see me the next day and be like, oh, I thought you didn't do it. It's like, no. Couldn't be asked to fucking tell you, that's all. Alright, that's the network one coming in. That's a no-go. Yeah, sorry guys. That's the last attempt I'm going with it. I'm not going to spend hours and stuff when I can be dialing in my arms after being away from Star Citizen for long. We will come back to PTU tomorrow. We're here for 30 days. We're streaming every day of April, every single day of April, we are streaming. So we will eventually get in. We will eventually get in, guys. But yeah, make sure you guys get in the giveaway as well. CIG have given me Cutlass Steel, a 400i, Saber, Nomad, the Quad, all the skins, all the LTI dripping from head to toe. All for you guys. Well, one of you guys. Fuck, shit. Maybe one of you wins all 4 giveaways. That would be interesting. Imagine that. That would be rigged, like. How would I be able to prove that that's not rigged? Somebody might. Somebody might. Alright, let's get back in. Any thoughts with the capacitor gameplay? Should get rid of it? Right, so my feeling is I personally, and till I see it in game, I'm always going to say there should not be a capacitor for Afterburner. I want a realistic Afterburner system. And obviously it can affect the maneuvering thrusters, futuristic, all that shit. I want it where Afterburner is 100% connected to fuel. So if I want to hold the Afterburner, I can. So I'm not doing this slow boost. If I want to go to maximum speed, I can. Is it going to degrade the engines? It can overheat, could shut down, whatever. Mechanic failure. But an Afterburner is designed to propel you faster and give you hyper performance. And my biggest problem with it is, it would be so much better if it was the case. And then some people will be like, oh, but I don't want to run out of fuel. Well, then don't hold the fucking Afterburner! Simple as that. Pulse it. Do whatever you need to get over the finish line. But I would love to see a traditional Afterburner actually implemented into the game, connected to fuel, and they could balance it around ship size, fuel intake, or something like that. But an Afterburner just does that. Simple as that, you know, allows you to burn. Now with weapons and stuff like that, I would like to see a similarity with energy weapons and ballistics. I would like to see ballistics being able to fire with lots of ammo, but the longer you hold the trigger, the hotter the barrel gets, the more stoppages that can happen. Breakdowns, gases, all these things. That way you don't need to balance around rate of fires and stuff like that. Just give everything the same. Just make it where the more that somebody holds the trigger for maybe like a longer than 2 or 3 seconds, it fucking jams your gun, and you have to wait for a cooling system, which we've already got in the game, to activate to allow you to fire again. Giving trigger discipline. This allows people to have a lot of ballistic rounds where they can continue in a fight. Because again, like, seriously, 500 rounds is an absolute fucking shitstorm. Then, I would like to say the same thing with lasers. Where if you continuously hold lasers, you overheat the system and you have to wait for it to cool down. Then obviously down in the future you can have it where like lasers are great against shields, and you can have it where ballistics is good against like hull and armor and stuff like that. You can balance out that way. But this makes it very simple where all they have to do then is change the damage of the round. As in real life where the caliber goes up and all that jazz, you know? This would be a simple way of balancing out weapons, I feel. Then with shields, I just think it should just be all shields, just regen, and if your shield is down, it's down. It starts to regen out of combat. There's no like hyper performance. Then what you can do with the capacitor system is make it where it's a power management system. Not a capacitor system, power management. So if I put all power to engines, for example, right? So imagine this, you have all what I've said about weapons and all about shields. They just regen. They don't have any crazy things, and you can balance the regen around a shield module. Like we used to have it, basically. Old shields. And what you do here, right, is if I go down to the system here, what's the button to actually connect here if you hold it? So if I do this, all power to engines, I get a little bit more SEM boost. I don't get afterburner boost or top end speed, dude. I just get a little bit of SCM under, you know, that threshold where I might go from 300 meters a second, and I do this, I do 350 by just giving me a little bit of torque, you know? If I do this, it helps with the cooling of weapons. If I do this, you know, maybe it gives a little bit of reinforcement to shields and stuff, but it doesn't help the regen. It just basically reinforces power for certain areas. Say for example your shields are not really regenerating or they're not working, you can divert power to make them actually work, prioritizing which area you want to do so. Obviously that is the case just now, but I don't want it on a capacitor system where it's like I can just empty the fucking bullets without any consequences, and I can pull the trigger on my laser gun with any consequences. I just have to wait for the regen to kick in. This is not good gameplay. And it's the same with afterburners. Afterburners should be connected to fuel, because fuel is coming out in 3.17 where you got refueling stuff. Make it an actual reason to manage it instead of being like, I have unlimited fuel, whoop-de-fucking-do. Make it a little bit more basic, but also it brings in the ceiling where somebody doesn't need to switch this around as much. Obviously you would get the advantage if you do so, but it means that in a fight you're not having to go, oh, I've got all power to weapons so I can regen my energy banks because the capacitor's drained out, or oh no, I can't afterburner. It's so shit to even think about that is a system in this game. It's not a skill check as far as I'm concerned. Making this little dial go around should not be a fucking skill check. And one could say, well, you could just leave it in the middle, but if you don't do this, you're fucking dead. Alright? Anyone that just leaves it in the middle, I've never lost to anyone that just leaves it in the middle. Okay? This shit has to actually be used. And again, I feel it where if I want to be hyper performance and maneuverable, I will drain it at the cost of shit. I might run out of fuel in a fight. Not, oh, I'll run out of fuel in like an hour's time when I don't look at it or something like that. It's the same with shields. Shields should just work as they are, and you balance it around what the module does. Because somebody just puts in a shield and goes, oh, I'll just put full power to shield, and what's the point of other modules then? You know what I mean? It's gone from where modules used to be a meta, and again, I know CIG are trying to balance it around not having a meta, but they can do that by like making very simple choices with what shields have. So for example, stealth shields could just have no HP or very little HP, but they've got the ability to stealth, very low emissions, can't see that shit, you know? Then you could have hyper regen shields that again don't have much HP, but they just hyper regen. And then you've got a shield, and then you only have one version of each for each size. You don't go, I've got a no, fuck off with cloaking shields. No. We're not wearing invisible shit. That'll really ruin the game. So your regen shield, you don't have an A, B, C version of it. You just have a version or a size 1 that does it. And that's it.
Received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
You don't need to overcomplicate the game. Not at all. Thank you very much, Zendora, for the 3 months. I appreciate that, dude. Welcome back in. Retires. And I think it would just be much better if the game was just more simplified, where you knew what component you were putting into the game. And this is where we start off in the basics of it. We've got a stealth shield, a regen shield, and a tank shield. That's it for size 1. Stealth shield, regen shield, tank shield for size 2. No fucking ABC upside down. Let me see which
Resubscription
one I'm
received.
fucking gonna use.
Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
That's it. Breezy, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that, dude. Welcome in. And that's where we build the foundation of the game. And then down the line, you can go, oh, but I've got a military shield. I stole it from Chris Roberts, the fucking Marine, you know? All you could do is just make it where, for example, it just has slight little changes here and there, kind of deal. Or, for example, it doesn't use as much power cost or boot up times or something like that. Maybe it allows you to have more systems on the ship without requiring CPU when they add in CPU and all that jazz. I'm again spitballing on it, but I would like to see the basics, just one shield, one fucking type, and then it's the same with weapons. You've got all these repeaters that do the same style, it's just different visualization. Just put one repeater in, one machine gun, one cannon, and start off the fucking game with just one of each, and then figure it out down the line. EVE Online style, exactly. Because you know how they can do ballistic guns, right? And it's so fucking simple. If you look at EVE, just make it where you change the goddamn fucking round, like we change missiles in this game. You know? No, oh, I'm gonna have a repeater that if it overheats at a certain period of time, it's going to do certain damage. Oh, I've got this repeater that will do more damage if you're under 500 meters. Well, that doesn't make any fucking sense. It's a laser. It doesn't determine how fucking much it's going to do damage, like 500 meters. Oh, I'm 501 meter, I better lower down in damage. That makes no fucking sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Just have everything very basic to begin with, and get the game on the way. Done. Deal. And again, with the capacitor system, just make everything a little bit more basic. And it would also help with CIG. And before, like, Yogi or somebody goes, oh, but we're trying to prevent meta. There is no meta with one. There's no meta with one. It's only meta. It's only meta if there's one. Figure it out after you only have one way of doing it. And you just prefer to be stealthy, or you prefer to be regenning faster, or you prefer to tank a little bit more. It's so fucking basic and simple. Then figure out how you're going to add in more things to be like, oh, well, I've got my fucking size 1 shield that regens faster. I wonder what I will spend my money on. Maybe, I don't know. Find some gear out there, you know? Other components. They can make it where, like, rarity or, again, like, booting up and stuff like that. They don't need to make it where it changes in stats. Just simply maybe requires less energy. Boots up faster. Gives off less signatures or something like that. Not major things. Not things that change around a meta. Where, for example, somebody fits a regen shield. Even if somebody's got a military one, they might have a tiny percent better kind of thing. Not a flat out, right, well, I'm using this module because everything else is completely shit in the game. Oh my god, he's got a fucking A-type shield. I've got a C-type shield. Well, that's it, fucking done, you know? That's not good for the game. Just make it one type and then change out rarities or how easy it is to get it. Cost. Those kind of things, you know? Starts off very expensive, and if you want to go for a military one, it's way more expensive, but it's pretty much the same stats. It's just fucking cheaper to replace. Or more ability to buy them. Civilian. Civilian being cheaper, more quantity. Military, less cheaper, less quantity. Or something like that. Or more expensive. Whatever you want to do. You know, again, just spitballing on those things. This gets the game up and running and on the way, and CIG don't need to waste time constantly fucking changing the wheel. Just make the wheel roll. Very, very simple to do. It takes the stress off, and I don't know why CIG don't do this shit. They have the ability to remove weapons and change builds on ships. It's in a fucking XML file, basically, that states what things go on where and where you buy them in the shop. Just disable it until you figure it out. So simple. Balancing done for weapons. Just give somebody one weapon. Oh, but that's boring. I don't give a fuck. This game is in development. Make it one weapon for 2 years for all I care. Figure it out in 2 years' time instead of like, oh, well, maybe we'll tweak it this way. Oh, that doesn't work. Back to the drawing board for another 6 months. Just fucking do the drawing board for 2 years. Figure it out completely. That's how I would do the capacitor thing. I just don't think it, like, I like the idea that you have to do things in a ship. I just don't think the idea of you're moving energy around into a battery, into your fucking, like, I mean, could you imagine being, like an F8 pilot, right? And say, right, well, by the way, Chuck, when you go in against SAM sites, like, when you come across a SAM site, just remember you only have 10 seconds of afterburner to get you possibly away before that SAM well, what happens if the SAM chases after me for 20 seconds? Let go of afterburner so you slow down. The SAM is going to catch up with you. But then once your capacitor is regened, you'll be able to afterburner again and maybe survive. Oh, sign me up for the fucking military. I can't wait for that job. And before somebody says, oh, but it's for a game, it's for balancing, no, it's just stupid. It really is stupid. Like, it doesn't balance anything. It does not balance anything when you do that kind of stuff. Just make it where literally if somebody pulls the afterburner continuously, they dump their fuel and they just sit there going, well, I've fucked up here, now I'm dying. Simple as that. Or I can't get back to my station because I ran out of fuel. The same as when you run out of ammunition in this game for so fast, you go, well, it's time for me to go and rearm and leave the place I was going to because I didn't trigger discipline because they didn't give me plenty of ammo to do these things. It's just like, why not just make it where the gun stoppage is? That's it. There's your balancing. Give people plenty of ammo, keep the damage, make it where they can't hold the trigger continuously. Done. Done. Just simply done at that stage. Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing. For me, I don't want this game to be difficult for somebody to get in, you know? I think that's a very bad idea, and if any, like, hardcore player ever goes, oh, I want this game full of mechanics, I want it really fucking sweaty, well, you'll lose the game, because, again, if you're wanting that kind of gameplay, go and play DCS World or something like that. Or hope that somebody makes a game sci-fi that has that kind of aspect to it. This game is meant to be where you can get into it and sort of understand it to a degree, but it needs to be punishing, so there is a sort of skill level involved. And again, I simply think the simplest way of punishment is make it where people have gun stoppages, but plenty of ammo to learn to not stoppage. Make it where you can afterburner, and if you don't afterburner well or discipline yourself, you're going to run out of fuel, crash into the ground, be stranded, using the recovery, using the refueling system that we have coming, free 17, Starfares. Shit, I've crashed into fucking Daymar. I forgot to fucking watch my fuel tank as I permanently held the afterburner down. Don't worry, I've got a fucking Starfare. I'll come and refuel you. Fucking sexual nozzle pops out and starts giving it the old 1-2, you know? There you go, content, gameplay. Love it. And it's the same with ammo and all these things. Gotta get the weapons repaired. Lasers, just balance it around where it does the same thing. The difference is you get unlimited ammo. Less damage. Boom. Bada bing. It's so simple to do. And then obviously spend years figuring out how you do the difference between civilian and military and stuff like that. But I mean, just like in any other game, you can just have it where, like, yellows and blues and stuff like that, and go to the extreme thing. But start off with just one thing that works, not 12 things that don't work. Because it's difficult to balance. It's the same with missiles. It's difficult to balance missiles when you've got, like, 2 types or 3 types for the same sort of missile in each same size. Just go down to 1 missile. Nobody in the Star Citizen community is going to go, oh fuck, they got rid of my Dominators. I'm going to have to use an Inferno, right? I'm just spitballing with names here. And it'd be like, oh, why do you not like the Inferno? Well, it's because it's cross-section. Yeah, but it does no damage. But it's cross-section. Nobody's going to care. Just make 1 missile. 1 missile, 1 damage. Or make the same fucking missile, but it does different damage. Like Eve. Thermal, kinetic, just copy other games. Just copy other games. Make it where it does the same damage, it just does damage to different areas or something like that. But don't have, like, this missile has a different flight time. This missile has a different flight time. But it also has different damage state as well. Because if it's got less flight time, it needs to have more damage. It's like, oh my god, shit, just make a missile that fucking fires. Alright? Nobody is going to care if you only have one missile choice, one torpedo choice for the time being, one weapon choice. And then just scrap everything, keep the animations, and then just figure it out in like a couple years' time with less stress, less care. But it's always like, when are we going to get a weapons bounce pass? Oh, we need to push it back because we've got other things in mind, right? Okay, just scrap it down to one weapon. There's your balance. Done. You should only be able to access military equipment after you... Well, again, whatever, you know? They can make it where... In my opinion, they should make it where civilian is expensive, but there's plenty of quantity. And then military, like you said, requires rep, but it's cheap as chips to buy. Because you've grinded up the reputation to access it. Look, there you go, boom! And just make it where you don't get the modules back when you explode. You only get your stock back like we used to have. Does anyone remember when we used to just have stock after you died? You didn't get actually all your modules back. Just put it back to that way. Boom. I fixed the fucking game. Just make it where UEC is the meta. Reputation is the meta. But not stat changing is meta or anything like that. Money sink fixed as well. I personally wouldn't care with that shit. And then if you're like, oh, but I like the animations of attrition over Panther, then just have it where it's attrition. Attrition and Panther is like it is just now. Same range, same stats. Just sounds differently. Boom, bada bing. Oh, but I want a military attrition. Right, cool. It's going to be cheaper, but you're going to have to grind reputation when you lose it. Imagine being a developer that only has to balance one thing. You wouldn't need to balance it, would you? It would be just like, alright, this works. Oh, but I don't like the fact that I don't have the ability to put different things on. You do. I've literally given you 3 types of shields. Sorted out the weapons, where you just change the rounds. You've got a machine gun. You got a fucking cannon. You got a laser gun. That's it. Pick one of those 3. But they all do the same sort of shit. It's just one will run out of ammo, and you can just change the rounds if you want to change the damage. You don't actually have to change like the size of the weapon or something. Just change what you use for certain things. Like, oh, I can't cut through a shield. Well, I don't know, maybe use EM rounds or something like that. Again, EVE does it really well. They do it really, really well. Where you can literally use tier 1 and absolutely shit on somebody with like tier 3. And it's just sort of like a minor perk if you got tier 3. And it makes the game way more fun. It allows you to get back into everything. You know, where, oh, I can't get into this fight because I don't have a tier 3 ship. Or it's like, oh, I need to get some name stuff, you know? Because again, the CPU stuff, the capacitor and CPU balancing in EVE is amazing. I know, that's all I want. I don't want the hardcore spreadsheet from EVE in Star Citizen. I don't want it. It would be shit. But again, we have so many games that have already covered the basics and have 10 years above, like Star Citizen. Just fucking copy it. Nobody in the Star Citizen community is going to care. Skill should be everything. It should be everything, Glock. And the easiest way you make a skill no meta game is just don't give people huge options of different weaponry types. Or a weapon, like 5 weapons that do the same thing, you know? Just they do it a little bit differently and things. Just make it very, very basic for people. And then bring it in where it's a skill game. Makes it easy for CIG to develop, easy for them to balance, and if people complain about it, I'm telling them to fuck off. Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that one, Pyro. Again, I don't want I'm not trying to belittle the developers or anything like that. If they want to do the crazy and they try and, like, Yogi wants this with no meta, for me, as a gamer, I can quite confidently say there is no such thing as no meta in a video game. When you have choice of what you put on your class, your build, what you use at the time, there will always be something that's better. Even if you don't have the same sort of skill level, you will always go, what is the top player using? I'm just going to use what they're doing and get better at the game. That's what meta is. Just make one weapon then. Just make one weapon. And that gets rid of any of that nonsense. Or trying to figure it out every patch, or developers having to change numbers. Just literally make one weapon. Boom. Fucking glorious. Glorious. It would be so good. Then you just literally make it a pure skill game. And what ship you prefer. And then obviously they can balance around how a ship flies, depending on the flight model. Easy biscuits after that shit. And again, I don't think many people would complain. I really don't. There's a laser gun, there's a machine gun. It goes from size 1 to size 10. Laser gun, a machine gun. There's a missile. You can either get a missile that hits EM, or a missile that hits thermal, or a missile that does cross-section. But they all fly the same length of time, they just do different damage types. For different ships, maybe you want to go for a bigger ship, you use cross-section. Something that's more electronical based, like a Sentinel, go for EM, you know? No, buff Wombat. Does it actually say that? If I'm back, I'm only back for 30 days? The command... Oh, where is it? No, it's just, yeah, 30 days. I'm basically streaming every single day for April, and if it works out, we'll continue on Twitch. If it doesn't work out, I'll ride a donkey. The skill gap is going down. The skill gap is going down, but they're, like, for me, they're toning it down so people, like, skill level does go down. But what I'm saying is it doesn't need to go down, like, where you are constantly worrying about what weapons and stuff. But you also got to remember, Puppeteer, they've done nothing to weapons for over 9 months. 9 months, weapons have not changed. They're just flat. Flat. So again, I don't know why, you know? You're a chill motherfucker. Cool dude. Thank you. I appreciate it, dude. One fluff. Good day. Good day. So again, what I'm wanting is just basically basic citizen. So they've got the foundation of the game, and they go, oh shit, you know what? This all works. This all works beautifully. We've got a flight model that works. We've got modules that work. We can start developing other stuff, and maybe we'll reintroduce it to a full release game. But there you go. Foundation, fucking solid. Server guys come in with a next tech. And that raises the foundation up, you know, where it's locked in place. The whole game works. Everything fucking works. No need to tweak numbers every patch or shit, this is overpowered. Just fucking there you go, Star Citizen. And just keep moving up until we go to release. And then in like 5 years' time go, you know what, we've spent a lot of time thinking about this. And this is where we want to go with the game. At that point, everyone goes, no, just leave it as it is. Because it's actually a fucking good game. Because it just fucking works. Sorry for all the Fs. I'd be happy with that, personally. If everything just worked. Not needing to tweak things. Not be like, oh, this flight model just doesn't feel right because this weapon or this ship, and it's just like... Just get the foundation sorted. No more reinventing wheels, making it a square wheel, trying to fit through a triangle. Just make Star Citizen very basic and then build upon basic. But we need to get to basic to achieve those things, you know? Wonder if and again, I'm not trying to belittle this. Like Yogi and the team, they do a fucking grand job of, you know, thinking things and trying to get things sorted. I would love to see just basic Citizen for the time being. A flight model, a weapon system, a shield system. The capacitor system I just don't think works. I would rather this be a power management system. Simple as that. If I want to fire guns, I switch to guns. If I want to fucking power on my shield, recharge my shield there. If I want to fucking, you know, get a little bit faster kind of deal. But not be like, oh shit, I can't afterburner out of a situation because for a split second my brain farted and I didn't move it to 100% throttle. No, you just can't afterburner because you ran out of fuel. That's it. And you were holding it down for the whole entire time. Flying around in circles. Under part of this symptoms over time. The servers are a huge downside. So, as much as I'm harping on at CIG have internal builds, or as close to the server as possible. So maybe when they're testing things, and obviously I can't comment on this, they have it where they don't see what we see. So when they're developing things, they've got it as the vision of Star Citizen. And the frustrating thing is we don't get to see the vision of Star Citizen because we don't get to see the internal builds, which is fair enough. Maybe it's janky as crap, or we don't understand it, or anything like that. You gotta be a developer. The secret club to get into it. I understand that, but for me, I look at what I have available just now and I go, this shouldn't be, you know? They will be, Glock. I can, cause you remember that Star or like space sci-fi games flopped off like early 90s, late 90s kind of thing? I think that will be the case. Because Elite Dangerous has gone to shit. The developers just literally don't give a fuck as far as I'm concerned. It was a milking tray to get money for other projects, the way it looks like. And Star Citizen, I think it's just, they're trying to make it too complicated when visually just the basics I think would actually do for this type of game. And just let it, don't make it too like, oh, we want this game to be award-winning. To my opinion already, it is award-winning because there's no other game that does it. Elite Dangerous doesn't have this fidelity even in one system. They've got 400 billion solar systems, and not one solar system in Elite Dangerous feels like it's actually a fucking solar system. It's like, oh, I'll go to this moon that literally has nothing. Oh, I'll go to this station that literally is the same station that I've seen a billion times, you know? Let's make it perfect before we launch it. Yeah, I just don't think that's the right attitude, to be honest. You can't improve if you go for perfect. And I think every human should always be wanting to improve oneself. And every game should be wanting to improve oneself, you know? Stretch goals, yeah. Again, just spitballing. They can do whatever the hell they want. I would just like it where once the server team guys crack the fucking code, the game is just basic. But maybe we'll get to see the vision of all the teams and all the developers and stuff like that. I just hate the idea that they've always got to reinvent something. Got to reinvent. We've got to build a whole new flight model. We've got to build a whole new shield tech because we want it to do this way and stuff like that. And I get that, but normally that happens like after the game is out, you know? And I know the development is so much more different in Star Citizen than it is in other games, where we would never get to see some of the stuff that we do get to see. But just get a standard. A standard is all I ask for. Doesn't matter what it is, just be like, look, I'm fucking tired of making the flight model, this is all you get. You don't like the PvP, you think it's unathletic or whatever you want us to call it, go and play another game. That should just be the attitude of CIG. Get a standard going, that gold standard. I can't wait to see everything go gold, or however they want to class it. Exactly. Origin Unknown, I couldn't agree with you. It always feels like they're trying to be cutting edge. They don't need to be. It is already fucking breaking boundaries because there is no other game like this. You can't compare this to Star Citizen, to EVE Online. It's got similarities and stuff like that. You can't compare it to Elite Dangerous because Elite Dangerous is a fucking ocean, the depth of a swimming pool. And Star Citizen is the size of a swimming pool, the depth of an ocean. As far as I'm concerned. But you don't need to be like, oh shit, we need to make sure we're better. Because no joke, if you keep trying to think that you're going to be better, there's probably a company that's not been talking about it's probably some Japanese company. Because you know how like the Japanese love to not talk about their video games. They're so passionate about their video games that they don't say shit. There's no leaks from a Japanese like company building a game. There's nothing. You don't fucking hear anything about it. And then they release like Elden Ring type game. And you're just like, where the fuck did that come from, you know? And if anyone's played Elden Ring, it's an amazing game. Incredible. It needs obviously fixes and stuff like that, like everything. But you just fucking zip. They don't say shit. And it's the same thing with other games. Like, they're all like, oh, this is what our game will do. Oh, look, we have this amazing fidelity. And then, like at CitizenCon, and then when it actually comes out, it's a pile of shit. So all that hype at CitizenCon, when you see it sort of in its like fake environment or like pilot stage, you're like, wow, that looks sick. I can't get, I don't want to get my hands on this, you know? I kind of like the way the Japanese companies do it, where you just don't fucking know. You just have to accept it, basically. I think we can't look at SE as a standard traditional style game. That's very true. That's very true. I mean, the development open, if you want to call it open, the transparency, all that stuff, it's different from other games. But again, just because it's a different way they do the game itself, doesn't mean that a standard doesn't need to be like, right, this is the flight model we're going with, this is the tech we're going with, and if the players don't like it, tough tits. Tough tits. When you go, oh, they don't like it, let's spend another 5 years redoing it. It's just like, oh my god, you're building the game over and over and over and over again. Just tell them to shut the fuck up. If they don't want to travel more than 5-10 minutes to play the game, tell them to go and fucking ride a bike. Not be like, oh shit, they don't like it, this company doesn't like it, spend 2 years building another flight model when the flight model was already fun. That's what happened, actually. And if you guys don't know this, we used to have a flight model, right? A flight model where it was really fun. And then Chris Roberts, this is actually a true story, Chris Roberts showed it off to a German like review magazine, and they said, oh, it's a little bit hard, it's a little bit boring, and that's why we got a flight model change. Not because of the players, we were all loving it, because a fucking review company said it was hard. So they changed it. It was not hard. It's just people had to actually spend more than 30 fucking seconds playing it. And now we're in this janky ass constant repeat cycle where we can never get to that perfect gameplay when we already had it. If anyone doesn't remember, like before 2.6.3 kind of stuff. And that's a true story. It got fucking ganked. The flight model got ganked because a review company found it too hard when they had only played it for like 30 minutes. I think sometimes realism gets in the way of gameplay. What's real about Star Citizen? You know what I mean? It's not like they're building DCS World. What's real about this game? The flight model doesn't make sense at times. The weapon system doesn't make sense. You know, but again, we keep pushing through it. I don't think they just need to keep reinventing it because somebody says, oh, I don't like this. Just leave it. Get the primary thing is get servers working, and it'll be awesome. Yeah, no other developer will spend this money on a space game. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, you know who will be the last one? Who's they're bringing out that Star. It's like basically Skyrim spaceship. I can't remember the name of it. It's coming out end of this year or next year or something like that by Bethesda. I can't remember the actual name of the game. I'm pretty sure that's the last company to do a space game. Like, I just don't see any in the pipeline at all. Starfield, that's it, thank you, yeah. But I don't think Star Citizen should ever be of the realism and the level of DCS World. Nobody will play the game if it's at that stage. I don't think I would. Well, Star Atlas or whoever it's called, I don't know about that, man. That looks real. Like, when people say Star Citizen is a scam, that game looks sus. That looks like a Bitcoin kind of thing. What was the company that did a run with everyone's money? That's what it looks like to me. I don't like, again, if it comes out and it works, cool beans. But that one definitely looks like a Ponzi scheme. That's very true, King of Wells, yeah. Yeah, once you play DCS, Star Citizen doesn't seem like a sim. No, exactly. That's my worry of never play. Like, I would love to play DCS World, but I have a horrible feeling if I play DCS World, Star Citizen will just be like a fucking Nintendo Switch video game after that. You know what I mean? You get so involved in. Because again, Star Citizen is very basic. We just literally need servers to work. You could see it with Flight and Fight and stuff like that. Could you, right? Humor me on this one, right? Fight or Flight, private servers, no desync, 100 FPS, weapons balance, flight balance. Everyone's happy with the thing, right? That's what the game could be. But I just generally feel like there's always going to be these rotating circles and we're never going to be happy with it because they're always changing things. And I generally feel just get a standard, a nice foundation, weapons work, flight works. If people are not happy with it, tough. Go and build your own video game at that stage. Servers are working nicely, high FPS. We've got a game, boys and girls. There we go. Done. Let some other company build a video game after that. But not like, oh, this triangle doesn't work. Let's turn it into fucking rectangle and see if that turns the fucking car, you know? Because that's what it feels like to me most of the time. The latest Elite Dangerous update look a lot like a smoother version of SC Lite. Oh, you mean Disneyland Star Citizen? Yeah. If you're talking about the FPS stuff. Like, no joke. Like, that stuff for me, and obviously if you're an Elite Dangerous fan and you enjoy it, cool, amazing. But for me, the walking around Elite Dangerous literally looked like Disneyland fucked No Man's Sky. That's it. That's all it looks like to me. It just looks like Disney got their hands on it. You know, all those like smooth, rounded edges and shiny armors and, you know, look at me jump around Buzz Lightyear kind of shit. Just not for me, you know. I like grungy games, you know. It's why I don't use reshade. I like it grungy. I like the fucking, you know, shit, this is actually unbearable because it's on a desert moon, you know, suns, all those things, heat. You know, you go outside in Sahara Desert, you don't go, oh wow, look at those purples, and you're like, ah, fuck, I get blinded. ED looks like it's trying to be a low-res mobile. I wouldn't be surprised if they brought out like a mobile version, to be honest. I really wouldn't. Like DCS, not DCS, what's it called? Nintendo Switch, you know what I mean? Like it basically goes, start playing Elite Dangerous this way. I don't see any publisher willing to sink the amount of money in developing a space game. SIG, Frontier, and obviously Bethesda, only way to get away with it because it's wholly their own projects. Yeah, exactly. I don't think you would ever see like a big company like spitballing like there's no NC Soft anymore, is there? But like EA or something like that. I can't ever see any company ever risking money to build a game like Star Citizen. So I just don't think that they need to keep trying to push for that cutting edge crap all the time and just make it crap. Still better than any other company. People are not going to go, oh, I'm not playing Star Citizen. Well, what are you going to play then? What the fuck are you going to play? Yeah, they've changed Star Citizen so much. I'm not playing this game anymore. Who else are you going to play? Seriously, what else are you going to play? You'll be back within fucking couple of months being like, oh, you know what? I couldn't find any other game that I enjoyed. I'll just have to get on with it. It's like when they took out the ability to actually have to slow boat through planets, and you actually had to go up 20 kilometers before you warped. And we actually had PvP, Jump Town 3.4. Anyone remember that shit? You actually had to think in the video game. Oh, I'm approaching slowly. I see people in the distance. I'm by myself. Alright, fucking full speed ahead of my hauling ship. Oh no, I'm getting attacked. Fucking griefers, they're ruining my gameplay. When you clearly saw them fucking 30, 40 kilometers away. And you're by yourself. And they're in arrows and stuff like that. You know? It was amazing. Amazing. And then it just gets watered down. Oh, now you can warp to within 20 kilometers through the atmosphere because they couldn't be bothered to slow boat and actually play the game. And that's generally why we have it, by the way. Because certain people said, I don't want to play a game if I have to spend more than 5 minutes traveling from A to B. No joke. Now, the same people don't want it the way it is. You know what I mean? Sometimes CIG just shouldn't listen to people and just build a damn game. The big companies can barely do clone-like fantasy MMO. Well, I think generally MMOs are dead. Like, I'm not saying like WoW Killer or any of that nonsense. I don't really care, to be honest. But I generally think that you just can't please the consumer anymore in a video game like you could do in the past. Because if you remember certain games, you would just get a CD. You would just get a CD and told to fucking play the game. You bought the game, enjoy it. Oh, I don't enjoy it, refund. Done. That's it. It wasn't, oh, I need it fixed and changed. You remember that? You remember when you would just literally get a game and there was no patches unless there was like something wrong with it, like it was crashing and stuff. You never saw a developer change anything. Even in like MMOs, it was just fucking accept it. And that's the problem with the modern day consumer, is everyone moans about it. As in, I need this changed or I'm not playing it. A big streamer will go, I'm not playing your video game. I've got 60,000, you know, I'm, what's his name? Asmongold. I've got like 60,000 viewers. I'm not playing your game anymore until you change it. The developer's changing it. He goes, oh, now I'm going to play it. It's like, just tell the guy to get fucked. And then we stop having this nonsense where people think they can just change things, you know? Just tell them to get fucked. Play the game or fuck off. Simple as that. Go old school on people. And it would be... I definitely think it would be refreshing. I would like to just play a game that the developer built, and if I don't like it, I don't play the game, you know? Simple as that. Exactly, yeah, he moved people, and then he was like, you know what, I'm not playing the game anymore, I'm done with it. And then they have like a massive drop. They actually had to stop people from buying the, was it stop buying the game for Final Fantasy, or you weren't able to get on the server or something like that. I think it was like they actually stopped purchasing because he fucking just all the, oh my god, he's going to this game, this is obviously where I have to go, even though I've got like 5 years in this game, I'm having a great time, he's gone there. Oh, I don't really like this game, but Asmongold is playing it, so it must be great. Oh, he's finished the game. Alright, well, I'll go back to this game, you know? It was fucking mental. But it's a bit like Star Citizen. It's a bit like these review companies. Just build it. I don't know why you're talking to my bot, Glock, but I'll take it that you're trying to speak to me. They learn from Microsoft, let the user do the debugging. Usually happens with the Final Fantasy, it's not usually the big streamer effect. Wow, that definitely was a big thing. Yeah, nobody wants to grind in a video game, that's very true. Nobody wants to actually put time in it. You know what me personally, right? And it might not be everyone's cup of tea. I like to play a game that I can play for 6 months. And it might be difficult. It might be not my cup of tea, but it gives me that ability. It's not, oh right, you've done 2 hours, here's your reward, full final stage tier gear. And I'm more saying like you only spend like a couple of weeks to actually get to endgame. Lost Ark is a prime example of that shit. People are fucking credit card swiping like crazy because they're like, I want to have all endgame gear in 2 weeks and I'm going to spend $1,000 every day to get it, when you're meant to spend like 6 months. And the company is now rushing shit and fixing shit because people are like, oh, I can't keep up with the swipers, the whales and stuff like that, right? And it's just like, just don't do it from the start. Just literally fucking, you know what I mean? And then they quit the game. They quit the game. It's the same with Star Citizen. People, like, the moment they put in like a serious reputation part, right? Where is it here? Reputation. Imagine if you, like, to get max level in bounty hunting, it took you a month solid to get to it. Nobody's gonna do it these days. This literally takes you a day to get to max. All the way through the tiers. And maybe obviously they've made it very basic and maybe this will go up to 100 in the future. We don't know that stuff. But I look at it, this takes me a day to max out bounty hunting through NPCs, through killing players. And then you're done. You're at the maximum level and you've done all the content. And I know there's not much content in Star Citizen. This is just an example. But this is what full release games are doing these days, where it only takes you like a couple of weeks to max out. And then you're like, alright, well I'm going to find another game. No. Make it where I keep playing the game. Where I want to keep playing the game. Where it's not just handed to me on a plate. Allow me to actually play a video game, for fuck's sake. That's why I really like Elden Ring. Elden Ring just throws you into the game, and I know it's a single player game, can't really compare it to an MMO and stuff like that. But in Elden Ring, you just get thrown in and nobody tells you what to fucking do. And I spent 150 hours in my very first, like, Dark Souls video game, and I was a bit pissed off at the beginning because I didn't know what to do, and then eventually down the line, 20 hours in, 30 hours in, I'm still going, pissed off, 40 hours, it's like, oh shit, right, I'm starting to learn things. 50 hours, damn, this is starting to kick off now. 60 hours, 70 hours, 80 hours, I'm like, holy shit, this game has this? Fucking 100 hours, 120, you know what I mean? And obviously it's a single player game, so you eventually get to the end. 300 hours if you want to go into Game Plus and PvP and all that shit. But for my first Souls experience, I was like, I got through the fucking shitty part as a grinder of games who likes to play these games and just like, alright, this works. Alright, oh wow, this works. Keep going kind of thing. I'm touching my nose because I'm about to sneeze, so I do apologize if I just randomly explode. It is building up right here. Sinuses are kicking in. And it's a great experience. And obviously, most people are not going to like it. They're like, oh, this is so difficult. I've only put in 30 minutes into the game and I can't defeat the first boss. It's like, well, the first boss you're fighting isn't meant to be defeated in the first minute, 30 minutes. But he's the first boss. He's in a horse and I can't beat him. It's too hard. It's like, dude, you're not meant to fucking beat the tree dude at the beginning. The first boss you fought was the guy, the fucking Godric soldier guy that you 2-3 fucking hit, you know? There's your first boss. This dude is a fucking, you know, like, maybe a couple of hours in, 30 minutes depending on your skill level, or, you know what I mean? Not like the first 30 seconds. And people were crying about it. This boss is too difficult. You're meant to get on a fucking goat. Yeah, Elden Ring, yeah. Where people were asking the developers to make an easy mode. An easy mode in it. Like, I'm not a big Dark Souls fan. I've only played Elden Ring, so I can't compare any of the other Dark Souls games. But for me, I know if you're going to play a Dark Souls game, you like pain. You want to be angry. You want to be frustrated with a video game until your brain kicks in, the endorphins push you, adrenaline, all that shit, and you actually work out for yourself and go, damn, why didn't I think of this like 20 hours ago, you know? That's the whole point of a Dark Souls game. There's people like, but I've completed Cyberpunk. Make an easy mode for me so I can play. You're not meant to play it then. Get off your little fucking booster seat, child. Go to a fucking gym, start taking some protein shakes, build up some fucking muscles, take your fist out of your ass, and start working at things. Not just ask for an easy mode because you can't beat a boss you're not even meant to attack. Yeah, exactly, a tomato M. Like, literally, it's just Elden Ring moaners is literally like people moaning for a PvP Slayer in SE. Just fucking play another game. Simple as that. When you buy a game, read everything before. I don't go into a fucking store and just pick up this. Oh, that'll probably fit. This shoes will probably fucking fit. There you go, pay for it. Get home, go, oh fuck, I can't get into these shoes, you know? That's like some Star Citizen consumers, you know? They're like, I can't fucking play this game. It literally says before you purchase the game, you might get shot at in this video game. Oh, it's fucking PvP, I'm getting fucking shot at. I'm dying all the time. Dude, you realize you're getting shot by an NPC. You're just shit at this video game. Accept it. It's not a player. It's an NPC shooting you. It literally has a fucking separation in its name. This guy's so difficult. And that's what people are like on Spectrum. So this game is obviously not for you. There is an okay situation to just go, you know, this game's not for me. I'm gonna go and find something else out. Not just fucking, like, rant about it on forums and shit, like people are doing with Elden and Star Citizen and all that shit. Yeah, Lou, it's difficult. Because, again, CIG, listen to these people. I know they love to claim that they don't, but as Puppeteer brought out earlier, the game seems to be going where this is your top tier skill, and this is where you scrub. Like, no offense to anyone in that level. And it's suddenly going like this. This is where Star Citizen's going. Where your skill gap is very, very small. Where you really need to put very little effort into it, you know? And when you have that skill gap and people still don't understand it, and they're like, this game is way too difficult, it's like, no, this game is just not meant for you. That's it. You're ruining the game, you're complaining about it, and you should just go and fucking ride a bike. With like spokes spinning around. Maybe get that wee bubble thing, you know? Do that bubbles. And do that kind of shit. That's what you should be playing, in my opinion. Something a little bit easier, you know? Because I generally feel that Star Citizen is getting to the point where it's just becoming way, way too easy. And it's, again, reinventing, oh, we can't have our backers who have spent 1,000 fucking bucks. Oh, this guy spent 25 grand on the game. He's obviously a bubble blower. And I mean, like, as in, blow the bubbles with the wee dippy thing, you know what I mean? We better change the game so he maybe spends another 25 grand. That's how it feels sometimes. It might not be. Dornberg, thank you very much for the raid, dude. I appreciate that. A Pee-wee Herman bike with a basket, a big basket in the front of it. Why are my notifications not going off? Did I disable it? Oh! Never mind. It's a host. It doesn't have a symbol. But thank you very much for the host, dude. I think it's a raid, but it's kind of come in fucked. That's why it's not making a noise. Welcome in, guys. How you doing, Chief? Thank you so much for that support, man. I appreciate it. I got told I was toxic when I told someone to give their balls a tug. That's not tugs, it. Dude, to be fair, Lou, that's actually you being responsible. That's you being responsible because all males with their balls should be checking them daily for any lumps. That's you just being responsible. And respect for telling somebody to make sure. You know? They should have seen it that way, instead of literally getting their panties in a twist. I would have been like, oh shit, that guy just told me to fucking tug on my balls. Respect. I'll go and do that right now in the shower. Make sure that I don't have any lumps.
Raiders detected.
You know?
Welcome and enjoy your stay.
Now it comes in. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that, my man. Hope you're doing well. Responsible, yeah, exactly. But yeah, some of the stuff on Spectrum is crazy. Like, they literally They will play Star Citizen, and if you do anything to disrupt their game, it's you are toxic, you are ruining my life, and they just, I mean, it's a horrible saying, they pull the full Karen. I want to see the manager, you know? It's crazy, absolutely crazy. That's my name, I live in Elder Salt. I enjoy a good salty video game, because I know this is not everyone's cup of tea. It might be because I'm Scottish. It might be because I'm a bitter 9-year vet. I love smack talk in video games. I think it's healthy. I genuinely believe it's healthy to tell somebody to go and fuck themselves. It might not be everyone's way of doing things, or like ranting about it, but I do love sitting back, getting my hot cocoa out, and watching somebody behind the keyboard. They're smashing the keys, because you can always tell when you've got somebody pissed off, because like, for example, they'll be typing something and then there's maybe like a capital L will come in or something like that. You know they're raging. You know that their little pinky, unathletic pinky, just hit the fucking shift key by accident because they're freaking the fuck out. You know that, and then you just sit back and you go, you're going there, aren't you? I know what it's like. I know what it's like to be that rage. You're about to pick up the keyboard and slam it, but just to remember, before you do that, just think, you've got that, you know, key changeable Corsair keyboard. Before you slam it, it's not just gonna break. All your keys are gonna pop out. And you're probably wanting that keyboard to actually break, so you go and buy another one, so you don't have to take all the keys and place them back in and figure it out. You know, maybe be like, oh shit, where did the T go? Because how many people know exactly where every key fucking goes on the keyboard? Not many people will know that, you know, unless you got like a photographer maybe. So when you pick up that keyboard and you're just about to slam it, just go, what would R. Kelly do? You know, and place it down. Close chat and let it go. That's the best way of doing it, you know? I do that typing classes. Well, that's a good thing. Yeah. But I'm saying, how many people actually would be, like, if you smashed all your keys, they all popped out of your mechanical keyboards at home, how many people could literally sit patiently and put it back without bringing up a guide? Or I can touch type. I can do crazy words per minute, but I couldn't remember where every fucking key goes. It's just hard-coded into memory. But if I had to actually be here and go, alright, I've got a big bag of fucking keys, where does it go? I could get the spacebar, that's gonna be obvious. Maybe the return key, but I'd be like, ooh, which one's this? It's something I love in League. League is crazy when people, they freak out in the toxic rants and stuff like that. Oh, you sent a picture of a keyboard? You got one of those like custom Majobi ones. This is Reforce keyboard. You fucking what? This can't be the one you fucking use. This can't be the fucking keyboard you use. I mean, if I wasn't looking at it, sure. But yeah, it's like, what happens if somebody had changed the software, which this key or this one doesn't do the same thing? You would so hard. Like, imagine if all these keys popped out, you know? And then, I don't know, like, I mean, this one would be a lot more easier to put back together because obviously all the wee small ones and stuff. But yeah. Imagine if it has like the lettering and the numbers and stuff. Obviously, the numbers are a lot easier and shit. But aye. Top row is easier. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? When you're in a rage state, the last thing you want to be doing is that kind of stuff. You know. I mean, seriously, well, if you can touch type, and long as nobody's played around with the software, Chris, Some people like myself, I can literally not look at the keyboard. You know, I'm definitely not somebody that has to do this to type the keyboard. You know what I'm saying? So I think if I was given the keyboard and I had to be like here, I could probably do it, you know, quite well. Obviously, once you learn it, because when you get like a new keyboard, you sometimes have to look at the key. I still have to look at stuff because for me, the microphone gets in the way and it kind of like throws me off slightly and stuff. Actually, you can buy a blank keyboard without any print on it. Yeah, you can do all like custom keyboards are like a big thing now. I know like Aurelia, it's Aurelia Play. I think it's Aurelia, or it's Aurelia. She has like her she's got like the, you know, custom keys with things in it. So I do know a lot of people spend quite a bit of money now these days having custom keyboards. I get it. Like for me, I'm very basic. It's the same with like my PCs look exactly the same as each other. I have two keyboards that are exactly the same. I don't care about RGB, you know. Long as the keyboard works, long as the PC works, that's what kind of gamer I'm at. I don't need to come into the room and go, shit, look at my beautiful keyboard. Can I use it? No. You know? Or it's like, oh, look at my fucking top of the range joysticks. Can I use them? No. It's like, I don't, like, that's just not me, you know? It might be other people, they like the fancy things. That's why, like, I probably don't, for me, I don't like fancy cars or fancy holidays. I don't give a shit about that stuff. Just long as it works, you know? The PTU is fuckarooed, Lou. That's why I tried for like 30 minutes to an hour. Ships are not spawning. 30Ks can't even get into the server. It was 16 plus hours before you could even log into the PTU. For me, I'm just taking a step back. I would rather just chat with you guys and have something in the background for you to see. We just chat, hang out, and hopefully CIG work their magic and get something set up down the line and stuff like that. You know? I don't really want to be headbutting against a first wave patch. I'm over that shit. I've done years of it, and even as like not as a content creator. I always like to say this. This is one of my favorite things to say. I've been here since 2012. I have a gold account. I have a secondary account, which is the exact same date, the exact same time a year later, which is the TheDarkLaw one. But there's an account you guys don't know that's very, very close to CIG staff level. So I've seen every flight model, every change to the game, and I'm at that stage where somebody else can do it. Somebody else can go in and fucking headbutt it down. I'm just gonna chill. I don't need the stress anymore in my life. With like trying to get in and be like, hey guys, look at the fucking hull A. I don't give a shit, you know? I don't give a shit about the hull A. It looks amazing. Props to the fucking animation team. I said that on YouTube when we were watching the video on it. You know? But I'm not going to smash my face off a keyboard trying to show people the game that they can see, you know? They're like, oh, but I'm not a concierge or a subscriber. Good, you've done well. Proud of you. You're better than all of us if you're at that level. And that's not me bullshitting or trying to be funny. Genuinely, if you are not a concierge and not a subscriber, bravo. Fucking bravo. Just wait till it goes live. Because at least it'll still be shit. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It'll still be shit. But you paid less for the same shit. You know what I mean? I'm gonna quickly have a fight to eat, guys. Then we'll get back into it. I need to do some flying as well. Everyone who feels like to be ranting about the state of PTU should refrain. Yeah, exactly. But even when you go to live, it's still gonna have issues, and you just have that delayed rant reaction, you know? For me, I'm zenned out. Like, I appreciate what the developers do. I appreciate what CIG is doing. If I don't like it, I'm gonna go back and play some Elden Ring, you know? And if people don't like that, fuck you. You go and get some mental health problems then. Because I don't think anyone deserves mental health issues. And that's what you get with content creators who are forced to constantly play games just to keep their communities alive. I think it's very unhealthy. Nobody should be forced to go through mental health issues just to keep people happy. It's just, well, I can't say it's bad, Taz. I can't say it's bad. It's just got some, like, server issues. I can't test, for example. I can't get into a server, and if I get into a server, I can't spawn a ship, and if I get all those stages, and I get to spawn a ship at 30Ks, or, you know, I'm just spitballing, that's the situation we're in. So I can't even test the new things because it's just unstable. It kind of feels like it should have... It's still an Evil Cassie patch, basically. It's not really first wave level. Or it is, it's just maybe rushed out, I don't know. It just feels like... It's not even at the stage where people should be testing it, you know? It's just very, very unstable. So I don't know if 3.17 is shit yet. Because I'm not going to grade it on what I've seen so far. Because CIG in a week's time could have it fixed. And then I can be like, wow, this ATC button we've been waiting for 5 years actually works. Who would have thought? Exclamation mark April, guys. If you are following this channel, get involved in the giveaway. It's running every week whilst I'm streaming 30 days for April as a challenge. Get involved. If you want to get a bit more points, subscribe to the channel. Use your primes out of your mind. If you're looking for codes, start screen and ending screen of each video in April, par yesterday, will show you the codes, the secret codes, all that good stuff. If you got Twitter, follow me on Twitter. You don't win the giveaway, unfollow me on Twitter. It's that simple. But don't sit on it. You can be winning prizes. And if somebody gifts you a sub, make sure you use your points. It'll work as well. Lovely rice and asparagus. Nom 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 nom. Off to work? Enjoyed it. Thank you for stopping in. Again, Thornburg, thank you very much for the raid, my man. Appreciate that, dude. All the follows today as well, guys. Thank you so much. And even if it's just for the giveaway, don't worry about it. I think they'll probably have like a decent, a decent patch, I would say by end of next week. Or at least more stable, I should say. That PTU patch right now is more, yeah, it's definitely Evo Catty kind of style. But CIG did warn us, content creators. Xylo sent out a lovely email just saying, look, it's very unstable. So that's why I'm just chilling in live. I'll wait until they've got something more what they're wanting people to see. And not freak out about it. It's only first wave, end of April, possibly live. Apart from some of the features, I'm actually more interested in like the Scorpius, to be honest. Sorry, I'm one-handing this just now. I think a lot of people would be like that, Southern Cross. I wouldn't, because it's the reason why I've never sold my main EVE accounts. They're history to me. So, I always look at it that I like to learn from my mistakes. Would I have spent this amount of money in Star Citizen over the years? Probably. Would I like to have spent less? Probably. Would I do it again? Probably. But shit. What's the point of living if you're not having fun, eh? Oh, if I save this money in 20 years' time, I might be able to buy a Burger King. And I have a feeling the prices are going like... How much is your daily Whopper? 20 grand. Alright. It's the only Whopper we're selling in this whole state. You want back another game? Well, it's the same with like pre-ordering. I don't think you should ever pre-order a game just for the extra fluff. I didn't pre-order Elden Ring. I had no interest in it. And then Tough Mudder kindly donated the game to me because I was like, you know, I didn't have the money to buy it at the time. And my god, I got the hours out of it. 150 hours, like. And I always look at, like, if I'm gonna spend some money, I would like at least enough content to justify $1 an hour. I know it's not everyone's way of looking at games, but that's my way of doing it. I want an hour of enjoyment for $1. As long as you're having fun. Because, fuck, if you're not having fun, then obviously it doesn't work. But, yeah. $1 of fun for an hour of fun. Or $1 for an hour of fun. That's how I look at it in video games. It keeps it simple. When you spend like $50 on a AAA game, I look at it, I would like at least 50 hours of content. Now, there are other games to this situation. Titanfall 2. How many people here have played Titanfall 2? I played Titanfall 1. I enjoyed it. I bought Titanfall 2 for the multiplayer experience. I was rewarded with a 6 to 8 hour campaign, which was, in my opinion, one of the best like FPS campaigns in these games in a very long time. So if you haven't never played Titanfall 2, just buy it for the single player campaign. It is incredible. Voice acting is great, the emotion is great, the feels is just out of this world. And it only lasts like 6 hours for the storyline game. So if you were to buy Titanfall and when its original price of like $60, I would be like, well, I'm getting $10 worth for every hour out of this game. That's how I would look at it. But the 6 hours of Titanfall 2 is just incredible. So I was rewarded. I bought it for the multiplayer, but I was rewarded with the single player campaign. So there's other ways of looking at games, you know. It's the same. I really want to take a punt on AOC, but I'm so invested in SE. AOC, are you talking about Ashes of Creation? Yeah, I kind of feel you on that, Devs, because it's the same with me with Lost Ark. I was massively enjoying Lost Ark when I wasn't playing Star Citizen, right? And this is a true story. Puppeteer is in the same guild, same org. I would imagine he knows exactly what I'm kind of feeling. Lost Ark is a really good game. The problem is, I do not have the time after like the launch to dedicate to the game. And I don't want to be... Not that it's a requirement to be behind like people swiping and stuff like that. I don't want to be going through the content that is going to take me 6 months to do by just logging in for like an hour a day. You know what I mean? It's going to take me 6 months to do like basic content at that rate. Because if you're generally not putting 10 hours into Lost Ark, I just don't feel there's a point in playing the game, personally. If I wasn't playing Star Citizen, it wouldn't be a problem. If it was my main game, awesome. So I can understand that you don't want to play Ashes of Creation, because obviously it would definitely take away time from Star Citizen. But then I have to look at it this way. If you are interested in Ashes of Creation, if you were to spend 2 years playing Ashes of Creation, shit ain't changing in Star Citizen in 2 years. So it might be good to actually have a break from the game for 2 hours, you know? Or 2 years, sorry. If you're enjoying another game, and then come back to Star Citizen. By then you would have lost all habits, and if everything has changed, you know what I mean? I should have had, like, this view for you guys. That would have been better. I for one, am done with multiplayer games. Like Lost Ark, Ashes of Creation. I don't have the ability because I would rather dedicate all my time to Star Citizen in something that I'm really, really wanting, even though it's not in the state I want it to be in. And then just get quick fix games like Elden Ring and stuff like that. But Lost Ark definitely made me be like, you know what, I'm definitely done with other MMOs. I don't have the time for it. It's the same with like DCS World. I just don't have the time to sit down and do that. If I'm gonna play another game, I want it to be like where I just quickly play like a match or something like that. No, there's nothing for you. Away. Go away, wolf. There's nothing here. You can't have this. You get nicer food anyway. I bet you've had your sardines, haven't you? You had your fishies? Yeah. I got rice and asparagus and you got sardines because you need it. What world we live in when the dog eats better? That's 'cause I love you. 'Cause I love you. Hey, buddy. I know you're probably wanting some more snacks and stuff like that. Good housekeeping. Do you want to say hello to everyone? Everyone say hello to Nova? chilling here. Little Fluffy. Jeez. You just probably had dinner, Chief, so... We'll wait, we'll wait. Yeah. Yeah, you camp with... That's where the sweets are, by the way. They're literally there. Under the bed, right there. He's gonna camp here. Instead of going to the kitchen that way, he's gonna sit there, knowing that I can just see him in the corner of my eye, because you can see the... if I move here, the light there. So there's where I just see this in my corner of my eye, and his head is just perfectly sat there. Just to remind me that he's waiting for a sweet. What a pain, like. What a monkey. Oh, the sun went down. Let's rock it. DCS anytime soon? No, I'm not gonna play DCS World. Generally, right now I need to think about my income, my channel, all these things. So for me, I've been away for 60 days on Star Citizen. Obviously, I've not been away from streaming for 60 days. But I've been away from the game for 60 days, so as far as I'm concerned, I got 60 days of it in me to play. Will that take us to free 18? No. But that's what I need to work on just now, and then within like 60 days, I will see where I'm at in life and all those kind of things. So no, I don't really want to even think about another video game just now. For me, again, I'd probably, no joke, if I wanted to play another video game just now, I'd probably do Game Plus on Elden Ring, or completely start it again, kind of thing. No joke. I had so much fun in Elden Ring, and I didn't really stream it, to be honest. And I don't think I would stream it, because again, I pretty much know, like, all the stats, or the strats. What picture? Oh, with me and Chris. Yeah. There's Chris. There's me. It's beautiful. I just need to get that scene sorted.
Quantum drive is now
You know what? Before we get into this, I'm gonna go for a quick bio break when I've got the chance. We're just gonna go and nestle down here. And bio break. I'll be back. 2 minutes, guys. Alright, there we go. We're reloaded. Reloaded. I'm pretty sure like CIG will get a patch out, so hopefully my expectation is Tuesday to actually get into PTU. So we can just literally hang and just chat for the next few days. I generally don't think we're gonna get anything more on it. Sadly. I'm so desperate to press that ATC button now. We can taste it. It's gonna be sweet. How many people here have burst their cherry and pressed the ATC button? Gleepo says, I'm coming close to 2 years not playing Star Citizen. Ooh. That, to be honest, that's pretty fucking impressive, like. That's some serious discipline. Some serious discipline. It's not a squeaky toy, Luna. It's a whistle. Luna's come to join us now. Little Luna. And there's Nova sneaking in because he's like, oh, is she gonna get the attention? Ah, I gotcha. I gotcha. Hmm? There's people watching you. They're watching you up there. You waggly tails. You happy huskies. Woo. You happy huskies. Oh. You not say hello to everyone? If you hide that way, they can't see. That's like the defense. You get to see your ass. You happy huskies? Mm-hmm. You want to play with Chris Roberts? You do? Mm. You like the scene? It's cool, eh? Because they're also sneaky. Like, whenever you see the camera, you just see the waggly tails kind of thing. Row, row, row. Yeah, everyone can see you. They can see you talking. There's nothing hidden now. There you go, I appreciate that. You're gonna sit pretty. Should I ask chat, do you deserve a sweet now? Should I ask chat? Does Nova deserve a sweetie chew? Do you want to ask them for a chew? You ask them for a chew? I want one. I want one. You do? Do you think they should give you a chew? They should. Yes. You do. What about you, Luna? Do you want one, Luna? Luna? They can't see you if you're hidden behind me. Here. Oh! Sit there, Luna. Do you want one? Oh, that's a bit of a sing. I think you should. Should we get him? Alright, well, I think you've done your party piece. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna put the camera away because, to be honest, I don't really want people seeing me climbing underneath the bed to get your sweet box to hide it from you guys. But we will get the sweets. Dear me. And then we can bring
Twitch
the camera
Prime
back
sub
up.
received.
Ooh,
Generous
deep gift.
and
Thank you
clever.
very much,
Bravo.
Sit. Sit. So you look at the camera. Look at the camera. Oh, my arm's in the way. Right here. Sit. Sit. Give it a nice face. Look. Smile. Smile at the camera. That's enough. There you go. Nom, 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 nom. Alright, now I won't get bothered for a few hours. Can you guess what I've made for dinner? I have a strange urge from somewhere. Did you make a flan? Anyway, thank you very much, Deep Gift. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you. I think it's like, which one? Where is it? Who is it? It's Nova. I got like a husky back here. Sorry, guys. And if I ever visit you, I would totally cuddle them all day. Dude, if you cuddled Nova right now,
thank you very
you would
much.
be covered in hair.
Big oosh.
Big oosh. Look at Nova. This is what you pluck from Nova right now. Just by pinching him. This is what would be stuck to your face here. Look how big that is, just from a small pinch. So if you cuddle them fresh, it'd be just like hair everywhere. Alright? Bearded Creed, thank you very much for the bits. I appreciate that, dude. Take your fluff away from me, Noah! I'm gonna have to put that in the bed. There's no... Oh god, my meme's backfired on myself here. God damn it. Yeah, so if... Here. Yeah, Nova is a walking bomb right now. Where he will cover you. So yeah, maybe not at this time of season. In like 2-3 weeks when he's defloofed. You ever seen like wolves when they've got all that mange? That's what Nova's like. He needs to be hoovered shortly. I wish I had like the ability to go and take him to a salon, you know? So I didn't have to do it. That would be amazing. But yeah. It wouldn't matter, dude. It wouldn't matter. It's like the craziest stuff. It just magnetizes all the time. Again, thank you very much for all the love, guys. Deep Gift with the 9 months, primed out of his mind. Hicks with a follow. Beep beep. Sheep. Thank you for the follow as well. That's a pretty cool name. And again, Strongbeard Creed, thank you very much for the biddies. I appreciate that, dude. Hope you are well. Having a good Saturday. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday, Scorpino, as well. So I missed that on you. It's not so much the cost, because I think Nova's worth it. Like Viadasun. It's the distance reformed. So, for me to get to Inverness, the most effective way would be like 13 miles. So, and that's just to Inverness. We're not talking about actually driving through it. Just to the edge of the area, the region, 13 miles. So it would be like 36 miles round trip. And just because of gas prices or fuel prices, petrol, whatever you want to say, it would be probably more than the grooming cost, you know what I mean? So it's just easier to take them outside with one of these special combs and just let all the... Well, especially as the birds in the area are building nests, they carry it away, you know? A lot of it goes up into the air. Fucking memes. No, it's too far for anyone, dude. There's nobody around, man. I literally live in a village that is run by holiday lets, you know what I mean? There's like 200 actual residents that live in this village. 200 people. And we're not talking about there might be 4 or 5 people per home. There's like 200, and then everyone else is like up to 800 lodges and stuff like that. So it's fucking nobody, dude. You know? I can walk outside. I can literally get up, go outside, walk through the whole village and never bump into somebody, you know? Only like at school break times will I ever see people. There's just nobody around, you know? Highland boy. Definitely that. I would never, no joke, I was like half tempted at the time to move to like near London and make a stream house and stuff like that. Not anymore. I'm literally staying in the Highlands. So much easier. I got to the stage now where I don't need other people around me, you know. As long as I've got the floofs, I've got the ability to go walking. That's all I need. Healthy eating. Get with these. Oh! Strongbeard Creed. Now, you would be somebody that might be able to answer. Do you, sir, because you are a strong man. He is actually, by the way, guys. I don't have the ability to link people. But Strongbeard Creed is a strong man in real life. A strong man. Do you use a blitzer for like making shakes or soups or anything like that? Maybe using like rougher vegetables like kale and stuff like that. I don't know if you do the kind of nutrition kind of way, because obviously you're just going for the pure muscle gain, so it's like what, pure protein and stuff. But just in case you do like a healthier lifestyle, or for doing like protein shakes and stuff like that, do you use a blitzy thing? That's what I'm looking for right now. Not for like protein shakes and stuff, but just generally to blitz up and try and get an idea from people and stuff. Definitely have to do way more research into it. I just don't want one that just doesn't work. It'll be a nightmare, actually. Absolute nightmare. Right. Okay. Song. That's what I was looking for. Did I pick a song? Oh, I didn't pick a song. I know what I need. I know what I need. I need to go back in time. Do this. Then I need to do this. And if I survive after 2 songs, what shall we play? This. This is the way. It was a quiche. Oh shit, sorry, I moved my microphone settings. Oh god, I don't even know what the level's like now. 2 seconds, I'm gonna reset my settings. I hate touching that one. Alright, that should be easier. Alright, I'm on the pedals. Alright, time to do some flying. Bloody just chatting show, like. Dragonfly, thank you very much for the follow, dude. Appreciate that. No, it's actually not a good song. Not vibing on it. sun a little bit. Boop. I think he may be ready, shall we? It's the arrow, yeah. Who rolled this? OG Transformers? Yeah, Chris, it's so good. Like, the 80s movie is the best Transformers stuff. Thank you for all the follows as well, guys. I don't know yet. Maybe. The thing is, the moment I'd like turn it on, it's just gonna be fucked, you know. I'd rather just put on some, like, vibe music, to be honest, just now, reformed, you know. You know, like, something like this, you know. I recognize this one. Exclamation mark kit, Praetor, exclamation mark kit, dude. We'll just roam for a bit and then find another one. Hopefully we'll get the river soon, you know? 317. What's my fuel at as well? 50%. Got a few more minutes anyway. There we go, 50% kicked in, right as I said. It's almost like you're listening to me, aren't you? That with a decouple. Just got a little bounce on the left side. Nothing major. I don't think it's going to be damaged either. Nah, just a bounce. Just a bounce. No actual like collision. Well, like no break, I should say. It was a collision, but didn't snap. Not tingling. Imagine if this was the thing that actually fixed my hand. It would be fucking weird, like.
Raiders detected. Welcome and enjoy your stay.
Dear Zarka, thank you very much for the raid, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. How you doing today, Chief? That's dead. That's a dead one. Hey, dude. Thank you so much for that. That's actually a good time to have a break, so I appreciate it. That was good. That was a lot longer than anything. I was waiting for Airwolf. We could do Airwolf. Yeah. Just let me have a wee break. Don't want to put the hands through the pain. Hand, miss, low flying, that's all possible. Possible. How's it going playing Gundam music and flying? Well, we do fly Gundam style. We have Gundam joysticks. But yeah, I'm gonna save this song for when we're actually flying again. How you doing, Chief? How was your show? Are you playing Star Citizen? And were you playing PTO or were you just chilling in the live? Trying to see some nuts flying, good stuff? It's not the best right now. I've been away from Star Citizen for 60 days. I've also got damaged nerves in the left hand that we're working on, so I'm like day 2 back into the game, so precision's a little bit off right now. Concentration is definitely off as well. Like, I can't continue my speed and flight whilst talking to you guys just yet. We'll get there though. A couple more days. We'll dial her back in. It's just basically like nerve damage where like one of the nerve sheaths is kind of like crushed. So the only way to describe it is there's like a traffic jam of information in my hand. A little bit sluggish. Like I've still got full motor control. It's just when I think of things, it reacts a little bit slower. It's not as precise. So we're gonna go and get like wired up stuff. Don't worry, just do 1% every day. I know. Papa praise, Avenger One. Papa praise. He is the Messiah who brings us. You had carpal tunnel, so I had some minor nerve damage too. Nice. That might be exactly what it is. They won't know until they start doing whatever neuro teams do. I'm not really like thinking about it because, as I've been explaining on my show, there's a lot more things that could be going worse right now for other people, so I don't really want to like complain about it. It does hurt, but it's like, as my example was, at least I have my hand, you know. Other people unfortunately lose their hands, lose full control and stuff, so I can't really grumble that much. Take yourself, love you flying, and wanted to show... Yeah, thank you, dude. I appreciate that, man. I massively appreciate all the raids today, guys. I'll definitely need to stop into more people's channels and stuff. Fucking actually about to run out of power. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Obviously you guys can still hear me. I can't hear the music whilst I interchange. One of the best things about the SteelSeries Wireless Pro headset is these interchangeable batteries to stay wireless and charge at the same time without having cables. So I have on-the-fly control. Oh no. I need that. But yeah, we were definitely jamming in that last session before I bumped into a rook. Definitely getting it back. We have improved since the last crash. It was a lot more smoother. I was definitely having a good vibes moment there. I think it wasn't with like too much pressurizing music and just like 80s Transformers kind of vibes, you know. I'm off, bud. Thanks for the day's entertainment. It's been fun. Get myself sorted out for later. Have a great remainder of the stream. Thank you very much for being here, dude, and all the support. Have fun. Catch you next time. Really good. Never played SE before. I'm very much looking into buying access into it. If I want to spend the least amount possible, which ship would I buy into? Right. So, is it ref or is it SE ref? Tough Mudder. If you do not have an account, obviously you're welcome to... I think it's SE ref. Is the... Yeah. You're welcome to use my referral code. Obviously it's going to give you some in-game currency. It's going to give me some kicker back on it. Once you're set up with the account, if you don't want to spend too much money, but you want to have a decent ship, either get something in the 100i series from Origin, or get yourself Avenger Titan starter pack. The Avenger Titan, literally, I class as one of the best ships to get into because it's not great at anything, but it's good at everything. That's where I would go. Now, it's normally I think about 65 instead of 45, right? What's that starter ship that looks like the... Yeah, that's the Avenger, yeah. Yeah. That's the one I always recommend. And the reason why I recommend this, dude, Zeeberg, is because one, great cockpit, great visibility, great weapon loadout, good tank for what it is. It has a bed to log out in it. It can carry cargo, which if you can carry cargo means that you can do mining, it means that you can do salvaging when it comes out, and you can do pickup, transportation, all that jazz. It's got a small little weapons rack that you can put things into it. It's got an ejection seat. You know, you really can't go wrong with it, but it's the fact that it's got such a great weapon loadout. Now, it is a little bit more expensive than your normal ones. It depends where you want to go with, but the Avenger Titan is, no joke, hands down, the best starter ship in my opinion. It's more expensive than the normal ones, but it's the fact that it can actually fucking fly, you know? Now, if you don't want to go to that level of expense, I personally would say go for the Aurora over the Mustang. Now, the Aurora is a little bit more of a tank. It doesn't have ejection. It has decent visibility, but it's got good weapon layout. It can carry cargo, got a bed, all those kind of things. Mustang kind of doesn't, you know. It will eventually be able to carry cargo, and so forth. If you don't want to go with that, you can do the Pisces. It's really good, but yeah. Exactly. I don't think anyone ever complains about it, you know? Hey, Foxy. 2 points of entry as well, yeah, because you got to be able to climb in the Titan for the cockpit, and then you've got the ramp at the back. Again, it holds cargo, but the funny thing is as well, is it holds a Ranger motorbike. No other ship can carry, well, at that level, can carry a motorbike. Now, obviously, the motorbike is not out yet, but it is got that amount of space that you can put a motorbike in the back of your ship. So if you want to cruise around and then fucking drive around, you can do that in the future. So I would say that is hands down the best way to go. But it is like $20 more than the other ones. But generally, I just can't recommend an Aurora or a Mustang. They're shit. They're just so shit. They're slow in atmosphere. They're unathletic. You know, one of them can't eject. One of them can't carry cargo. One of them has a bed, the other one doesn't, you know? They're both flimsy. So yeah, I always go where if you've got the money, go for the Titan. Am I gonna do BMX tricks when the bikes come out? Hey, I'm never gonna say never, you know? I am, like, I used to BMX when I was a lot younger. Now I would be fucking too scared to try that shit. But yeah, who knows, man? Maybe the motorbike is cool and I started fucking going down half pipes and shit, you know? Who knows, man? No, Nomad is a solid starter ship as well, but I cannot recommend it purely because I don't like the idea that you can't get to the cargo area from inside the ship. That's just only my gripes with it, you know? It's my only beef with it. Apart from that, it's really good. Good cockpit. I don't even know if it's got an ejection. I can't really remember. I think it does. And then it's got bed, it's got a shower and stuff like that. So you do get more out of the Nomad, but you get however, just to say this though, if you've got an account, I've got giveaways running courtesy of the company that makes this game. !April if you want to get involved. All you have to do is follow this Twitch channel. That gives you access to it. Then do however much more you actually want to do. This week we're giving away a Cutlass Steel. Next week we're giving away a saber with one of the new red skins. After that we're giving away the starter ship Nomad that also comes with a hover quad bike with the love or Valentine's Day skins. And then on 4th week for catching up with the St. Patrick's Day, we're giving away a 400i with stuff. So it's like $600-700 worth of giveaway stuff. And who knows, maybe if afterwards we'll do like a Starfire giveaway. And all of these have LTI and game packages included, so you just generally need to have an account at that stage. But obviously if you can't wait, or you know, if you want to risk on the the giveaways, then definitely Avenger Titan would be the best place to go. You can always get the Aurora now and then upgrade. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But you can also do it this way. It's not the fastest way to do it, but you can buy an Aurora or a Mustang, do a few missions for a few days, and then buy a Titan in game, you know? If you can't go past the $45, you can play the game and then buy the better ships in the video game. It's just I never recommend the Aurora or the Mustang as a starter ship. It's just you can do better, you know? But again, each to their own. Each to their own. I can't wait to see what the Rangers are like. Because they're so small. People forget how small a Ranger is. Like, you're never going to be seen with that. X-Spider, thank you very much
and
for the
clever.
dude.
Bravo.
Appreciate that, welcome. So again, it's kind of like how much down the rabbit hole do you want to go with Star Citizen? How much time have you got? Do you want to grind it in game? Because obviously there's plenty of ways to make money. Like, you generally can buy or make 2 million on a starter ship within like the first day, you know?
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your
Hey,
Class
Des, thank you
2
very much for the
access.
12. Remember guys, if you're subscribing, and maybe I'm just spitballing here, you're subscribing because you want to get the extra entries in the giveaway. Remember that one sub works for all of the 4 giveaways that we're running this month. So you don't have to sub every week for those extra entry points. And for people who can't afford to sub, you can get extra entries. Obviously, this worked for subscribers as well. You can get extra entries if you watch the start of this VOD and the end of the VOD. There is a scene where I do a starting scene and an ending scene. There's a little code on each one. Start of today's was yesterday's code, and the end of today is today's one. Tomorrow will be the today's code at the beginning, and at the end of the show will be tomorrow's code. So just in case you miss ones, you don't have to go through every single video. Just remember that always at the start show is the previous day, and at the end of the show is the current day, if that makes any sense. If it gets too technical, I'll just do both codes for the same day at the start. I don't care, personally. I was trying to make it where, like, a little bit more kinky, you know. I see now I subscribe you both on YouTube and Twitch. Nice. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I do. Remember, guys, if you are subscribed to Twitch or subscribed to YouTube, don't feel that you have to be subscribed to both, or if you're subscribed on Gilded as well. Anywhere you are helping me out financially is classed as a Red Tie Gang member. Do whatever's comfortable for you guys if you want to go that far. Do not feel that you have to subscribe to me on YouTube and Twitch and everywhere. Please don't. Do only what you can. And if you want to, obviously. If I win, can I give them away to a friend? Yeah, you can do what the fuck you want with it. If you want to sniff glue, that's your prerogative. I'm not gonna judge, you know? Your code? You can give it back to me if you even want to. That would be generous. No, Dark Law, I don't want the, you keep it for yourself, you know? And then I'll be like, hey, CIG, look, he said, she said, we said, you know, I gotta keep it. No, yeah. By the way, hello for a fellow Scot, but down south, so long I don't sound it. Dude, I was born in Edinburgh outskirts, so I don't really have that strong of a Scottish accent. I only moved up to the Highlands like 3 years ago, so. And that's because I needed better internet. Imagine that. Imagine living on the outskirts of Edinburgh and you have to move to the Highlands to get better internet. What a bizarre world we live in. Elgin, nice. But yeah, you can do whatever you want with the giveaway. It's yours, you know. Boop. I'm an Island 2 now, since I moved to Malta. Nice. I know, I don't know why they ever, like, they call the Highlands islands, you know, and they're like, oh no, we can't deliver to you because you're on an island. No, I'm in the UK. No, but it says you're in the islands. I'm on land. All right, I'm on the UK land. I'm on the mainland. Your vehicle doesn't need to go on a ferry or a bridge or anything like that. It doesn't need to go on a submarine. I'm on the same fucking piece of land you are, just maybe a little bit elevated up. Oh no, we don't deliver there. But it's you deliver to Inverness. Yes, but we don't deliver further. Why? Because you're on an island. No, we're not on a fucking island. I mean, the whole UK is technically an island. You know what I mean? I hate that shit. It drives me fucking nuts, like. However, they're starting to get better at these roads. Or it's like, oh no, we're gonna charge £14 more. But you'll deliver it to Inverness for free. Yes. But you'll charge me £14 more to go 10 more miles. 13 more miles. Yes. That is changing for Scottish Highlands. It's crazy though. Finally, we got IKEA delivery. I actually managed to get a fucking wardrobe recently because IKEA finally delivers to this area. 3 years, man. 3 years I've been here. waiting for a wardrobe. Oh, I've been through some hard times, I tell you. Do they have post offices? Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. They do have post office, but unfortunately, a lot of them are closing down. So it gets to the point where I actually have to go into Inverness, which is quite a drive, just to go to the post office now. You know. Just say you're on. No, they put in the postcode glitch. The moment they put the postcode in, some websites class it as islands for the Highlands. No joke. It's getting sorted because there was a big spiel about it in the like one of the, you know, the guy that talks about like the energy and stuff like that, where he was saying a lot of people have been complaining for years about the Highlands being classed as an island, so they charge more and stuff like that. Oh, nice. It looks like they've been testing a bit more on the PTU in the background, so hopefully we'll have a chance at it tomorrow. Martin Lewis, that's it. Yeah. So after they actually did that program, a lot of companies were like, oh, well, maybe we should update our Google Maps database on our website. Oh, you're there. Oh, we thought you were in the middle of the ocean. Huh? It's like, fuck you. You knew exactly what you were doing. You've just been caught out by Martin Lewis. Because they did that fucking video on that shit, you know? It was funny though. So it's getting better, yeah. It was just amazing how IKEA just suddenly go, oh yeah, we totally can deliver there. Man, we can make so much more money now, you know? Because obviously the nearest IKEA to me is Edinburgh, which is like 300 miles away. So it's like, and I don't even know if there's one in Aberdeen, which would roughly be about the same distance, to be honest. It's like, oh, you've lost out on all this money because you thought you would have to put your thing on a fucking boat, you know, to deliver, you know? Yeah, well, I mean, it's not everyone's cup of tea, but, you know, I got a wardrobe, so... and I didn't have to pay over the bucket for it, you know? That's how I look at it. I would love to have some fancy mahogany. I will settle for some MDF. The main depot is 700 meters from my house. And they won't deliver? Or is it just too much of a hassle kind of thing? Here in Finland, various retail shops have been the delivery destination for boxes you could get through the mail since post office and... Yeah. From the closest store. Oh, right, yeah. That's very true, Liz. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, I understand Moonmasher, yeah. It's mental, like. But But that's greed. Unfortunately, that is basically greed. They would rather lose a customer than lose 20 quid. You know? Which I just don't understand. You might have been spending more in the shop than that 20 quid. And purely because of greed, they lose a sale. Yeah, I know, that's something I've heard about with Amazon, is where like, even if you're like right beside a depot, it still takes like 2 days to arrive. It's like, what, somebody can't come out the fucking building and kick it across the road? Processes. Maybe one of these days, when they bring out the drone system, we'll soon have beds coming from IKEA by drones, Amazon boxes getting chucked from like 500 feet up in the air. Somebody will be in a fishing boat, you know, waiting for that fish, and a fucking brand new TV's gonna land on their boat and fucking snap it in half, you know? Oops, Amazon package! Our GPS signal said you were here! You're maybe beside a fucking lake, and you're sitting out on your front porch like, here comes my Amazon package, and it fucking drops it on top of the fucking lake, and you're just like, GPS said it was here. Bombs away. That's all I can see with Amazon drones, you know? It's not a small drone. It's fucking struggling. The wee fucking drone is struggling. No, I know it's like one of those big industrial drones, you know? But it's still, it wouldn't surprise me if it's done by their GPS system, which is always off. Yeah. Somebody has delivered the package, but it's like miles away, says your map. I'm over here. Would you like a refund? No, I would like the product. Would you like us to send out the product again? Will you send it to the same location? Yes. Well, that's not going to help us. That's you wasting more money and delivery time. Yes. Would you like a refund? Yes. That's how an Amazon call goes, you know? If they don't have the little fucking thing on their GPS marker, because the delivery guy obviously hasn't got a fucking clue most of the time and goes, I'm on the spot. Delivered. And that's just like in the middle of the fucking Sahara Desert. I've done my job. The GPS signal was correct. Instead of like going, load up Google Maps. Put in the postcode. Oh man, no, it's just right round the corner. Right, I better tell the office to move the pin and stuff. I had that at my old house near Edinburgh. They literally delivered it always to the wrong place, and the old couple would come around like a day later. No joke, right? My PC here has like 64 gig Dominator RAM in it, and I bought it from Amazon because it was on a sale. They delivered it to my neighbor, so I was like, it's been delivered to the wrong place. Would you like a refund? No, it's literally around the corner. Could the delivery guy pick up and bring it round? Would you like a refund? I'll take a refund. And then the old couple walk around with the fucking RAM the same day and go, I think this is for you. Thank you. You just gave me £600 worth of RAM. Amazon are like, refund. Would you like a refund? I'm like, no, just fucking change the pin on the map. I thought just basically because I can. I've tried to explain it as many times to people, but you've got exclamation mark 30. You got exclamation mark update if you want to see major details. It's just really financial reasons. Prices in the UK changed, and purely because I can. That's it, you know. It's like a package of crisps. Yeah. Yeah, Amazon delivery. In Malta, Google Maps are hilarious. You want to walk, they say you need to cross a roundabout in the middle where there is no crossing for anyone. I know. I think the whole idea of Google Maps and all that stuff is like a wonderful idea, but it's crazy. Have you ever seen the Google Maps where somebody zooms in as somebody's getting murdered and the satellite photos picked it up? It's fucking crazy when you see that shit. Or you see a dead body lying out in the middle of somewhere. Nobody's noticed it for ages. And Google Maps is picking up. And somebody fucking scrolling through Google Maps in their local area sees a body lying there. And they fucking report it, you know? Oh my god, Moomagic. Could you, yeah, you put up, you're on Amazon. I'll take that deluxe edition. Nobody will know. It's gonna come in an Amazon box. Nobody, the fucking bay door opens on the drone and just all these dildos fall out the box and land on your doorstep. Fucking Amazon service, bye. As it fucking moves away. That's how I see this shit going. When I first heard about Amazon delivering stuff in drones. Will you be going over to YouTube if someday streaming will be the right? So I have been open with my community. Basically, I prefer the service that you get on YouTube with the quality of videos. The fact that your VODs are not deleted, and obviously everything gives you 70% of the income, right? They're the three main reasons for YouTube for me. Quality of videos, the fact that VODs don't go walkies, so you keep getting money from ad revenue over time, and the fact that it's 70% flat. All your memberships, 70%. Super Chat, 70%. If somebody like ad revenue, 70% goes to you. So there are the three main perks. Twitch has the easy access for somebody to find a streamer, for example. It has a better chat integration and moderation of chat, even though Twitch is still very predated, or old, sorry, I should say. And obviously the fact that you can gift memberships, you know, it's just got more kind of fluff to distract people and stuff like that. You take those free things from Twitch and you put them in YouTube, I'm on YouTube. Just because I like the quality, the more money, and the fact that my VODs are always there for you guys to watch. You know what I mean? I don't have to expect it to delete. Would I miss playing the music that I like to play on Twitch? Yeah. But we've done 6 months of it on YouTube. We got used to it, you know? It's just one of these things. Eventually Twitch will end up that way as well. If this just suddenly happened, would I instantly switch to YouTube again? Well, the thing is, as I've explained to people, I'm a YouTube partner, I'm a Twitch partner. If I want to stream on Twitch one day, I'm going to stream on Twitch. If I want to stream on YouTube one day, I'm going to stream on YouTube. If you want to support me on YouTube or you want to support me on Twitch, you do whatever is best for you. But I'm not going to stress about too many things. I'm just going to enjoy. I guess it's like when you got these content creators that get 2-year things. Like say you're on YouTube for 2 years, you're paid to be on YouTube, and then you're like, you know what? I'm contract free. I'm going to go to Twitch. I think it's like what Ninja and Shroud were like after Mixer died, you know? Twitch seemed to ban out of the blue. Well, I got some clarification on it. And it was, as I apologized for, it was because I was being very violent towards an NPC, and at the time, I didn't have an adult system on Twitch, you know, like a mature setting, and people reported me because they thought I was being violent towards a player, like vocally and stuff, so, you know, whatever, you know. I've calmed down after six months on it, so that's why, you know, I'm quite happy to stream on Twitch and stuff. Well, again, I would love to actually do that. I would love to stream on both platforms at the same time. As I've explained earlier today, if you use like a website called Restream, that you stream to Restream and they stream to Twitch and YouTube, right? Because it technically gets around Twitch's thing. You're streaming to Restream, and they're streaming to Twitch, and they're streaming to YouTube. It's nothing to do with me, because I'm streaming to one platform. The problem is, if I stream 1080p to Twitch, because that's as big as it goes, but I want to do a 1440 on YouTube, I have to pay for that. And as I can't afford to pay for it just now, because I'm a little bit in a financial situation, I would rather just stream on one platform at one resolution and not worry about it too much. But if I can sort myself out in the future, I would like to do Twitch and YouTube at the same time, because they have a great chat interference where it shows when somebody types in YouTube and in Twitch, and it's all in one console and you just read it. And the great thing is you can have it on screen where, like, if you see Space Tomato, he's got it where it shows you both chat. That's what I want to do with it. And it'll be so sick. Then I can do whatever. People can watch me anywhere. I can integrate. And the thing is, because I don't have, like, a crazy setup of stream, you don't see, like, latest follower and all that fucking boohoo fluff that people, for some reason, enjoy. Like, they get their fucking dicks off on that shit. Where they're like, oh yeah, my name popped up on the screen. The streamer's gonna acknowledge me now. Yeah, I fucking love this part. I don't have it. So it means that whilst I'm streaming on any platform, it'll still go, thank you very much for the sub. Thank you very much for the member. Thank you very much for the bits. Thank you very much for the donation. And I just see it here and I read it out. Only on Twitch I've got it where, like, if you drop 100 bits and you've typed something behind it, it'll just say it out, kind of thing, you know? Mum, I'm on TV, yeah. A lot of people get their rocks off at that though, Gleepo. It's crazy. Not gonna get on this channel. I'm gonna personally read your shit out. I don't want it fucking ruining my screen. I would rather be like, thank you very much. I'm gonna read out your donation message. Welcome back to Twitch. Thank you. See, I think that's a more one-to-one thing instead of it just popping up and going, thank you for the donation. And like, it's fucking appeared on the screen and they don't even read your fucking message out or shit like that. I don't like that, you know? Some people do. Some people just go, oh fuck yeah, I was on TheDarkLaw screen. Oh my god. Oh god, this streamer acknowledged me. And you see some of them more into female streamer channels these days. You're like, oh fuck, that female just noticed me. Oh god.
Captain, someone has gifted a Class 2 access pass.
See you there. That's all you get. You guys don't even know. However, it'll say in chat, because I've got it where Stream Elements courtesy says it, but Grizzle, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Blue Knight. I appreciate that. See, that's all you have to do, yeah? Got only no, I've got only flans. Only flans. F-L-A-N. So, when you go and watch me do my night baking show, I'm in a penny, and we're making flans. That's it, yeah. So, it's a hidden website. I'm not going to give you guys the URL, just in case Twitch get funny about making flans. So, yeah. I only appreciate latest follower on streams where it's just a means to mess with the streamer outside of jump scares. I mean, for me, I've never been somebody that, like, I'm gonna say, you know, like, Michael, it's Michael. Thank you very much for following 10 minutes, you know? But I'm not gonna, like, it's so easy to press follow. It's so easy to subscribe on YouTube. It's so easy to fucking follow on Instagram. I'm not reading it out. And that's not me to try and be arrogant or not belittle the support and stuff like that. I appreciate it. But I like to just go, you know what? 10 of you have dropped a follow. Thank you very much for the follows, guys. It means a lot to me. It does mean a lot. But I'm not gonna get your fucking dicks off on you. Like, fuck that. Alright? Go and scribble your own names on a piece of paper and put it on your fucking monitor. I had to do it after the sound effects from you. Oh, the bang and stuff. Yeah, that kind of pissed me off. So yeah, I just have a very minimalistic stream. You come, you watch me be a goofball, you watch the flying. A little bit of notification lets me know, you know, people get to read it in chat. Boom, bada bing, fucking easy mode. So it works on, the setup that I've now got is whatever platform I stream on, it looks exactly the same and it sounds exactly the same. People don't need to worry about it. So the moment I can do like multi-stream, boom, you know, we're fucking flying at that stage. But I think what I'll probably do is like stream, multi-stream on like my second YouTube channel, because that's where we're planning to save the VODs. So like my main channel will be like shorts, or maybe I'll get a shorts channel at that stage, like shorts channel, VOD channel, and the main channel for like the videos and the lo-fi and stuff. I'm guessing the streamer exclusivity on Twitch, YouTube is just for the big streamers. Yeah. But like I said, you can get around it if you stream on Restream. So if your contract says that you're not allowed to stream on another platform whilst you're streaming on Twitch, you stream to Restream, and that is you actually technically not live on, like if you want to get really technical, you're not live on Twitch or YouTube. You're live on Restream, and they're live on your channel on your behalf, you know? You can't get around that line, you know? But yeah, definitely it's like, there's no way in hell I would ever get a signed contract with Twitch, you know? Even if I had like 1,000 viewers, you wouldn't get it. I know people who have been streaming for like 5+ years as a partner and they don't have an exclusive contract. They bring in like, you know, 2,000 subs a month, not exclusive. Don't care. They don't care about that shit, you know? Because again, the funny thing with Twitch, if you're not exclusively signed, and you get banned, they don't care. Because, as some of the memes are, when one partner gets banned and you're not part of that exclusive group, you know, that has their own represent and stuff like that, literally Twitch goes, I've got 10 affiliates that will cover your one loss, you know? Hey, Godbrooks. Welcome. The new affiliate contracts have taken that into consideration. Yeah. But the thing is, though, like, Twitch is verging on, like, doing things a little bit fucking shady, where for somebody that is trying to grow as a streamer or a content creator, clamping down on a contract like that on somebody that is bringing minimal, you'll force them to go to another platform, Glitch, if you did that shit. You know what I mean? I can understand it with when Twitch is paying a streamer to stream, like YouTube pays a streamer to stream. Dr. Disrespect, Lupo, all these things. I understand when it's a lockdown contract like that, but if it's just your average Joe pulling in like a couple of fucking $1,000 a month, the last thing you want to do is force them to go to another platform like YouTube that doesn't have this in contract. YouTube doesn't give a shit. It just says if you don't do anything on our platform for a while, we'll get rid of you. That's all that they have. They don't care if you stream on Twitch at the same time as YouTube. They don't care. Or if you want to stream on Twitch and then suddenly do YouTube this like an hour later and stuff. They don't care. Nothing in the contract about it. They just literally say that if you break any of our rules, you're out. If you don't actually make content for a previous amount of time, you're out. You know? And it's nothing like crazy. I think it's like if you don't make any videos for like 2 years or something like that, they'll take away your partnership with YouTube. Which is fair enough. You could probably then just apply for it again. And I'm pretty sure they would just give it to you. You know? They're just more like, fuck, we make so much money. Enjoy our platform kind of deal. That's how the vibes I got from it anyway, when dealing with YouTube. They were like, hey, your boy, you got fucking 4,000 hours of view time? You got over 1,000 subs? Welcome to the fucking club. We don't have any, you know, major rules here, because obviously, like, we don't have many people streaming, but thank you very much for using our platform. Now have all the fucking perks of it. That's what they got, you know? Like, getting partnership on YouTube is like getting affiliate on Twitch, you know? Everyone has it. Haven't streamed in years. They won't take it away, dude. They won't take it away. I know people who are partners on Twitch, they haven't streamed in 3 years. Twitch don't give a shit. The contract doesn't renew, by the way. It's only if you're paid by Twitch do they renew your contract every 2 years. They don't give a shit. It's the same, like, long as you obviously abide by the rules. It's the same, like I was saying. If, like, somebody, say for example, right, there's me and Captain Burks, right? Say top fucking SC streamers. This is just an example using names. Both pulling in like 1,000 subs every day. Lots more. 10,000 subs every month. Both of us like that, right? Do something naughty, get banned, right? Does something naughty, gets banned. Twitch won't care that they've lost 20,000 subs. They won't, because they'll go, we have like 100 affiliates in the Star Citizen category who pull in about the same amount in number. We'll just wait a few more months. And now, because all the viewers are spreading out, because of those two being banned, we'll get some more affiliates pushed in. Alright, you're doing well in your numbers in the Star Citizen category. You're not really hitting those goals, but you've applied for partner, we'll give you partner. Numbers start going up, because partners for some reason make more views at times. It's a weird thing, you know? It's like the moment you get the tick, for some reason you start growing in numbers. It's bizarre. I don't understand it, personally. But that's how this company works. No joke. And it's not like a bad thing, but they just, because they're not paying money into you, they don't care if they ban you. They don't give a shit. Because within 6 months they'll have affiliates that turn partner and start pulling in the same numbers somewhere else. That's how they think. I imagine they could at least write contracts where they tell you you can only stream on the platform. Well, they tell you that in the contract that you're not allowed to put the VOD on Twitch. Oh shit. The VOD on Twitch. Oh, this is somebody's mission. This is somebody's mission. Let's quickly fucking do this because I need to go for a bio break. We'll take this one. Oh, look at that jank. Won't have that very shortly, guys. Oh. Oh, somebody running out of power. Bye-bye. You should do low fly, bruh. You should low fly. Learn to low fly, then you would have the skills to really to do it. Right, that's fucking one gun. Hello. Actually, no, what we'll take you. Using shields here. Yeah, let's block you in that one. I just keep ballistics. Whoa, decent. Shut up a bit. Throw him in the wee juicy arrow. Give it a bit of love. It's been a while since I've had to take that. Little arrow that could. Can't wait till you can't do this shit to me anymore. Like, oh, it'll be so good. I think these are pirates as well. Pretty expecting a player to revive anytime. Getting shot from somewhere else as well. Maybe a player. No, it's Carlos. Carlos is shooting me. I think it's a Carlos. It looked like a Carlos. I glanced. Who is it? Oh no, it's not Carlos. Oh, it's the guy. Is it the fucking hurricane that crashed into the ground? Jeez, dude. We're fucking going fast. No! Fuck off with the missiles. Jeez. Watch out, hurricane. You're gonna crash. You're gonna crash Topper Harley. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. No, stop firing missiles. Missile delivery? You didn't fire the missile. You actually have to pull the trigger, buckaroo, before you start smack talking somebody on comms. That would be probably the best thing. Bye. Bye. Again, it's a really good idea to learn how to lo-fi NPC instead of like copying the developer skill level. I don't know what the other one's doing, like. What are you doing? That's the other hurricane, it's just like flopping around and doing some weird shit, you know? Hi. Time for you to go into the fucking ground again. Uh-oh. Oh, watch out, Chopper. You've already lost your 2 wings. You've lost the gun on the front. I really wouldn't have been fucking smack talking at that stage. I'm gonna stay away so I don't fucking desync into them. It's just reversing. Look at that. Whee! Things I've gotta do just so I can go to the fucking bathroom. Where is it? Where's the pit stop? There it is. No, I think it's somebody's mission. They're not coming for me, like... Maybe they do. Maybe they spawn around. Yeah. No. Oh, bathroom break. That's all I wanted, like... I was literally about to go. But the problem with NPCs is that, yeah, I could have flown away. But they literally ram, you know? They ram you in the Armitage Zone. They're fucking mental. So... Excited for the desync fix? Yeah. I know. I saw it on Burks' stream with the backstrafing. I thought it was amazing. But to be secretly honest with everyone, I'm looking forward to the ATC button. The ATC button over anything, you know? Oh, ATC button's gonna be really good. Anyway, bathroom break. I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. Much better. Hey, GD guy. And thank you, mods. Thank you. Oh, thank you guys for all the thing. Yeah, look at the like March update. I might put another blog out at the end of the weekend, and just be like, hey guys, I'm on Twitch. Accept it. You know what I said 6 months ago about never coming back to Twitch. Well, all right. Look, sometimes you have to put your morals aside, or you go bankrupt. Which would you rather be, on the street or stream on Twitch? That's my sort of dilemma right now. That's my dilemma. Things in life change. You have to accept it. Things are out of your control. Just enjoy it as much as you can. Exactly. Yeah. Gotta grow as humans. Alright. I am fully emptied, tank out of my mind. all I can say is like, it's so difficult for me to just fucking chug water. Like, I'm not a water person. But if I don't just like fill my stomach up with water, I'll forget that I need to drink. Maybe it's a condition. Just don't want it. I don't want it. Right, 2 songs. Oh yeah, and then we're jamming to this one. This is it. Yeah. It has changed. Yeah. Thank you very much, to you guy. It has changed a lot in the last 6 months. And unfortunately, as painful as it's to say, not for anything better. We seem to be always going 1 step forward, 20 steps backwards right now with mankind. But you guys are smart enough to see all the issues we have. We don't need to debate about it. Such a shame. For all the marvelous things we achieve, it gets ruined by other things. Okay. Let us bucker up, buckaroo. Feel hungry. This area. Yeah. Sorry guys. Yeah, Q. Yes. That's good. That's a really good song, actually. How you doing today, Chief? Well, you know what we didn't get yesterday, because I just like instantly crashed. Yes, this is a bit of a different vibe to it. My desk just rose up a bit. I get the same feeling, like. Oh, that's not me. That was the desync stuff. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. It didn't catch us up for a while. That is purely because of PTU. So that's 4 times now today. We bounced, but instead of bouncing up, we went into the ground. Which is super annoying. You can actually see it like here. As you're traveling, we bounced off the ground, which is fine. I wouldn't have exploded from that as well. There's the bounce, but we stuck off the ground for like a split second, and I couldn't turn from it. And this only ever fucking happens the moment PTU is running alongside live for some strange fucking reason. It's like all resources are just choked up for a very split second. Just super annoying. I love to fly like this. Oh man, it's one of my favorite things. Like obviously I love PvP in Star Citizen and all the other things and stuff like that, but there's something like a sense of godness when you can fly for a long period of time doing some like extreme shit and you don't die, like, you know. I love it. And then obviously you get these wee issues, which is frustrating because you go like for me, I will always open up my hand like when it's my fault. We bounced, which would not explode the ship, but because of it you stick to the ground, and that's what killed us. Because what's happened is on my screen I've seen the bounce, I've already corrected my sticks, but what happens on the server is it just takes that small fraction to not update, so it sees you hit the ground and then nosedive into the rest. And then, yeah, you have these little things. So again, I crashed, but I've recovered many things when that happens, and people have seen me do it. It just did not give me that split second that I needed to avoid that secondary crash. Which, again, only happened with PTU and live at the same time and stuff. It's just a very micro stutter thing. Moment PTU doesn't happen, you never see that shit. Never see it. Which is really good actually compared to a lot of things. Can I please ask how you find the angled adapters for the verbals? I would say for left hand, if like that's your throttle area, perfect. Origin. And the reason why I'll explain this to folk is obviously keyboard and mice, ergonomically, it's just better for you. So when you have it here on your left stick, it's just more of like a throttle. It's a lot more relaxing, so I highly suggest people who are dual stick use it for the left, because again, it's like a throttle basically. It's really, really good, and it does give a little bit, like, you don't have to move too far to the left and the right compared to, because obviously you've got the weirdness to it. And then what I love about it is I strafe with my twist, so it's like revving a motorbike if you had your throttle on the left hand basically. So it's just a lot more easier on the wrist. You can see here, if I move out the way, you know, the small movements, just doing that, I find it so much better. Now for the right, no, you don't need it. You don't need it. I wouldn't recommend it. The only reason I have it on the right is I have very, very bad OCD, and I'm also a huge Gundam fan. So the idea of having two sticks in the shape of how it would be in a Gundam pilot, my dick got too hard and I had to have it. You know? So when Verpo were like, we're gonna send you out one for your left, I was like, I need a right. Why? I need it. I literally can't fly without it being on the right as well. And they kindly sent me out another one at the same time. And for me, I just love it so much. I had to have it. I had to. But I personally think it's great for flying. I don't think it's that good for aiming on pips. I have noticed that you swing your your rolls a little bit more. So again, for stunt flying, it works really, really well. But when I switched to it, I was like, oh shit. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure for actual combat. So it will take a lot longer to get used to it. However, if you're like me and you got the extra money, I would definitely always say left is a must if you're dual stick. And this is not me trying to sell it. I'm not a partner with Virpil or any company that does peripherals or anything like that, but I would say it's a game changer to have it in that shape. Not only is it just better for your hand and wrist, you know what I mean? But I would always be honest with people and say, yeah, you don't need it for the right. There's just no point, really. It's just a gimmick. But again, for what I like about it is it lets me swing my rolls around more by basically applying way more movement than you would normally do. So I get that sweeping roll, because the nice thing about the sweeping roll is basically when you pitch and roll at the same time, I can lock it down here, and at that stage my hand is actually like that, or near to that, so it's just very comfortable to sit in, instead of being like, fucking like that, you know? Yeah, definitely for the left, and you'll thank me on it. You'll be like, oh, DarkLaw's just talking shit. Just do it. It's like $45 basically, you know? Just don't have a packet of cigarettes for a week or something. Don't go drinking, you know? Have it like that. And give yourself like 30 minutes and you'll be like, wow, this is incredible. You have to kind of like dial your settings a wee bit down, because the sensitivity is a little bit strange, you know, because obviously your hand's in a different format, but yeah. You can see why Virpil, VPC are all doing this stuff. It's just, it's a real game changer to have that really nice precision movement without having to do it that way. Well, dude, I started off on the X52. I had the X52 for fucking years, and then Star Citizen ruined it for me. Me and Battlestar recommend keyboard and mouse. Yeah, well, as much as I would agree with that for PvP, Fresh, I can't see you two ever being able to do the shit that I do off the deck, you know what I'm saying? So I can only recommend off flight, not PvP, as I've said, you know? It's not viable for PvP. Are you partnered with Virpil? No, I'm not partnered with him. I'm one of Virpil's content creators, where basically they send me swag, as in gifts, along with like Red Lear, Nubifier, Snake Eater and stuff like that. So, could say I'm a Virpil elitist, or a Virpil elite, but no, I don't actually make any money. I'm quite happy to vouch for Virpil and stuff like that. but everyone's different. Like Q in chat, if he's still there, I believe he had to go to VPC because of the different plastic that they used was like having an outbreak on the hand. So, you know, I will never shit on like VKB and say no, their product is shit. I would be honest with you guys. It's a good product. It just wasn't for me. I felt that the grips were just too small for my hand, but they have this really nice new one that's all cast metal. That's fucking juicy, you know? But I'm so stuck with the alphas that unless Verpal do like metal, I'm just so happy with these ones, you know? I don't need anything more. You're saying that I'm shit at Loafline? The same as I'm shit at PvP, Fresh, you know? We each have our strengths. That's why I'm the bait and you're the killer, okay? Because I can do the fancy flying and you do the fancy killing, alright? We'll just keep to our strengths. We'll keep to our strengths. But going from a pure flight thing, these are amazing, you know? And even if you were mouse and left-hand joystick, I would still recommend the Z extension. Because again, whilst you've got your mouse like that, you might as well have your hand at the same point. Nice and relaxed, you know? So you're just chilling like this. Why have it fucking like that and putting strain on things? So happy to see you back on Twitch. Thank you, ACR. ARC, sorry. Jesus, fucking can't read. SpaceX fanboys, removing the 6 from space. What are my sticks called? If you do exclamation mark kit, you can find out about them. They are Verpal Alphas in Z extension format, which is why they're on the site. And I'm using the Warboard bases because if you're using them for Star Citizen and for flying like DCS World, Warbird is the best way to go. If you're purely DCS World kind of style, go for the Mongoose setup because it has a few more features that are better for traditional like for DOF. But the Warboards are a little bit better, more relaxing for 6DOF. For me, so much more immersion with sticks. I would agree. But the thing is, it's totally down to you. Like, there is generally no better peripheral. You can't say keyboard and mouse is the best. You can't say joystick is the best. You can't say gamepad is the best. Because everyone's different. You will fight some, like, for example, Fresh and Ice in chat here. Very good PvPer. Mouse and keyboard and pedals. You know, he uses the same pedals as me, the crosswinds. They're amazing. But you'll get shat on by El Dante cheapo Star Cruiser with Thrustmasters that are sellotaped to his desk. You'll get absolutely shat on by that, you know? It just depends how people adapt to things, you know? And Star Cruiser never updates his joysticks. He always buys the same joysticks, even if they break. He doesn't go Verpal or anything. So once you find your way, you know, just who cares what somebody says? Be like, ugh, why are you doing that? That's not the best way to play the game. Fuck off. That's how I enjoy it, you know? That's what you should be saying to people. I don't go around to your house and shit in your fucking doorstep. To be fair, I would have gotten a stick as well if the import fees weren't $800. Yeah, it's very expensive to do that stuff. Make sure you guys, thank you very much for all the follows. Get involved in the giveaway system. !April. Every week for April, we're giving away something. Exactly, yeah. The way you enjoy it. I have a Verpal right and a T16 left. Yeah. I started off with El Dante Cheapo X52s. Not the Pro version that had better features. We're talking about the blue and silver plastic Fisher-Price style joysticks. They get the job done, but they're really shitty sensors, very shitty buttons. And when I started playing, I thought they were the bee's knees, right? I went to Star Citizen and I was like, alright, cool, it's kind of working. Had the throttle and stuff. And then I was like, dual joystick. So I had the X52 and I got a Thrustmaster and I was like, alright, this joystick's a lot more basic, but fuck me, does this feel so much better in my hand for doing things. So I got another one for the right, and yeah. That's how I started off with dual joystick, and then I moved into Verpal Deltas, because I saved up for them. They didn't last for me. Sold them, got VKBs. I didn't like them because the grips were just too small, and then got the alphas, and that's it. And then, well, Verpal kindly started sending me stuff. What happened to Star Cruiser? His YouTube channel disappeared, and he seems disappeared. He's playing Elden Ring. It's like most of us, you know, the guys in Shadow Moses are not gone anywhere. It's just we're all playing different games. They're playing different games. You know, Sunday and all those people are playing different games. Captain Burks was playing different games like Tarkov and stuff. Star Citizen's not being really in that sort of fun situation. It could change in 3.17 though, with once we get all the patches out and stuff. So yeah, it's still around though. He has like if you're on the Shadow Moses Discord, check him out in Elden Ring channel. He is doing his rot memes there. The guy's so funny. Like, I have a lot of time for Star Cruiser because he's got that just perfect sense of humor that doesn't go into toxic level of really shitty humanity, but it's on that very thin wire of, you know what, I can see where the memes are going, you know, but not like, oh shit, I'm a fucking serial killer kind of shit, you know. I'm obviously not in that point, but yeah, he's a top lad. Like, I would love to go for a drink with Star Cruiser and like Fragler. I've not seen Fragler for a long time, but I think he kind of like, he's had enough of Star Citizen for the time being, which I don't blame people for that. I sat and stared at the T16000 kit with pedals today. Never have used anything. What kind? Kind of want to do dual joysticks and don't want to waste money on something else. Well, the thing I would say, right, is Thrustmasters are fantastic at T16000. The prices. Now, VKB do like a very beginner joystick, which is called the Evo. And it's probably like $100 each more for the joystick. And I would say to you, as somebody that's used a lot of joysticks, save up for the VKB. Just wait a little bit longer and save up for the VKB. That's my personal thing. And don't bother with the pedals just now, just do dual joystick. Save up for the VKB Evos. And you can use like Zero State. Zero State streams in the evening. American dude. Lovely guy. He has a discount code, I believe. Or you can go to Aurelia. It's Aurelia. She also is a VKB partner. And use her code. And I think you get like a 5 or 10% discount and stuff like that. But I would always say to do it that way and not waste money on the T16000, because sometimes, and this is a sad reality, you get no support with T16000. You'll get it if you get it from Amazon, you can send it back kind of deal. But VKB and Verpal will work with you in support to get the solutions fixed, you know. Oh, you like that, Megatex? Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you sell a massive house and you downgrade your life into a box. Get that. That's how I got my setup. And 1600 is amazing. The first sticks, yeah, 1600 are very good. But again, I would say like because of how good the VKB Evos are being reacted by people and stuff, that's the way to do it. You know, I feel anyway. But again, hey, it's your money. You do what you want with it. I don't frankly care. I have the MG Ultimate. That's it, the all-metal one. It's the Ultimate. Oof. Yeah. The thing is, I'm just pro Verpal, you know. I gotta represent the company that have been very supportive for me. I've never had a fucking call from VKB, so you know, as much as I can respect the VKB product and I do recommend it to people, I wouldn't even accept with them, you know. You know, all these people, they were calling up Zero State. You know, Zero State's a good pilot, but he ain't got shit on my skills when flying like this. And this is how you fly. This is how you use joysticks. You can do the same shit he does with a keyboard and mouse. I'm just joking. I'm joking. Don't tell him that. He's a really good pilot. He's a really good pilot. Oh man, I've been having like pro zero state pilots going in going, did you hear what the fucking DarkLaw said? No, I got time for zero state. But yeah, like I was very surprised that they contacted people. But maybe that's the best way to show it off, you know? Maybe if they had sent me joysticks, they would have probably snapped in my hand and they're like, yeah, maybe we don't need that kind of advertising. Maybe they know that I broke so many of the joysticks, you know, in the past. So, Jesus, that was too much. The ultimate is so good. So good looking. Fuck's sake. Way too much. Like a fucking waterfall. Lucky it'll dry off pretty fast. But again, choose whatever you want, you know? Choose what you want. People do amazing stuff with gamepad, keyboard and mouse. It depends where you want to go in the game. Like I generally say to you, and nobody's ever been able to prove to me, I don't think you can fly like me with keyboard and mouse. And that's not to be arrogant, I just don't think you have the analog control to be able to travel at 600 meters a second, 15, 20 feet off the deck, dodging rocks at hyper speed. I just don't think you can do it. Can you do it with any joystick? Yeah, you can. You could do it with Thrustmasters. Easy peasy. Just lots of hard work, effort put into it. You don't need to go crazy. But I just don't believe you can do it with a keyboard and mouse. Maybe with a gamepad, if you're very precise with your thumb movement. Possibly. But I just don't think, like, fingers will ever have the same sort of precision that your wrist has. The MGC better than the Verpos? No. Nobody should ever say a joystick is better than another joystick. It's a different one. The MCG is made by a different company, VKB, and it's all metal and it's based off MiG, if I remember. Somebody else might be able to correct me on that one. So the Alpha is just like a fantasy joystick. It's not modeled off anything. So the Ultimate is basically based off an actual fighter in real life stick. And to my knowledge, it doesn't have twist. But yeah. It doesn't make it better just because it's in metal, you know? I have the plastic version of it, still a strong sturdy stick. Exactly, yeah. It depends on what you do. Like for me, these Verpal bases I've had for well over now 3 years, and you know, touch wood, they've never bust. I've got spares in case it does, but they've never bust. The grips I've had with the Alphas, Verpal sent me out the ones that I've got here, and I never reported back that they broke. They could break. But obviously, maybe they sent me the fucking prototypes and they were like, right, well, if we don't hear back from DarkLaw in 400 hours, ship these fucking components out. Because, like, I can fucking break joysticks quite easily if they're not through the proper quality checks. The mice is a twist option, yeah. Oh, the Ultimate does have a twist option. That's good. That's good then, yeah. Yeah, so many options with VKB. Again, it's down to your budget, which you prefer the look of. There is no better joystick, there's no better grip. It's all down to your own hand, the way you play the game, the way you fly. I know how he flies, I know where he flies, I know what he flies. You know what I mean? Even the back-to-back 2018 Elite PvPers, they couldn't even like go, oh, this is a better product to use kind of thing. That would just be bullshit. Kind of shit. Just use what you want to use. If you enjoy it, you enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, replace it out. Don't struggle with it. But I like, for me, the Verpals have been very, very good. I highly recommend them just from my experience. It might not be something that you enjoy, but I certainly do, you know. Yeah, that is one thing that I really like, is that sort of little mouse control, you know what I mean? Because for me, on my pedals, I have the ability to move the SEM limiter up and down, just because that's the only thing I could think about. But I actually have it on the left mouse as well, so I can do very precise, quick movement and reset it. And then on the other one is the countermeasure roll. So I really like the idea that you can actually, you know, set your countermeasures to whatever you want. And these are just the quick things you got. Purples both with Omni throttles? Yeah. Or as they call it, the Z extension. That's what I use. We've just basically just gone over that, where I don't think you actually need it on the right. Definitely on your like left stick is more appropriate, but if you're like me, who's a big Gundam fan and OCD, I had to have it where it matches, and you just have to learn it. And it's a dual stage button as well. Yeah, it's pretty good. Again, I'm looking, like, obviously I don't foresee Virpil coming out with a new joystick grip anytime soon, because obviously the situation in the world. But as I've said to Virpil many times, give me, and quote, a metal alpha with a metal trigger, and I would love them. I'm not going to say I would buy them, I would love them. Because I don't even want to know what that would cost on Virpil compared to other companies. But I would love metal alphas with a metal trigger. And what we're talking about with a trigger is not a plastic trigger with a spring sitting behind it. I'm wanting a metal trigger which is metal, and it's got a metal pin that moves back and forward. So it's like basically like a piston kind of situation. It pushes in and pushes out. It's a metal trigger, like what they put on actual planes and stuff like that. If they did that, I would say that would be probably the best joystick ever. But I think they would probably have to get away with take away the twist to make that work, or maybe they can squeeze it in. I don't know. Purples are not that expensive, yeah, but look at the price of an alpha and then make it in, you know, cast metal with what I've said, putting a piston trigger metal behind it. That probably puts up like another 150 euros alone just for that component side, R&D, or all that jazz, you know. So say $300 per stick, just a grip, $300 per grip. How many people would actually delve into that kind of money? Obviously, you could just go for the normal alphas, but I think that would be the stage for me, where I would love to have two metal grips, you know. And I actually feel that I kind of see VKB doing a left ultimate over Virpil ever even delving into metal. So we'll see who races for the ultimate joysticks, because two ultimates, left and right. That would be tempting for me to get on the old blower to VKB and be like, do you want to see how a real pilot... I'm just joking. A real pilot flies? And they'd be like, who the fuck are you? Oh, you're that guy that breaks Virpils. So I'm interested to see which company does it first. Each could probably pull it off as well, but... Still need to be 2 times fight or flight losers. We do as well, yeah. But I still think the best thing, what we need to do fresh, is if we go into fight or flight again, is when we get go, is we do with my formation flying that I was talking about, where I'm on the left, you're on the right, and we'll fly in, and instead of crossing over, we'll just ram into each other. That's it. I think that's the fastest way to get out of it. By not looking like complete scrubs, like just self-destructing. I think we go out and they're like, what are they doing? And we just go. That's it, just straight into each other. You said thank you to the boss, Citizen Kilroy. We will always be remembered, yeah. Or we should eject as we crash into each other. And then it's like a high five in midair kind of thing. Flag wheels, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Make sure, guys, get involved in the giveaway from CIG. 4 weeks back to back streaming. Giveaways, codes, all that jazz. You want to know where the codes are? They're at the start of the show and at the end of the show. All you have to do is watch the VOD for a quick second. You don't even need to see the chat. Just watch the VODs. It'll explain everything. Obviously, just from today. Yesterday's one doesn't have it because the gimmick was added to it. They gave you a heavier light. They do. I actually have extra heavy on my springs, Mector. And no joke, I nearly killed myself trying to fit the extra heavy springs from Verpal. Because the moment it pinged out of place, if you didn't hold it, first of all, it's like going through a war of like tug of war kind of situation with it. You're like, you're holding the device and you got a fucking clamp and you're pulling and you're like, fuck me. Because you know that if your hand slips and the clamp slips or it pings out of place, there's a fucking bullet going off in your room. You know, that's how tense the springs, the heavy springs are from Verpal, the extra heavy ones. Obviously, you get like the mediums and the heavy when you buy Verpal product. You have to buy extra heavy separate, which is 50% more tension than their heavy ones. And it's like loading a fucking gun. You're like holding it like that. You don't want your look at that shit going off. Because I was like, holy fuck! Now I'm a pretty strong dude. You know, I'm a pretty strong dude. I can bench 110. Without having somebody help me out and stuff like that. And that's me without even putting work into it. And I'm pulling it back going, if I let this go, something is getting fucking destroyed. It's that crazy, the tension on those springs. Changing drum brakes, yeah. Yeah. That kind of, it's like, oh, fuck, you just don't want to do it every day kind of situation, you know? Being chased by a 600i and an arrow. Good news. Anyway, right. I'm gonna play a song into a song. And let's see. We are going to do sprint run as much as I can. So, what's a nice short one? We'll do this, right? This is a good one. Whatever. You guys will recognize it. It's kind of chill. Yeah. And we're gonna try it again. It's gonna be fun. Also, where am I? Oh yeah. That's where I am. Right, so we're not doing any fancy flying. Just sprinting. Fast as fucks, boys. Would be a lot of straight, I think. We'll see. Depends on the area, actually. Go too low just in case we get the clinginess, you know, especially with dunes and stuff. This might be good. Maybe. I don't know. It's in the distance. We're rocking to it though. Might just be just a small hill for all I know. That's good. That's good. maybe not. It's a little bit, whatever. Make do with it. Dunes. Oh, I hate dunes. Oh shit, we lost the wing. It fucking paused it. We're doing it one wing for the final then, I guess. I'm gonna get dodgy as fuck. I've not had one wing lost yet. Well, apart from repairing it, I suppose, but not doing this shit. Oh no, this is bad. This is not a good idea. I don't want to do this way. No. Oh god, no. This is not a good idea either. Oh, this is a very bad idea. Very bad idea. Oh, really bad idea. Really bad idea. Please just have a straight. I just want a straight. Oh god, no. Spin out. Fuck, that's not me.
Bits received. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this great
Oh
content.
god, that's not me either. That's not me. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Oh, that's not me either. This is not me. Oh, fuck. Fuck. We're in a bit of a fucking spin. Fuck. That's not me. Well, it's me crashing, but the fucking game spun me out. The absolute fucking jet wash at that stage. Holy fuck. Z-Bucks, I can watch 100 bits. God damn it, why did we have to lose a fucking wing? Ugh. What meme? What meme, like... Why would you do this? Why would you do this if they asked you to fly a real fire? Hey, if they gave me a drone, like $1 million drone, I think wanted me to have a show of it. Fuck yeah, you know? I'll do it. I can't guarantee the drone's coming back though. And to be honest, like, alright, okay. If they gave me a real fighter, they gave me an area where there was no civilization, and fuck it, you know? I was like, terminal cancer or something like that. There was no risk to any other human. Give me a fucking fire, I'll do it. I ain't coming back. But I'm gonna have a fucking shit ton of fun in the process, you know? I would. Obviously you can't do this extreme in a fight, or like a real fighter, but you know, that would be my conditions, you know? Long as I can't hurt anyone in the process. So far away from any civilization. Sahara Desert or some shit like that. And like, you know, I've got no responsibilities, you know? Kind of thing. I'll fucking do it. But if like the military got in contact with me... Soldiers of... You want me to do Soldiers of Wasteland? Just that? Right, fuck, you know? I'll take that. I'll take that bet. Do Soldiers of Wasteland, if that's what you're saying Silk says in. Obviously somebody's seen my previous videos. Shall we do a fucking Wasteland? My hand's pretty good actually. My hand is not tingling. It's almost like it loves this, which is really fucked up, actually. Which is really fucked up. Like, it doesn't even get off on masturbation as much as it does low flying, which is pretty fucked up, like. Testing drones, yeah, I would love to. But again, I don't think there's many companies that would allow me to fly some drones. Unless it was a full test driving, you know? Then it'd be cool. It'd be sick. April, guys. April Star Citizen 317. We got events up on the go. We got giveaways to do. There's stuff with the Atmo guys. We have so much this month, and we're just getting started. I'm pretty pumped actually for like just playing Star Citizen. Like no joke, I think I might actually take like 60 days off more often. It's so refreshing coming back and just vibing out, you know, and not having that, ugh, gotta hate this bug, blah blah blah, old DarkLaw kind of thing. Obviously, I probably will get back to that stage, you know. But I have missed the cockpit. Like, absolutely miss this shit. As I say to people, you ain't gonna find this game experience anywhere else. Nowhere else. Nowhere else does it like this. No other game allows me to fucking fly $1 million jet fighter, spaceship, quantum traveling time machine 20-30 feet off the deck at 700 meters a second. Nah, ain't finding that anywhere. Elite Dangerous can't do it. Oh man. I don't say this morbidly, but I hope I live long enough to actually see more completion on this game. I want to be cruising 4K quality, 150 fucking FPS. You know what I mean? Hey, Bob, how you doing, Chief? How you doing, sir? Right, you know what I'm actually gonna do before I warp? I'm gonna go for a bio break before I do Soldier of Wasteland, since Silk Citizen was like, Soldiers of Wasteland all messed up. Such a he knows fine well. Silk Citizen is definitely somebody that knows Dragon Force and knows that we're bouncing from a 6 to 7 minute song to a fucking 9 minutes 10 song, and trying to not crash at this craziness for fucking that length of time is a challenge and a half. So probably not gonna do it. Anyway, bio break. Enjoy the music. I'll be back in 2. Alright. Ooh, that's better. That is better. Pyro says, will you TDL, but make sure you get the veggie killer that you spoke of? Yeah. Oh, that's definitely a goal. Obviously, it's not like an instant goal right now, because it's very expensive to move into that sort of situation, but yeah, you know, I would love to have the chance anyway to be able to do it. No, basically, what I want to do is start eating a little bit more healthier Scorpina by getting like a blender or a decent blender. That was the wrong place I should have gone to. And basically like starting to eat kale and stuff. There's no fucking way I will ever eat kale like raw kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Just not that kind of person, but I would like to start getting like beetroot into my system, ginger, all these things, you know, and just I need a Mogi? There's a player there. No. I'm good. Okay, I'm good. I don't need to kill somebody or attempt to kill somebody. Since being the worst pilot in the game, I can't afford to shoot somebody. Right. Yeah, this is fine. This is good. Still in the light. Is it? Where's the light? It's up there, right? Yeah. Alright, Soldiers of Wasteland. My god. We definitely need to refill the tank, though. I don't even want to know, to be honest, Heavy Bob. We've fucking we've tapeworm, but no. Alright, where is it? Where is it? Heroes. Or, sorry, soldiers. Where is it there? 9 minutes. Fucking 47. Oh man, I'm gonna die from this one. I'm gonna die from this. This is not gonna be good. we make it? That's the question. Shit. No. That's my fault. 100%. So no, we're not making it. I looked over the sand. I'll point out here actually for you. That is 100% my fault. I read the second line and I actually didn't think there was sand there, and it's to the last split second. So we come around here, we bank. I'm reading the lines and I look over to the white and I didn't even look at the sand there. I actually genuinely believed it was completely free of sand because there was a wee white line like on the verge there, and that was how I was reading it. And it wasn't until like it was a fucking stealth moment where it's like, ah shit, fucking smack, I ain't pulling out of it. Quick, eject. We'll go again. But that is 100% my fault. I read it so badly. So badly there. Almost 1,000 euros for 2 Verpals for me. Yeah, it's expensive. It is very, very expensive. But unfortunately, it's gonna go up in price, I think, with everything that's on the go. Actually, Heavy Bob, that would be quite nice, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe not on, like, people's faces, you know what I mean? But, yeah, a little Borderlands shading, or even, like, the ability to, like, bring up that kind of vision on a mask or something. That would be nice, because for me, I could see the white, and I just assumed what I flew into was flat at the time. So with that split reaction stuff, you're trying to read what's actually in front of you, not what you're passing at a time. And because I read it completely wrong, we're following the delayed thinking. So basically I'm looking, whenever I'm flying, I'm like, you know, maybe a couple split seconds ahead, and that's what I'm scanning, and I'm flying that already in my head. And then split second later is actually the follow-up ghost of what's going on in my brain. And yeah, the clearance was fine in the brain, and then it's just fucking straight into it. It did not match up to what I wanted. So yeah, a little bit of sharpening, like just a little bit of edging would actually be really, really nice, you know. But I guess if the sun wasn't so shiny at times, maybe if you had like a proper sun visor in this game, that would be kind of cool. I'm still hoping that they actually build the ability to put sun visors in and stuff like that. I can see why people use Reshader to make it more clear for folk and stuff, but shit, if I didn't have something that would actually fucking kill me, it would be me flying around for 60 minutes without dying. You guys would get bored as fuck, you know. People love when I explode. They're like, yeah, alright, okay, he's not vulnerable. I remember when there was a lot of people at the time would say, like, is TheDarkLaw cheating? Does he have some script that doesn't crash into the ground? It's like, no, no, he does crash. It's like, I haven't seen him crash all day. He does. He does crash. You know who doesn't crash is DrunkLaw. That fucking dude can fly, like. However, we're not seeing that guy since October. When he took my fucking body on a fucking merry-go-round.
You are clear to launch.
Yeah, I know. Commercial Neuralink in 10 years for video games? Oh, dude, plug me the fuck in. Like, could you imagine if if this is me with my gammy, nearly 40-year-old arms? Imagine what I could do with the mind. Plug me into Star Citizen. Ooh, baby. That would be so fucking cool, actually. The ship is insta reacting to what's going on in the head. I would love to see that, to be honest. TheDarkLaw is gonna crash under the table one of those days. He crashed last time under the table. You guys just didn't get to fucking see, you know? We got fucking Jack and Fresh on emergency fucking dial-up. What the fuck is going on? There was nobody at the fucking helm that time. It was saying in the back of the mind going, what the fuck's going on? And all you got is fucking, that's who's driving the wheel. Like, to be honest, I don't even think it was TheDarkLaw. TheDarkLaw wasn't there either. I think TheDarkLaw fucking stepped out of the office for a bit. Fucking kamikaze shit, like. James put me on the table. Oh yeah. Like, as much as, you know, I'm happy that I haven't had alcohol since October, I do miss piss-ups. Like, I think that's just Scottish nature. I do miss, like, a piss-up, you know? Some shots. Some responsible drinking, you know? With some good people. I do miss that shit. Okay. Right. Let's not fucking ruin it. Yeah, TheDarkLaw definitely left the building that day. Right, we're playing again. God damn it, why is Dragon Force gotta be the only people that have the beat that I require? Sun. Alright, we got high sun, so I shouldn't have too much. I'm gonna go this way just to get a bit more shading. Alright. $600. I dropped the valve. shit. Oh, I couldn't recover it. Nearly. A lot longer, anyway. A lot longer. That was me, though. Where did we make the mistake? Let's have a look. What did I bounce off? Was it? Oh, alright. Fucking Dune. A fucking Dune! That was all it was. Just a simple bounce. I think we must have hit the under fuselage part. Under fuselage part. If we had hit the front of the belly, we would have just bounced. But I generally think we actually hit the back end, and that's what popped us. Fuck. That's annoying as shit. Bump in the road, or just like it came up. Again, it's just a little bit of RNG on that one. If we had just hit the dune or the lip of it on the front of the arrow, we would have just lipped bounced it and we would have survived. And it would have been sick. I could have recovered from it. But I think we hit the very vulnerable part of the back end of the arrow. Even maybe clipped the engine. And unfortunately that is a pop scenario from that one. Which was annoying because it was a good run. I was actually trying to push her down under the 10-foot ceiling that we cruise at normal. It's like, ooh, we can go maybe 8. Go maybe 8. Hey Lulu, how you doing? You're on my server, Tough Mudder, and you've got a fucking tally and a 600i on you? Why don't you just bring them to atmosphere then? Like, they generally can't fucking do anything in atmosphere. Or you want me to help you kill the 600i or something? I can't aim for shit. I mean, if you wanna kill them. Fucking weird that a tally is chasing after you. Yeah, I'm not gonna do Wasteland. We'll try it again tomorrow. Maybe if we can get on the P2, be a little bit better. Again, the last 2 times are my fault. It's probably just getting tired at this stage. How long? Alright, it's definitely tired. I didn't realize we've been doing 10 hours. Fuck's sake. Alright, one more for the road. One more for the road. I did bring them to atmosphere. Can't do shit. Just hilarious. The guy I killed came back in a tally. Nah, well, you get that, you know. You get that kind of nonsense. If you put them in like a location, I can help. But if they're no threat to you, don't worry about it.
You are clear to launch.
I am clear to launch. Alright, one last ride. One last ride. And for one last ride, we definitely need this. One last ride. got security posts there. If you want to bring people there, tough. I'll just cruise you in there. I think it's still light.
Quantum drive is now up.
Oh, no, maybe not. It's too dark. Rash hat. That's where I'll go.
Quantum drive. I need to get crime stat, I think. Right on that. Oh, I could actually just shoot the guns and maybe that would give me a crime stat. Since there's bounty hunters on the server. That could be interesting. Should do that. There he is. There. Man, why are you not popping for me? Come on, pop, 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 pop. There we go. Oh man, that didn't give us free? Shit. I need another turret. Respawn! I'll fly away, he'll respawn. I'll get Crime 5. All I have to do is just shoot them over and over. Or if Tough leads all the juicies to me. I only get crime 2 from this? That would be shit. Return. It doesn't give more. Damn it. Well, that kind of fucked up. It's another day. Go back now and would it give me more crime stat? How to get crime stat? I think I would have to go to what, like SBK to do it better. Give me more crime stat. I'm a naughty, naughty person. Destroying property. Property. Look at it. It's like tick, 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 tick. I can't fucking turn. You like my nice shirt? Avenge me, brother! Avenge me! Online. How you doing, Chief? Welcome in. Oh shit. Avenge me! For our crusade against the furries. Damn it! Maybe if I go to another place, maybe? I was kind of hoping that I could just farm that and that would just bring it up, but I guess killing these places, nobody gives a shit. I'll give you a crime stat for it, but it doesn't really care. Tough, lead your friends here, please, so I don't have to do any work whatsoever.
definitely am happy with today's progress. 2 days in, I'm feeling a lot more relaxed than yesterday now. More found my seat hold. We'll dial it in a bit more. Concentration, dial it in. 317, hopefully dial in some PvP. I don't want to do any arena commander or anything like that in 316. Just the idea of it makes me sick, and I'll wait until the ESP stuff is changed for 317 before we do that. But I'm very, very interested to see how this goes. Does this bring PvP back to Star Citizen? Not just in Arena Commander, but more people wanting to actually flight. Or, sorry, we should say it. More people wanting to fight or flight. You know? That's it. Forever now, we'll never be able to say anything else apart from that. Because it actually represents everything in PvP now. You know, not just the tournament. But if we actually get more flying and we get some more dying, fighting away for things, it'll be awesome, like. And then people won't be just camping stations out of boredom and stuff. Wouldn't that be a dream? That'd be a dream. Hey Verdi, how you doing? How are things with you? You having a good weekend? I take it you've dealt with them tough. You've not said anything, so I'm guessing you just killed the tally. Actually, you probably didn't kill the tally, it probably just got bored, you know. They bring multiple fighters, that might be fun. How do I like dual Omni? I'm not in Omni, I'm in Z extension. I don't use VKB. I'm Verpal. And they call it the Z extension. I love it. I absolutely love the way of flying with it. I would say though, as I've described it with people, you don't need it on the right. I only have it for pure OCD reasons, and I'm a massive Gundam fan. So if anyone's like knows about Gundam, the cockpits always have dual joysticks in this format with pedals, and then obviously the Neuralinked. I would say definitely it's a game changer for your left, 100%. Really, really good. I don't know what it's like for VKB. I personally feel like the evil versions look very plasticky, very breakable. But I heard the more expensive ones don't really look that much more impressive to me. So I kind of feel like VKB brought them out just to compete with Verpal. So, and they're more expensive than the all cast metal Verpal ones. So, I mean, definitely the idea of having your left hand more ergonomically is a lot better for flight in general, I feel, because it acts more like a throttle. But yeah, I don't want to bullshit people and say you need it for the right hand. It really would only be like a certain situation that it would work for you. Definitely for combat, it doesn't make a blind bit of difference on the right. I definitely would say it would help with combat on the left, because again, it just allows you to control your throttle basically a lot easier, I find. And the upstrafing by rotating wrist is just again much easier, I find. give it a go if you get a chance. I just swapped to VKBs night and day from my T16s. Yeah. I only have the left adapter and I've been digging it. I mean, for gimmick value, go for it, you know? Like, if you've got expendable money to spend on it, yeah, try it out. Who knows, you might absolutely love it like I do. For me, like, even if I wasn't a Gundam fan, I would have to use it. My OCD does not allow ones, sadly. Which is really annoying. I have to have 2 keyboards, 2 mice for the PCs and stuff, and they have to be exactly the same make, or it pisses me off, and it's really, really frustrating at times. So it's why I can't have like one VKB joystick and one verbal joystick. It just would piss me off. Even if there was a better way of doing it, you know. Hey, Master. How you doing, Chief? But yeah, have a shove. If like you're a partner with VKB, then just be like, hey, can you send me a second one, please? I would like to try Gundam Flight, because that's the only way I can describe it. Or Tractor Flight, or something like that, you know? I can't think of many vehicles that actually have this mode of... Scooter! I wanna be on a bobsleigh. Actually, to be honest, that's probably why it works. It kind of feels like, you know, like a bobsleigh kind of control system. Rocking around and stuff, so yeah. Yeah, DarkLaw, no, don't mention my name. Don't mention my name if it's VKB. No. I shit talk VKB, and I back up VKB in certain situations. Don't mention my name. I'm like the only one they've never contacted. You know? Oh, you know DarkLaw? Fucking cancelled partnership. Or any chance of partnership cancelled. No, just say Zero State told me to try it. Zero State. They love Zero State. Or Aurelia. You like the beard? I cut it down. So we had it a lot longer during the year. It was like down here. And I just don't like it. I like it where it's kind of like, you know, it's easy manageable. It's got a good grip to it. It needs to be thicker, but that'll take time. Genetics, all that kind of stuff. So we'll see how it goes. Ooh. Oh, it's a tough mudder. Tough mudder. Tiger Bravo. Lock and load. Don't sponsor DarkLaw, he threatens NPCs. Hey, it was a one time! A one time. Are the T16s half price? Or are they still like overly expensive because of COVID? You know? I watched, I bought quite a few Thrustmasters when they were like $40 a pop on a Black Friday sale one time. And then, like with COVID, they went up to like $80 a pop, so I don't know what the prices are on them now. Tailgating. Oh, Tupper Harley! Hey, any crash you can walk away from is successful flight. Thank you very much for all the follows coming in, guys. Make sure to get involved. Giveaways from CIG, !April. Got lots of swag, and we're working with Toby next week. I personally guarantee 130 hours of ability of farming tokens in those 13 days, and then you can watch somebody else if you want. AFK and me, guaranteed. Leave your name in my channel, watch your favorite streamers in the same time. I hope those giveaways like Toby are gonna be great. Toby trackers, all that jazz. 20% off if you use my code. Well, it's 15% off and 5 if you use my code. But still, I'm just gonna say it's 20% if you use TDL code. You know? Plus, you get to use my code. You get a discount, and I'll probably never chase them up for money. You know. I lost the wing. That was lucky, actually. We could have spun out badly on that one. Good time to get some fuel anyway. Maybe shipment's up as well. Sun's coming up, but I don't think I've got the time. I'm gonna lower this monitor down as well quickly and get used to it. That should be enough for it. Yeah, that's better. Ooh, bingo! Somebody's coming for you, Tough. Who's coming for Tough? What do we have here? A hurricane? Oh man, poor Tough Mother. He's got to deal with a hurricane all by himself. If Tough was smart, he would drag him to out like the sun, blind him. Which has got like a rammer, like here. A rammer. And somebody that can't slow down. Countermeasuring as well. Shot over. Above. Oh, they're shooting Tough. Can I get a fucking repair? Oh, they're going in for ram, maybe? I can't get a fix. I'll be a second, Tough. I just need to get a wing. It's no repairing, which could suggest issues. Just head to the sun. They'll be able to keep up because of a hurricane, but what they're not ready for is fucking Mac Loop. Look at Tough just fucking booking it away. These guys are going slow. Look at that shit. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let me get you in grip, dude, just so I can see you. There you go. Time for me to swoop the whip. Yeah, if you just like head towards the sun, man. Alright. I'm gonna move into engage. You can engage whenever you want. Play with them a little bit. Watch out, it's obviously a hurricane atmosphere. Not the best. Don't fucking piss off Tough Mudder's crew. Somebody's not EMP resistant. Somebody's not got anti-EM fit. Got fucking turned off in a split second. Lickety split. Alright, Tough Mudder, call you there. Top Gun out. Top Gun the fuck out. I didn't even have to fire off some firecrackers. That was a shutdown and a half, like. Fucking McConaughey. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, you bait them in, I'm not gonna get the crime stat from it. Fucking Kenny Logan's. Yes. Sounds fucking good. Crime against Skyblast completed. Crime 5 free. Ooh. Hey, Novi. God. Top Gun. Tupper Harley. Come on, Tough. It's time to get down to our pants and get Vaselined up out of our minds. You like some volleyball? Iceman? It's time to get sweaty. Good stylish sweat. Things that will get both sexes rock hard. You gotta love different ping, different desync. The speed difference is insane, man. Hey, Henkin. Good morning to you, sir. Henkin knows all about this song as well. He likes to get in his pants and Vaseline out of his mind. How's your day though, dude? You just woke up? Nice, nice. Man, I hate it. I can't keep up, and it's not because of the speed, it's just the server's not keeping up, sadly. You heading back? I would say that was a good idea. You're drifting out. Shubin's too good, 86. You did well, sir, you did well. Tepper Harley out. Owner 6, Viper, come in. Talk to me, Viper, talk to me. Big 29. Hit the brakes on, you'll fly right by us. Except for he put on the brakes as well. Lose him in the canyons, you'll never find us there. Yes, that's all the 80s hunk music I'm out of. No more hunk music. Thank you for all the follows, guys, coming in. Appreciate it. No, I need... Playing with the boys 12-inch version. What could this be? Second time to Vaseline up. I'm game. I've never heard this one. It's got a lot of Kenny Loggins, you know? The Danger Zone. Ooh. Is this the filthy after night one? He's on our ass. He's on our ass. Hard right, hard right, hard right. Wanna go in the pipe? Talk to me, Chris. Talk to me. Talk to me. Feel the sweat dripping off Tough Mudder, just like. He's like, oh yeah. You just know he's in a tight white vest as well. Bald head shining out. He's probably gonna crash if I make him laugh. That wouldn't be fair, that wouldn't be fair. But I wasn't gonna make it. It was too tasty, and I knew I would never make it at that speed. I got rid of him though. I got rid of him. Good fight, dude. Good fight. That was fun. It was too tasty, man. When that lip was just sitting there, it was just like, oh yeah. If we make this, it'll be award-winning. But yeah, the chances of that, I think if maybe I downstrafed a little bit earlier, could have, but yeah, good find, dude. That's gonna be me though, because it's like 9 o'clock and we're back every single day. Hunk music got to you. It was too much. This is the 12-inch version, Glipo. The 12-inch version. I don't even know what that means. Does it mean like a 6-inch vinyl or a 12-inch? What the fuck does a song mean when it says 12-inch version? Jesus Christ. It's a song about playing with boys. It's from Top Gun. Right in the time where, you know, it's like prime time meat, you know, on the go. And then they call it a 12-inch version? Fuck knows, like. I don't know what that means in music. Maybe like they slow it down or something. Anyway, that was a lot of fun today, guys. Well, we did 9 hours yesterday, and we done fucking 10 hours today. 11 hours. Like shit. Nearly a 12-hour stream. And most likely I'll probably do the same tomorrow, because I'm having a fucking shit ton of fun, you know? But we're fucking heading out. We're heading out. Thank you very much, Tough, for the flying. You guys for being here. I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys. We'll find somebody to raid. But yeah, thank you very much for all the support today, guys. We will be back tomorrow. Early. 12 o'clock. Who knows? I'm having a great time. I'm having a lot of fun. So yeah, I appreciate you all being here. Stay safe. Have a great weekend if I don't get to see you. And yeah. Take care, guys. Right, let me find somebody to raid. Woo! Sweaty. Appreciate all the subs today. All the raids from everyone. The follows. Make sure you get involved in the giveaway, ladies and gentlemen. Let me find somebody to go to. And remember, that is today's one. Today's one. Make sure you get involved in that one. Start the show would have shown yesterday's one. You know how it is, guys. Right, let me bring up the old Star Citizen category. And we can get out of here, man. Whew. Sweaty. Now, who do we have? Who do we have? Who do we have? Oh, I did Reformed yesterday. Ah, you're welcome, Hank. Glad you can make it. We'll be back on tomorrow. You know what? I've not had to fucking raid this boy. And we're gonna do this. We're gonna go to Mr. Burks. It's been a very long time since I've been able to raid such a fine gentleman. But yeah, guys, thank you for being here. Let's fucking set up. I don't have any, like, raid command emotes or anything like that. Yeah, we'll need to do some more Tough around, you know? Just DM, like, if you're coming into the game, just PM me, because that kind of, like, caught me off guard. But yeah, like, earlier on the show and all that good stuff. Oh, awesome, guys. Right. Fucking stretch out. Holy shit. 10 fucking hours. Ooh. I'm gonna go enjoy a cup of tea and all that good stuff, but I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great weekend. And again, thank you for all the support today, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy Captain Burks' show. Catch you later, guys.